Jing Shu was speechless. They were on the verge of starving. Couldn't they just eat a little now? In her 14 years of surviving the apocalypse, she'd rarely seen people like this. But it was precisely because of such selfless people that the country could survive the apocalypse. Li Dayu smiled. "We have Aunt Wang, our cook. No matter what it is, if it's edible, she can make it into something to eat. We've relied on her a lot during this time." Jing Shu waved her hand. "All right, your mission is complete. Now just wait for rescue. I'm hungry too. Let's eat first, then you can tell me what's been happening here." Li Dayu thought for a moment, then nodded. "Go call Aunt Wang to cook. Dissolve the biscuits in water and boil them. Borrow some beams from the villagers for fuel." Over the past 6 months, they'd already burned everything that could be used for fuel. Ever since they'd been trapped in this wave-filled place, they'd started dismantling houses for firewood. No need, I'll cook. I brought my own food and fuel. Enough for a few of us to get by, so there's no need to save it. More supplies will be sent down from above soon." Jing Shu said this to reassure everyone. She felt these people had suffered long enough and deserved a good meal as a reward. Li Dayu asked, "Should we have Aunt Wang help you out?" Jing Shu frowned. If someone was around, it would be inconvenient for her to secretly take things out of her space, and she didn't like others watching her cook anyway. It would expose her food stash. She was about to refuse when a large, ragged group arrived. They all had one thing in common: misery. They looked even worse off than beggars. Most were men, with only a few women, and Jing Shu only saw 2 children among them. There were about 40 people in total. Li Dayu frowned. "What's going on? Why are you all here? Didn't we say we'd make a meal together tonight?" Someone in the crowd shouted, "We want to eat compressed biscuits. We don't want biscuits soaked in water." Another rescue worker just came down from above. We all saw it. She brought loads of food, and some of us even managed to grab a bit. There's definitely enough for all of us to eat. "We want to eat the old hen. Are you planning to keep that chicken for yourselves?" Fat Chicken trembled and clung to Jing Shu's leg, drawing attention. One man stepped forward, called for quiet, and pushed back his messy hair, looking every bit like a beggar clan elder. He said, "Captain Li, this isn't right. The rescue team sent someone down, but you didn't tell us? We people of Gashan Valley should at least be able to greet the newcomer. Oh, by the way, I'm the village chief here. Nice to meet you. I'm here to discuss something important." Jing Shu looked at the aggressive crowd. She could guess what they wanted with her toes. If they weren't here for food, she'd eat her own hat. And the worst part was, they even wanted to eat Fat Chicken. Jing Shu's eyes drooped as she said coolly, "I think you're mistaken. I'm not part of the rescue team, nor am I with the authorities. I'm just an ordinary person." Who in the apocalypse could look like this and still be ordinary? The village chief feigned surprise, pointing at Jing Shu and then at Fat Chicken. "If you're not with the rescue team, why risk your life to come down here? And why bring so many supplies? Aren't you here to rescue us?" "I'm the owner of these seeds. I came to check on their condition. Nothing else concerns me. As for these supplies, they're my personal property. How I distribute them is my business. If you have any requests, wait a couple of days for the rescue team to arrive and talk to them. There's no point talking to me." Jing Shu's tone was calm. In the apocalypse, Jing Shu had no intention of selflessly giving away her food. What she had on hand was barely enough for the ship crew. If she had to feed all these people, there wouldn't be enough for even a bite each. The village chief frowned. "But the chicken and those compressed biscuits that came down first were from the rescue team, right? Look at us. So many old and weak, trapped here for so long with no food. The authorities should save us. They can't just watch us starve to death." Jing Shu replied playfully, "Unfortunately, this chicken is mine. As for the compressed biscuits, they were given by the rescue team to the ship's transport crew, not for other refugees. The authorities will take care of the refugees. No one else can or should get involved. Otherwise, it would be considered forming private factions." The villagers were dumbfounded. This completely disrupted their plans. They'd come up with several schemes to get more food, but now, what was this? What kind of answer was this? The village chief was quick to react. He immediately knelt down, gave a secret signal, and started wailing. "We've already eaten those seeds. There's nothing we can do about it now. We don't even know if we'll make it out alive. You can't just let us starve to death. Look at us. At least let us die with full stomachs, even if it's just some biscuits or that old hen." "Yeah, we're starving. Please give us something to eat." A wave of people dropped to their knees, still with enough energy to howl. Li Dayu sighed. "Maybe we should—" Jing Shu remained unmoved and waved her hand. "No. If you keep wailing, I won't care at all." The crowd immediately quieted down. The village chief perked up. "So you're willing to help? You'll give us food?" "I never said that. This food is for the ship crew. If they're willing to share, I won't stop them," Jing Shu said. "They're willing, of course they're willing. We already agreed." Jing Shu continued. "But it won't be for free. You should know that people outside aren't much better off than you. From today on, the ship crew will hire you to work. You'll follow their management, and only those who do their jobs well will get food each day. If you don't work, you don't eat, no matter your age or gender." A new round of wailing broke out. No one wanted to work, and they felt restricted. Jing Shu sneered. "There are only so many compressed biscuits, and it'll be days before the rescue team arrives. If you want to work, have Wang Dan put your name down and start now. If not, keep wailing. Just know that the latecomers definitely won't get any food." A few quick-witted people rushed over while the village chief kept wailing on the ground. This wasn't what he'd expected. His authority was being stripped away. "Which one of you is Aunt Wang?" Jing Shu called out. After she spoke, a tall, thin, middle-aged woman stepped forward. I'm the one," the wrinkled, middle-aged woman said nervously. Jing Shu looked her up and down. She was tall and thin, but among this group she was relatively clean. Jing Shu nodded to herself and said, "I heard from Captain Li that you've been cooking for everyone lately. I'd like to hire you as the cook for the next few days. Your pay will be 2 meals a day." A smile appeared on Aunt Wang's sallow face. "Oh, I have a daughter. Can she help me? She's very capable. Cooking for dozens of people is a big job, and I need a hand." Aunt Wang's daughter looked 17 or 18, but she was so thin and small she resembled a dried radish. She looked at Jing Shu nervously. Jing Shu squinted, thought about her plan, and nodded. "All right, you can pick a few more women to help. You'll be in charge of all the cooking. Before each meal, check the head count with Wang Dan, then come to me for ingredients. Today we'll eat early. Once Wang Dan finishes counting, come get the food from me." Everyone would get a fixed portion. No one could eat their fill. There were only so many compressed biscuits, and Jing Shu wanted to save most for the ship crew, with a small portion mixed with mud to make mud cakes for the villagers. Aunt Wang was a bit surprised. With so little food, why did she need so many helpers? Wasn't it just dissolving biscuits in water? But she said nothing. As soon as Jing Shu finished speaking, those who'd been hesitating stopped crying and scrambled to sign up with Wang Dan. It didn't matter what the work was. At least there'd be food. If you were late, you might not get any. Didn't you hear? The food was rationed and based on head count. No matter what it was, it had to be better than eating dirt every day. Wang Dan finished counting and awkwardly asked Jing Shu, "So, what should we have them do? Is there anything they can help with? I wouldn't trust them with the seeds. If they stole and ate them, we'd have nowhere to cry." Jing Shu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Have them dismantle every burnable material from the houses in Gashan Valley and bring it to us for heating and cooking. Dig big mud pits nearby, extract the finest mud from the bottom, filter it, and give it to Aunt Wang to start making mud cakes. Try to store enough dry rations before the rescue team arrives. Set a workload for them. Pick 2 of the best workers as team leaders to supervise. Anyone who slacks off gets no food." Jing Shu was making them prepare their own rations. People outside worked every day for just this kind of food. Why should these people get to eat for free? In the apocalypse, if you want to survive, you have to work for it. Relying on government handouts, or on her, wasn't realistic. Suddenly, the previously scattered ship crew and villagers had a backbone, something to do, and even a bit of hope for the future. Wang Dan quickly assigned tasks. Some grabbed shovels to dig mud pits, some filtered the best soil, and others started dismantling houses for beams, wood blocks, beds. Anything that could be burned was brought to the ship crew. The village chief and a few others watched and mocked. Idiots, working just because they told you to. Who knows if you'll even get food? There was a big pit near the ship, filled with muddy water. This was everyone's water supply. Next to it was a makeshift double-pit stove. Aunt Wang brought her daughter and 2 other village women to the stove, all of them a bit afraid of Jing Shu. They explained how they'd been cooking lately, with Wang Dan adding details. Our ship crew in Gashan Valley were moved here by the shifting plates. We finished all our food. Aunt Wang found leather and tree roots from every house, chopped them up, boiled them, and then dug up dirt from the ground. Later, we ground up bad seeds and mixed them in, making a kind of mush. Everyone could get half full at least. Smart. At least you survived. Staying alive is the most important thing. Jing Shu nodded. Leather belts and such are made from animal skin, so they have some protein, though they're tough and hard to digest. Li Dayu was just foolish. If he'd eaten like this, he wouldn't have ended up with a swollen belly. Aunt Wang said modestly, "My parents' generation survived famines this way. Back then, at least there were grass roots and tree bark. Boil them and you could eat them." Wang Dan said, "Today, 35 people are working. The filtered soil and fuel will be delivered soon. When do we start making mud cakes?" Jing Shu took 10 compressed biscuits and 3 eggs from her backpack and handed them over. "Let's have a good meal this time. Boil the biscuits into a porridge and add the eggs. After the meal, Aunt Wang, you and your helpers can start making mud cakes. Mix the biscuit porridge with soil, shape it into cakes, and bake them dry over the fire. They'll be crisp and flavorful, better than eating leather." "All right," Aunt Wang agreed. She was already satisfied to eat mud cakes with even a little biscuit in them. This girl was right. Survival was what mattered. She glanced at her daughter. So many children in Gashan Valley were gone. She had to make sure her daughter survived. As long as they were alive, there was hope. And one day, they'd see the sun again. With everything arranged, Jing Shu and Wang Dan boarded the ship. According to Wang Dan, the canal they'd been on suddenly dried up, stranding the ship on land. The moving plates carried it all the way here, where it finally crashed into a row of houses in Gashan Valley. The ship was spacious, but every closed compartment was filled with seeds. The rest was just a bathroom, a control room, 2 sleeping quarters, and a simple kitchen. Jing Shu had Wang Dan fetch a few buckets of water to the ship's kitchen, then took out a small filter to purify it. Wang Dan clicked his tongue in amazement. He hadn't expected Jing Shu to carry a water filter everywhere. Even in the apocalypse, she was so particular. But thinking of her status, he understood. A big shot like her had to be particular. He followed Jing Shu excitedly. "Are we having biscuit porridge too? With egg?" "I don't like that," Jing Shu replied. Before Wang Dan could wonder what was wrong with biscuit porridge, Jing Shu clapped her hands. "Let's go. Let the water filter. Once it's done, we'll cook." "Go where?" "To find your captain." 5 minutes later, Li Dayu looked at the bowl of live worms in Jing Shu's hand with a strange expression. He swallowed. "Are you really going to eat that? Will eating it cure my bloated stomach?" But these worms looked so fierce. Wouldn't they bite through his intestines? Just imagining live worms crawling into his mouth, through his stomach and intestines. Wang Dan, meanwhile, was amazed. "My God, Jing Shu, you're incredible. Where did you get so many worms? We've dug through all the mud these days looking for something to eat but couldn't even find an earthworm." Li Dayu gritted his teeth. He was close to death anyway, so it didn't matter how he died. Desperate times called for desperate measures. He turned to his dry, anxious teammates and said, "No matter what happens to me, don't blame Miss Jing Shu. She's only trying to help." Wang Dan said, "Captain, just eat it. I don't think Jing Shu would joke about something like this. I trust her." Li Dayu took the bowl of worms. Strangely, the bowl was full of wriggling worms, but none tried to escape. They just crawled densely inside, as if something was restraining them. Still, just looking at them made his scalp tingle. He'd never seen this kind of worm before. Their mouthparts were sharper and flatter than any he'd seen. I just pour them straight into my mouth? Li Dayu confirmed again. Jing Shu nodded. Just open your mouth, they'll crawl in. Whatever you do, don't bite. Li Dayu swallowed hard, brought the bowl to his lips, and watched as the worms frantically poured into his mouth, over his tongue, and down his throat. So itchy, so uncomfortable. But he didn't dare move, even as tears streamed down his face from the sensation. After 3 to 5 seconds, all the worms had crawled inside. Li Dayu gasped for air, scratching at his throat and feeling an intense itch in his chest. It really felt like thousands of worms crawling inside him. The worms got to work, devouring all the undigested dirt clogging his stomach and intestines. If a passage was too narrow, they lined up and squeezed through one by one. Soon, Li Dayu was clutching his belly, which began to tremble violently as his body tried to reject the invaders. Sweating and gritting his teeth, Li Dayu pounded the ground in pain. The others, who had been considering trying the worm cure for their own indigestion, immediately gave up after seeing this. Li Dayu looked like a woman in labor, clutching his belly in agony. Actually, Li Dayu's condition could have been treated by a doctor after rescue with a stomach pump or other methods, but that would take days. Who knew if he could last that long? His belly was so swollen he couldn't eat anything, and he was suffering constantly. Jing Shu chose this simple, brutal method. It was painful, but it worked fast. Compared to dying, it was just like giving birth. No worse than what every woman goes through, right? Seeing everything was under control, Jing Shu waved her hand. About half an hour. Once you pass the worms, you'll be fine. I'm off to cook. She left, as if it were nothing. Once again, she left behind a crowd of awestruck, admiring faces. Wang Dan's respect for Jing Shu had already gone from a mighty river to the vast ocean. Jing Shu carried her big suitcase and backpack, with fat chicken in tow, back to the kitchen. She locked the door tightly, made sure no one was watching, and finally took out the cooked food she'd prepared long ago from her space. Roast sirloin, T-bone steak, grilled sausage with enoki mushrooms and beef rolls, and scallops with vermicelli. She devoured it all. She tossed the T-bone to fat chicken and occasionally gave it some meat to improve its diet. She also drank a big pot of creamy white mushroom soup with rich cheese and ate some apples, bananas, and oranges. Only then did she feel re-energized and ready to start making dinner. Heaven knew how long it had been since she'd eaten so well. She'd had no real private space, and everyone around her was so sharp. She didn't dare let her guard down for a second. What should I make next that's filling and delicious? Somehow the smell of hot pot began to drift through the air. Even the people of Gashan Valley, who had just barely filled their stomachs with watery gruel, couldn't help but drool at the faint, spicy aroma. It had to be an illusion. How could there be hot pot at a time like this? Aunt Wang, carrying a freshly baked flatbread, came to the ship to report to Wang Dan. She saw the ship crew sitting around a campfire, each holding a bowl of fragrant milk tea. She could see soft, soaked oats floating in the tea. Just one sip of the milky oats was enough to tempt anyone. The crew blew carefully on the steaming milk tea, sipping it in small, cautious mouthfuls, afraid it was all a dream. Aunt Wang swallowed hard. She hadn't had milk, let alone milk tea, in years. Outside the fire was a kang, heated brick bed, built from earth. From Aunt Wang's angle, she could see flatbreads baking to a golden brown on the inner wall, sprinkled with fragrant sesame seeds. The smell of baking bread wafted over. Above the fire, a big pot was bubbling. Aunt Wang saw all kinds of vegetables she hadn't seen in ages, and even meat. The rich aroma of meat and hot pot drifted far and wide. It was really just a simple stew. But with spicy beef jerky, spicy rabbit, and big chunks of ham, the broth was rich and flavorful. Add in all kinds of dried vegetables, and the stew was unexpectedly delicious and fragrant. Jing Shu handed Li Dayu a bowl of milk tea. Once your stomach is cleared out, drink more milk tea. Eat some bread first, and more vegetables than meat, or it'll be hard to digest. Jing Shu was truly grateful to Li Dayu. Without such a responsible captain, her seeds might not have survived so well. Li Dayu nodded sheepishly, his stomach rumbling with hunger. Jing Shu had already told everyone, after so long without rich or greasy food, they should drink milk tea and eat bread first, then have the stew. With such a good meal, everyone felt the hardship had been worth it. "Aunt Wang?" Wang Dan called several times before Aunt Wang snapped out of it. She swallowed and said, "I made the mud cakes according to your recipe. Here's a baked one. What do you think? If it's good, I'll keep making them this way." Wang Dan scratched his head. He didn't know about these things, so he called Jing Shu over to decide. Jing Shu picked out a few pieces of meat and handed them to Aunt Wang. "Sorry, there aren't any bowls. Just eat a little for now. You'll have to work hard these next few days." Aunt Wang took the meat without hesitation, her words of thanks tumbling out as she carefully slipped the meat into her pocket, guarding it so no one outside would see. She wanted to save it for her daughter. After looking over the mud cakes, Jing Shu shook her head. "They're too big and thick. Eating them is like eating dirt. They should be about palm-sized and thinner so they'll be crispier and easier to bite, like rice crackers. Remember, pinch the edges downward so they can be stacked and are easier to carry." "All right." Aunt Wang was deeply impressed. She hadn't expected someone who could eat so well in the apocalypse to know so much about survival, and in just a few hours, Jing Shu had already established authority in this desperate place. Aunt Wang felt she'd chosen the right person to follow. Staying alive was possible now. Before leaving, she promised to do her best. Wang Dan gave Jing Shu a thumbs up. "How do you know so much?" Jing Shu gave a mysterious smile. "Just lived a long time, that's all." "You're so young, you really know how to joke, ha ha ha." Jing Shu just smiled and said no more. The meal wasn't much, and on a normal day a pot this size wouldn't be enough for a dozen adults. But after 2 bowls of milk tea and a cake, everyone was almost full. The meat and vegetables in the pot were shared politely, with each person leaving just 1 piece of each type, and everyone claimed they were full, but the soup was finished to the last drop. Jing Shu smiled helplessly and gave the last bit in the pot to Li Dayu. "They still have dirt in their stomachs that hasn't digested. You eat a bit more. There's still a lot of work for you to do." Li Dayu originally refused, but when she mentioned there was still a lot of work, he hesitated, then finished off the rest and let out a satisfied burp, finally feeling glad to be alive. After the meal, everyone's strength returned, and they no longer looked so gaunt and starved. They began to inventory resources and pack up, ready to start moving supplies as soon as the rescue team arrived. In short, everyone was busy again. This wasn't like before, just waiting to die on the ship. Jing Shu gave Li Dayu an important task, to look after Fat Chicken and her suitcase. This is an important job? And there's a lot to do?" Li Dayu felt Jing Shu was just finding a way to take care of him, though he was still weak. Jing Shu said seriously, "That suitcase is my family's entire fortune. What we eat these days depends on it. What if someone with bad intentions tries to steal it? And you don't know how many people are eyeing that chicken. What if someone tries to take it? Taking care of the chicken isn't easy either." She gave him a look of utmost trust. "All right." Li Dayu accepted the important job, then glanced at Fat Chicken, who was contentedly laying eggs in its nest, eyes half closed in bliss. Yes, it really did need to be watched. If anyone tried to take the chicken, he'd have to protect it. Once everything was settled, Jing Shu followed Wang Dan to check on the seeds. In the ship's cargo hold, a cold wind blew through. Large boxes, just like those in America, were neatly arranged. To keep the seeds from molding or sprouting, Wang Dan and his team had carefully managed temperature and humidity every day. But no matter how careful they were, after so long, there had still been losses for various reasons. Wang Dan explained the current state of the seeds. Some were fine, but others had been heavily depleted. Jing Shu's heart ached to see some seed stocks so low, but as long as there was even a little left, she could plant and propagate them in her Rubik's Cube space and save them for the future. These were seeds from the American Seed Bank, the best of the best. "There aren't any types that are completely gone, right?" Jing Shu asked anxiously. Wang Dan scratched his head, embarrassed. There are 3. One is wheat, one is corn. Jing Shu checked the English labels and breathed a sigh of relief. She had both of those. For corn, she'd collected over 100 varieties, and she especially liked Chinese sweet corn, glutinous corn, and the milky corn from the northeast, so it didn't matter if these were gone. Wang Dan also sighed in relief and added, "There's another one, some kind of rice. When we hit a reef in the canal, a whole box got soaked. Even after drying it, it still molded, so we ate it. It didn't taste good at all. Looked like black rice." Wang Dan felt guilty. Jing Shu checked the English on the box and her head buzzed. It was American wild rice. One of the world's most famous rices, pale black, pointed at both ends, round in the middle, and very long. Her favorite type. Jing Shu had always wanted to try this legendary rice and see what it tasted like. She couldn't believe her luck. Out of tens of thousands of seed types, the one she wanted most was the one that went extinct. Was this like winning the lottery? Jing Shu's face darkened. Not even a single grain left? Wang Dan whispered. None. All molded. All right. Jing Shu took a deep breath. Life always has regrets. She should be grateful she still had so many other rice seeds. While Jing Shu was lost in her regret, a sudden scream came from outside. What's going on? Let's go check it out. Wang Dan turned immediately, and Jing Shu followed, feeling annoyed. The screams grew louder, from one person to several, with cries for help. Supervisors and crew rushed over, and villagers came to watch the commotion. By the time Jing Shu and Wang Dan arrived, a crowd had already gathered. Jing Shu gently pushed her way through, frowning. She already had a bad feeling. It's the village chief and Ergazi. They didn't work, so they didn't get food. They must have tried to steal something and got caught. Let's see what happened inside. Why are they screaming like that? Don't push, I can't see anything. When the crew arrived with torches and finally lit up the scene, everyone gasped, and the lively atmosphere instantly turned cold. The villagers began to back away in fear. Li Dayu saw Jing Shu and stammered, You're here. The chicken. It. Wang Dan's mouth hung open, his tongue as stiff as if it were frozen. He couldn't get a word out. You'd think in the apocalypse, everyone had seen dead bodies, especially in their line of work, but he'd never seen anything this brutal. The wails of the dying men grew weaker, and within just a few minutes, they lost consciousness for good. It was clear from the scene that they'd struggled fiercely, but it didn't matter. That chicken was like a demon, instantly pecking out their eyes. One man didn't even have time to scream before he lost consciousness. He was unlucky enough to have his skull pecked open, leaving a gaping hole and a pool of something leaking out. The villagers stepped back again. Only now, as they looked down, did they realize they were standing in blood. Li Dayu saw Jing Shu walking over so calmly, and the more anxious he got, the more he stuttered, It killed people. It actually killed people. It's just a chicken. How could a chicken be so vicious? Was this really a chicken? Could a chicken kill people? What had he just witnessed? Was this a dream? Jing Shu snapped her fingers. The fierce, murderous chicken finished off the last man, wiped its beak and noble claws on the man's back, then waddled over, shaking its plump behind in a goofy way. It knew its owner liked things clean, didn't like blood, and especially didn't want it eating filthy humans, so it obediently followed Jing Shu, even lifting its head as if asking for praise. Well done, Jing Shu said with a smile, then turned to Li Dayu and asked, Otherwise, how do you think a chicken like this survived until now? Li Dayu swallowed hard, as if something was stuck in his throat. After seeing how savage the chicken was and witnessing it kill 5 people in moments, the villagers backed away even further. They'd thought the chicken would be a delicious meal, but who would have guessed it was a killing god? Who would dare eat it now? That's Ergazi, right? He's dead for sure. And the village chief, the one with his head pecked open? He's the chief, right? Poor guy. How could he just die like that? What happened? How can you let a chicken kill people? What if it kills us too? Whispers spread through the crowd. Aunt Wang spoke up. Are your brains made of pig fat? If she wanted to kill you, would it be hard? Why bother giving you food, making porridge, and giving you eggs? What? Raise you as livestock for the chicken to eat? Pah, clearly those men did something bad. They were rotten to the core. All those kids who died or disappeared last year in Gashan Valley, don't you know anything? Nonsense, what are you talking about? How would we know? Yeah, we're just curious. What did the chief and those guys do to get killed? We're just scared. What if the chicken goes on a rampage? All right, quiet, Jing Shu called out, and the villagers immediately fell silent, cowed by Fat Chicken's aura. Jing Shu asked Li Dayu, Captain Li, what exactly happened? Li Dayu took a moment to recover before saying, The village chief and his men boarded the ship and came to the kitchen to steal food. When they saw me inside, 2 of them held me down while the others tried to steal the chicken and the suitcase. My gun was in my room, so I was overpowered. Then a strange look flashed in Li Dayu's eyes. I didn't really see what happened, but the chicken killed them all. You all arrived right after. The chief and his men wanted to steal all the food and use it to control you. When the rescue team arrived, they might have even taken us hostage. People like that deserved to die. He'd seen it all, too bloody to describe. He decided to keep it as his own secret, not wanting to traumatize anyone else. This wasn't a chicken. It was a wolf in chicken's clothing. Jing Shu smiled slightly. You all heard it. My chicken never kills the innocent. When you all tried to catch it earlier, it just ran away, didn't peck anyone. As long as you don't have bad intentions, it won't bother you. Otherwise, you'll end up like those men. Even if this went to the authorities, there'd be nothing wrong with it. So let's move on. Wang Dan, get someone to clean up the bodies. She handled it lightly, and the villagers didn't dare say a word. Stealing food was common. Before, they'd even tried to steal seeds from the ship, but got caught and just got a beating. The crew never did anything worse. But this time, the chief and his men tried to steal food and died. So horribly, too. After surviving so much and being on the verge of rescue, they died now. What they tried to steal wasn't a chicken, but their own lives. Some villagers had been eyeing Jing Shu, her food, and her chicken. But after this, they gave up. Even when handed dry, thin mud cakes for dinner, no one complained. They just ate and went back to work. The tense atmosphere on the ship didn't last long. Soon, the crew was in high spirits, shouting, 11! 12! Every few dozen minutes, another shout rang out, leaving the villagers below confused. What was happening on the ship? Why were they so excited? Wasn't the chicken terrifying? The shouting continued late into the night, keeping the villagers awake. Jing Shu, drowsy, cleared a clean spot, set up her luxury tent and warm bedding, and put in earplugs. Let those fools count eggs if they wanted, country bumpkins. In the end, no matter how scary the chicken was, its ability to lay eggs was even more valuable. The people who'd been terrified of Fat Chicken, especially Li Dayu, changed completely after Wang Dan said, Hey, didn't it just lay an egg? How did it lay another one? Now, Li Dayu personally fetched water and food for Fat Chicken, worried it might get cold, and even built a fire for it. Wang Dan gave it massages, others groomed its feathers, trimmed its nails, and even told it jokes. They practically worshipped it like a living Buddha. Fat Chicken felt it had reached the peak of its chicken life. It had never received such high treatment before. Laying eggs? That was just an everyday thing in the Jing family. And if you didn't have a special skill in the Jing household, you'd be embarrassed to even compete for attention. All Fat Chicken did was lay a few extra eggs. Look at Dan Yu. She produces dozens of kilos of milk every day. But is she proud? And look at Gudan and Da Hua, who have to pair up and not only lay eggs but hatch them too. Do they show off? Be reserved, be low-key. Fat Chicken remembered its owner's motto and became even more dignified. It fluffed its plump rear, settled comfortably into its nest, drank the last sip of warm water, and declared it was time to sleep. It was off the clock. Laying eggs could wait until after a nap. After all, a chicken can't work 24 hours a day, right? Li Dayu personally guarded the eggs, grinning like a fool all night. Even just looking at them made him happy, even if he didn't eat them. He remembered Wang Dan asking how many eggs this chicken could lay. Well, in just this short time, it had laid so many. Jing Shu barely slept that night. Even with a thick mattress, a hot water bottle, and extra blankets, it was still cold. There was a damp chill that seeped into her bones and made her uncomfortable. The temperature on the ship was like an ice cellar. Even with a windproof tent, it was no better than camping in the wild. Compared to her luxury minibus, it was worlds apart. It was hard to imagine how she'd survived nights like this in her previous life. So when she heard the sounds of firewood burning and people talking outside, she got up. Aunt Wang was already outside with her daughter, stomping their feet to keep warm, waiting to get today's compressed biscuits to make mud cakes. She also brought a batch of yesterday's baked mud cakes. All the food made each day had to be handed in and then distributed at mealtime. Controlling the food meant controlling the villagers' fate. Wang Dan scratched his head. "What are we having for breakfast? More mud cakes? The water's already boiling." He wanted to eat yesterday's food again, but he knew that kind of meal couldn't be an everyday thing, and Jing Shu's private stash couldn't possibly feed so many grown men for long. Yawning, Jing Shu handed Aunt Wang the biscuits and assigned the day's tasks. Aunt Wang hesitated, then said, "Some villagers are grumbling about eating mud cakes every day. They say the work is too hard and want some meat." Having mud cakes to eat was already a blessing, these people. Jing Shu nodded, saying she understood, but didn't promise to solve it. Before leaving, Aunt Wang patted her chest and said, "Let them talk. I know they're just trying to stir up trouble and get more benefits. We'll keep working hard to make the mud cakes." Watching Aunt Wang and her daughter leave the ship, Jing Shu asked as she walked, "How many eggs did the chicken lay? I want eggs for breakfast. I can't get used to mud cakes." Wang Dan grinned. 15. The captain treasured them so much he slept hugging them all night. Jing Shu covered her face. When she got to Li Dayu's room, she found him indeed hugging the eggs, with his gun nearby, as if ready to shoot anyone who tried to take them. When Jing Shu said she was taking all the eggs, Li Dayu was shocked. "All of them? There are only 12 of us. We can't eat that many. At least leave half. What if the rescue team takes a few more days? We'll run out of food. One meal for this many people is a huge drain." Even Wang Dan, who usually followed orders, nodded. "If the captain hadn't started rationing a month ago, we wouldn't have survived. We should save more food just in case." Jing Shu understood that sense of insecurity from lack of food. Even if you didn't eat it, just having it gave you hope. Watching your food supplies dwindle felt like your life was running out. "Fine, I'll leave one. The chicken will keep laying eggs, don't worry." She left one egg for Li Dayu to hold on to for comfort, then took the rest to make breakfast. They'd used up all the flour making flatbreads yesterday, but that didn't stop Jing Shu. She boiled noodles in the hot water, then scooped them out and pressed them into oiled stone pans, leaving a hollow in the center for the egg yolk, which she slowly fried into a golden round cake, 12 in all, each with an egg yolk in the middle. She didn't waste the noodle water either. She cooked vermicelli, dried vegetables, and beef bits in it, then beat all the egg whites and a few more eggs into the pot, making a rich, chunky egg drop soup. She sprinkled in lots of pepper and vinegar, and her homemade spicy and sour soup was ready. Soon, the aroma of fried egg pancakes and rich broth wafted out. After sneaking a bite of her own private stash, Jing Shu called everyone to eat. They were already drooling, stomachs growling as they looked at her. "All right, let's keep breakfast simple," Jing Shu said, handing out a pancake and a big bowl of soup with vermicelli, veggies, egg, and meat to each person. Wang Dan took a sip, the savory egg and meat melting together, the spicy, sour, steaming broth making his whole body tingle. One bite of the pancake with its soft dough and rich egg yolk, and he felt like he was floating. This is simple? This is the best meal of my life." Li Dayu exhaled in satisfaction, feeling warm even in the cold. "I thought a boiled egg for breakfast would be the best I could hope for after half a year. I never imagined eggs could be cooked like this. It's even better than boiled eggs." Jing Shu felt a little smug in the corner. Before the apocalypse, she'd downloaded a whole cookbook, especially 101 ways to cook eggs. She'd only tried a dozen so far, but when she had time, she wanted to try them all. Still, Li Dayu was right. Her favorite was always the simplest: a boiled egg with a sprinkle of salt Absolutely delicious. Just as she was enjoying this happy scene, wailing and screaming erupted outside again, ruining the peace. Wang Dan grabbed his weapon and rushed out, Jing Shu following, while Li Dayu hugged Fat Chicken, his eyes sparkling with hope as if asking, "When will you start work again, dear chicken?" After getting off the transport ship, the villagers shouted, "Monster! Kill it! Help! There's a monster! It's eating people!" And so on. Wang Dan rushed forward, yelling for everyone to back up and asking where the monster was. From a distance, Jing Shu could already see a huge figure rustling around, tearing apart the corpses on the ground. Weren't those the 5 people who died yesterday? Now, a giant bug was feasting on them, and there were only 2 bodies left. The crowd grew even more frantic. After the bug finished the corpses, what would it eat next? The answer was obvious. The village chief is so miserable. His head was pecked open by the chicken and now he's being eaten by this monster. Yesterday, someone said they envied Ergazi for grabbing a few compressed biscuits. Still envious? Today he's being eaten, not even a whole body left. What a way to go. In the dim light, fear and unease were written all over the villagers' faces. Someone even threw a torch from afar, fully illuminating the giant bug monster, and the terror only grew. These mountain villagers had never seen such a huge, terrifying insect, and this bug was afraid of nothing. Stones and torches bounced off its body, and even when Lu Dali hit it with a shovel, the bug just lazily brushed him aside with its massive pincers. If it hadn't been busy eating, Lu Dali's injuries would have been much worse. Where did this monster come from? We only have a small area to move around in. If we don't kill it, we're doomed. Hiding in the houses won't help. Once it's done with the corpses, it'll come for us. Should we hide on the ship? It's tall. Maybe the monster can't get up there. Are you stupid? If the monster made it here, it's obviously tough enough. Let's just hope it's full after eating the bodies and won't come for us. You're even dumber. Have you ever seen a tiger stop eating meat? We used all our doors for firewood. There's nowhere safe to hide. We can only rely on the people up there. They have guns. Guns? Even if you shoot it, what if it doesn't die? Look, Wang Dan's here. Everyone quickly made way, nervously watching Wang Dan. In moments of danger, people instinctively looked to the authorities and police. Wang Dan frowned at the giant bug, raised his gun, and aimed, ready to fire. Wait! Jing Shu grabbed Wang Dan. What are you doing? Wang Dan was baffled. It's eating the corpses. If we don't kill it now, who knows what it'll do next? What if it comes for us? Jing Shu sighed, not sure how to explain. This bug wasn't a monster. It was Xiao Hong, the battle general that Xiao Wei had sent to guide her. She didn't know how Xiao Hong had survived the fall from such a height, but she was relieved it was safe. Now that it was here, how could she let anyone hurt it? These adorable bugs were her future source of wealth, her precious little helpers for trading resources. Besides, Xiao Hong was just eating corpses, which was perfectly normal. Why were these people so scared? Well, if she didn't know the truth, she'd probably want to kill the bug and use it for feed too. So she couldn't just tell Wang Dan to stop and let everyone ignore the monster. That would be too suspicious and hard to explain. She couldn't reveal too much either. Jing Shu sighed again. It was really hard to explain things to ordinary people. She waved her hand, not wanting to waste words. Come on, follow me. You two, help me carry something. She'd show these simple villagers with her actions. Don't be afraid. This was their future food source, and they should treat it with care and kindness. The 2 people she pointed at trembled. Carry what? The bodies? Everyone in Gashan Valley knew Jing Shu's reputation by now. Those 5 corpses were a warning. Li Dayu was reasonable, but Jing Shu, she was a ruthless demon you couldn't afford to cross. Jing Shu asked, Didn't you all say you were tired of mud cakes and wanted some meat? I'm going to get you some now. One of the men she picked out looked like he was about to cry. No, I don't want meat anymore. I'll eat dirt, I swear. Please have mercy. I'll never eat human flesh again. Jing Shu frowned. Did she just hear something alarming? At that moment, Liu Dali, limping with a shovel, stepped out. "What do you need carried? I'll go with you." "Let's go." Jing Shu led Liu Dali toward Xiao Hong. She knew there was no point in talking. Actions spoke louder than words. Wang Dan, gun in hand, hurried after her, anxious. "Jing Shu, what are you doing? That bug eats people. It's too dangerous. You can't go over there." "Just follow me. Don't talk and don't shoot or you won't get lunch," Jing Shu replied. Wang Dan didn't dare say another word. He jogged alongside her, gun at the ready, determined to shield her with his body if the bug attacked, making Jing Shu both amused and exasperated. The villagers whispered among themselves, curious and amazed at Jing Shu's boldness. Xiao Hong stopped, its 36 massive legs waving in the air. It lifted its head to look at Jing Shu, who had a bristle from Xiao Wei's abdomen stuck in her hair. Wang Dan was tense, and the villagers behind him were even more so, terrified the bug would suddenly go berserk. They didn't care about Jing Shu's safety, but they cared about their own. Jing Shu stopped 5 meters in front of Xiao Hong. She thought for a moment. Xiao Hong was connected to Xiao Wei, but it wasn't intelligent. She wasn't sure if her message would get through. She tried, "Hey, tear off a few of your legs for me." Wang Dan, villagers. "Did we just run into a lunatic? She's talking to a bug like that? Watch it slap her with a leg." Xiao Hong tilted its head, quietly watching Jing Shu, unmoving. Jing Shu scratched her head. As expected, she was overthinking it. "Well, I'll just have to do it myself." She walked up to the giant bug, its huge belly pressed to the mud, over 2 meters high. Xiao Hong seemed a bit at a loss, and the bristle in Jing Shu's hair trembled slightly. Jing Shu casually picked a long leg from the giant bug, snapped it off with a crack, and tossed it to the dumbfounded Liu Dali behind her. Just like that, with the villagers' jaws practically on the ground, she broke off a few more legs and handed them to Wang Dan. After making sure the bug's legs were finally symmetrical on both sides, she clapped her hands in satisfaction and turned to leave. Villagers. Obsessive-compulsive much? Even if it's missing legs, it has to be symmetrical. The bug itself didn't seem to care about losing a few legs. After all, it had plenty. Jing Shu had only broken off 6 legs from the bug's 36, and not even at the base, but halfway down. She'd heard that after a while they'd grow back, just like lotus roots. That meant she could harvest them again later. But the villagers didn't see it that way. They stared wide-eyed, not quite believing what they'd just witnessed. What was that thing? Such a huge bug just let someone break off its legs like that, without fighting back? Was it really that easy? Were monsters these days so docile? This was nothing like how it had acted before. "What are you standing around for? Didn't you say you wanted some meat? Is this enough? If not, I'll break off a few more," Jing Shu asked the stunned Liu Dali. Wasn't she considerate? They said they wanted meat, and she got them meat. People as easygoing as her were rare. It took Liu Dali a while to react. He could barely carry 3 legs, each weighed over 10 kilos. He still felt like he was dreaming, his legs weak beneath him. He couldn't believe it. This woman had just walked up and snapped off the monster's legs, and it hadn't even fought back. Wang Dan wasn't much better. Now, when he looked at Jing Shu, it was with the awe one reserves for a true monster. No, not a monster, but a genius beyond words. His admiration for her was now beyond description. She really broke off the monster's legs, and it didn't even resist. "Look, she's coming back, and the monster just went back to eating the corpses." Maybe it's not so scary after all. Should we go break off some legs for a barbecue? Don't those legs look like crab legs? Ever had crab legs? They're delicious. Some people started to get ideas, eyeing the bug as if it were dinner. Jing Shu led Wang Dan and Liu Dali back. "This bug is mine. It only listens to me, so don't mess with it. If you get eaten, I won't help you. Here's some bug leg meat for your meal. Work hard and stock up on rations, or you'll go hungry on the road." With that, she left with the 2 men. Whether the villagers listened or not was up to them. Everywhere was the same now. Even the authorities were struggling to feed people. Having food at all was a blessing. Jing Shu had Liu Dali help Aunt Wang process the bug legs. shelling them, removing the stinky meat, chopping it up, and then Aunt Wang mixed the meat into the mud cakes and baked them into meat mud cakes. All kinds of fuel burned in the stove, giving off a pungent smell, but there was no choice. Aunt Wang knew they had to make as many cooked mud cakes as possible before rescue arrived. The road ahead was long, and even if the authorities rescued them, there was no way they'd send a special vehicle. Too much fuel. Most likely they'd have to walk out on their own. Sure enough, later someone tried to copy Jing Shu and get some bug leg meat, but as soon as they got close, the bug's giant pincers snapped their arm, blood everywhere. Only then did the villagers realize the danger and never dared approach the bug again. Jing Shu, meanwhile, wasn't as carefree as she seemed. Li Dayu was guarding the seeds so closely, with everything recorded, that she couldn't sneak any away to store in her space. She'd have to wait for rescue. Since things were stable, she wasn't in a rush. But there was another reason she'd come down alone. She'd finally found the black liquid needed to upgrade her Rubik's Cube space, and she wasn't about to give up. Yesterday, while observing the giant waves at the boundary, constantly grinding and swallowing everything, she'd noticed something odd. After dealing with all the mess, Jing Shu quietly made her way to the turbulent boundary. The closer she got, the more the ground trembled, with thunderous rumbling. It was like a giant conveyor belt, carrying everything to the end, crushing it, and then sending it all underground. It was like a black hole, swallowing everything. Jing Shu watched for a while and started to feel dizzy. She didn't understand the science behind it, but in the apocalypse that didn't matter. She only dared to stay at the edge of Gashan Valley, not getting too close. And even then she felt woozy. But there was definitely something wrong here. She had to investigate. Jing Shu was cautious. Having died once, she valued her life. She sent a small snake to scout ahead. As soon as the snake slithered onto the land, it was swept up by the conveyor belt and carried away. Through the snake, Jing Shu got a bit of information, but not much. Soon the two colliding forces crushed the snake like a meat grinder. She frowned. Of all the animals she could control, only snakes were agile enough, but even they didn't stand a chance. She'd have to try bugs. She divided her bugs into groups and sent them into the surging waves, watching as they were carried to the end, to the collision point. Good. It's slow, but the bugs are small enough not to get crushed by the waves. Jing Shu was excited. An elephant can't crush an ant after all. She focused on the information from the bugs. Everything, including the bugs and all the debris, was carried by the conveyor belt to the end, into that black hole. The bugs fell in and she sensed that they were surrounded by black liquid. Then they were instantly swallowed. All the bugs were wiped out, or rather the black liquid devoured them. She didn't know if it was a physical or mental annihilation. Jing Shu's heart raced. She couldn't shake the thought. If she could just get some of that black liquid from the black hole, she'd be rich. But everything she sent in was destroyed. How could she possibly get her hands on that dangerous liquid? Ever since arriving in the Tianshan Mountains, black liquid had started appearing. As long as you searched in the mud, you could find it. Though it needed refining to get even a little, it was undeniable that this black liquid was everywhere, just in varying amounts. The most she'd ever seen was in Xiao Wei's underground nest, where there were dozens of kilograms of pure black liquid. Jing Shu even suspected that the origin of these giant bugs was the queen drinking this black liquid, transforming into her current form, and that the connection between Xiao Wei and the queen was also due to this black crystal. If the black liquid could create new species like the giant bugs, how many more new species were hidden in the Tianshan Mountains? So the ultimate question, if the whole mountain range was full of this black liquid, where was its source? Only after reaching this boundary and sending bugs into the ever-devouring black hole did Jing Shu get excited and suspicious. Could this be the source of all the black liquid in the mountains? From the last message the bugs sent, the entire black hole was filled with black liquid. How much could there be? Jing Shu couldn't help but swallow nervously. She wasn't greedy, just enough to upgrade her space would be enough. It's about 1 kilometer from here to the black hole. I can't get any closer. Too many deadly risks. Jing Shu cherished her life, especially after dying once. No matter how tempting, she would never risk her life unless she was sure it was safe. She paced around the trembling earth. Any further, and even a stone would be swept away by the conveyor belt, smashed together with another, and sent into the black hole, a never-ending cycle. Who knew how much had already been ground up and sent in? Let's try with bugs again. Why do I lose contact as soon as they touch the black liquid? Jing Shu sent out a whole army of bugs, lined up and heading for the black hole, all connected by a long, thick, reinforced silk thread. Ever since she'd used this trick in America to steal red liquid, she'd realized how useful it was, and had prepared even better silk since then. The silk was tough and light, and could be carried by bugs to places she couldn't reach. Her Rubik's Cube space had a special rule. To store an object, she needed to be touching something connected to it. As long as the bugs brought the silk to the right place, she could use it as a medium to collect the black liquid into her space. The bug army, each biting the silk, entered the conveyor belt and were carried away. Jing Shu watched the silk and the bugs nervously. When the bugs reached the end and were sent into the black hole, the first ones were quickly submerged in the black liquid. "This is it! Collect!" As soon as the bugs touched the liquid, she lost contact. Worse, the black liquid didn't enter her Rubik's Cube space. The black liquid was like an endless starry sky, sparkling and flowing in the black hole, almost as if it were alive, conscious. A single entity made up of countless minds, making her feel the vastness of the universe and her own insignificance. Through the bugs further back, she sensed that the first bugs to fall in didn't die. They were alive, frantically sucking up the black liquid. In other words, once they entered the liquid, Jing Shu lost control. But the black liquid in the mud and in Zhao Wei's nest hadn't caused her to lose control of her animals. Why was this different? As more and more bugs lost contact, Jing Shu grew anxious. There were so many rules for collecting things into her space. She didn't know which one was the problem. Was it because the black liquid was alive? Or a single entity? Or conscious? Suddenly, Jing Shu realized that in the very first instant the bugs swallowed the liquid, she still had contact. Only after they swallowed it did she lose it. And just now she'd managed to collect a single drop of black liquid before losing contact. This discovery thrilled her. For every bug that went down the silk, she could, in that split second, use the silk as a medium to collect a drop of black liquid from the bug's mouth. The bugs marched into the black hole, and as she lost contact with them in waves, she gained drop after drop of black liquid. As soon as it entered her space, the Rubik's Cube absorbed it all, not a drop wasted. Each bug only brought back a drop, but with her massive army, soon over 1 million bugs had entered the black hole. Her Rubik's Cube space sent out a happy chime. It was almost full. Jing Shu gritted her teeth. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. She had to keep going. She sent out her last batch of elite bugs, keeping only a few top-tier ones as breeding stock. It would take a lot of effort to rebuild her army, but it was worth it. This batch brought even more surprises. Maybe because they'd absorbed more spiritual spring water, they were stronger and could resist the black liquid longer. She could collect several drops from each before losing contact. In an instant, her Rubik's Cube space was filled to the brim. Jing Shu's consciousness began to blur, but she forced herself to keep going, to collect as much black liquid as possible. Who knew when she'd get another chance like this? Jing Shu never understood why every time her Rubik's Cube space upgraded, she'd get knocked out cold. Couldn't the system just update online like a phone? Why did it have to force her offline every time? It always delayed her so much. She wanted to collect as much as possible while she could. But soon, Jing Shu figured it out. Upgrading the Rubik's Cube was like getting anesthesia before surgery. They had to open up your skull and stuff something in. And only after the upgrade would you wake up groggy. If they didn't use anesthesia and just forced it in, it would probably hurt to death. As her consciousness faded, Jing Shu's head throbbed more and more, sweat beading on her forehead. It felt like thousands of bugs were gnawing at her brain. This pain was worse than any upgrade before. "It hurts so much," Jing Shu managed a satisfied smile at the cubic meter of black liquid now in her space, then couldn't care less about collecting more. Her eyes rolled back and she instantly passed out, collapsing into the filthy mud. Soon, the mud began to soak her through. Unbeknownst to Jing Shu, a world-shaking event was happening. The bug army, still tied to the silk in her hand, kept falling into the black liquid, completely losing contact with their master and no longer transporting black liquid into her space. Normally, without Jing Shu's command, nothing else could be put into her space. But now, the space itself was buzzing with excitement, emitting a jubilant sound. As the silk fell into the black liquid, the liquid visibly disappeared. Just moments ago, Jing Shu had tried to collect the black liquid and failed, but now, after she lost consciousness, the space was absorbing it on its own. At the same time, the black hole let out a shrill, howling cry. Every living creature in the Tianshan Mountains was seized with terror, especially Xiao Wei's giant bugs, who huddled together, trembling. Even Xiao Wei felt uneasy, not knowing what was happening, just that an angry, terrified voice kept echoing in her ears, as if it were being tortured, wailing in agony. This bizarre sound killed almost all the bugs that had just feasted. The frequency wasn't one humans could hear, so no one knew what was happening in the black hole. It's like when you pick an eggplant. It screams 37 times, but the frequency is beyond human hearing, so we're not on the same channel. This was a war between dimensions, just as ants in two-dimensional space can never fight humans in three-dimensional space. The levels simply aren't the same. Normally, dimensions don't interfere with each other, but since the apocalypse, everything had gone haywire. The red liquid Jing Shu encountered before was a product of four-dimensional space. Who knew what dimension the black liquid came from? In the black hole, it was like a fat sheep being devoured by the hungry wolf of the Rubik's cube space, until it finally let out a satisfied burp and everything calmed down. The earth shook even more violently. The black hole seemed to be roaring in rage. After working so hard for months to collect all that, it was snatched away in an instant. No wonder it was furious. The entire Tianshan Mountains began to tremble, swallowing everything around even more greedily. The crust shifted more frequently, making Gashan Valley stuck in a corner, dangerously unstable. At any moment it could be tossed to the edge and swallowed up. And the cause of all this, Jing Shu, knew nothing. She was completely unconscious. Normally, a Rubik's Cube upgrade would only take a few hours and she'd wake up. But this time, maybe because she'd absorbed so much black liquid, Jing Shu's unconsciousness was accompanied by excruciating pain, as if a hammer was pounding her head and the Rubik's Cube space was running at full speed. She lay in the freezing mud for 2 whole days, completely out cold. It wasn't until Fat Chicken led Li Dayu and the others to find her that they carried her back to the ship. "Damn, my head hurts." Jing Shu woke up from the pain, her eyelids heavy as lead. She forced them open a crack and saw she was lying in her tent on the ship, thankfully still safe. Fat Chicken, ever the loyal bodyguard, clucked at the tent entrance to call for help. Jing Shu, usually so clean, was now covered in dried mud, her clothes filthy, and even the tent was a mess. She felt as if she were still lying in the mud pit. So tired, like I haven't slept in days. Jing Shu managed to get up, checked her phone, and realized she'd been out for 2 whole days. Why was she still so tired? If not for her concern about the space, she'd have gone right back to sleep. She'd been looking forward to seeing what her Rubik's Cube space would look like after the upgrade. But just then, Wang Dan rushed in with hot water, complaining, "Seriously, why did you pass out alone in such a dangerous place? If we hadn't found you in time, you'd have been swept away. You have no idea. This place suddenly went crazy. The waves expanded and now we only have a few 100 meters of safe ground left. And it's shrinking. Who knows if we'll last until rescue." After drinking some water, Jing Shu couldn't fight the exhaustion and fell asleep again, with Fat Chicken loyally guarding her side. She felt powerless, not knowing what changes her body had undergone. She'd never been this tired before. It was probably due to the space upgrade. Did she have a new ability? She slept for another 3 or 4 days. When she finally woke up again, she found herself lying in her luxury minibus, still overwhelmingly tired. What the hell is going on? Jing Shu was alarmed. After all this time, she didn't feel hungry at all. In fact, she felt full, which was totally abnormal for someone with her appetite. Fighting off the drowsiness, she opened her newly upgraded Rubik's Cube space. The moment she did, it felt like she'd entered another world. Her Rubik's Cube space had completely changed. This is the third form of the Rubik's Cube, the new 9th level cube with 9 by 9 by 9, 729 cubic meters of space. That's 217 cubic meters more than before. Overjoyed, Jing Shu promptly fainted again. When she woke up 3 days later, she was determined to finally get to know her new Rubik's Cube. This time, even though Jing Shu was still overwhelmingly sleepy when she woke up, she felt a bit better than before. Once she saw that everything was safe, she immediately began to explore her newly upgraded Rubik's Cube space. She was excited. If she was right, her Rubik's Cube space had evolved from the second to the third form. The first form of the Rubik's Cube space was simple. After she first unlocked it, her consciousness could enter the space, allowing her to see everything inside and control things with her mind, planting, organizing supplies, and so on. But she couldn't see herself in the space. Inside, she could do whatever she wanted. Her consciousness had absolute control. The second form was semi-realistic. It seemed to overlap with reality. Each cube could combine into any shape and appear instantly before her. She could manipulate the space's contents in the real world, even multitask, talking to others while organizing her space. It was incredibly convenient. With the second form, she could control the Rubik's Cube space anytime, anywhere, and it became much more intuitive, as if the space was right in front of her. She could switch between the first and second forms at will. Jing Shu had always thought the third form would be full reality, no longer virtual, but completely overlapping with the real world. But to her shock, one moment she was lying in her tent, and the next, she was standing inside the Rubik's Cube space. Hundreds of cubes were neatly arranged before her, glowing softly in the endless darkness. All around her were piles of supplies. In the center was a field, now twice as large as before, waiting to be planted beside the spiritual spring. The other half of the field was already full of vegetables, fruits, and crops growing in every direction. Jing Shu found herself standing right next to the field. She stared in disbelief at her own hands, at the mud-stained winter coat she wore, and realized she'd just stepped on a few chili plants. She crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil. It felt completely real. She carefully walked to a tree heavy with cherries, picked a few dark red fruits and popped them into her mouth. The sweet, juicy flavor lingered. Cherries are just big cherries, and these were from Chile. She'd snuck a seed from the seed bank and planted it here a few days ago. In just 10 days, the cherries in her space had ripened. But that wasn't the main point. The real shock was that Jing Shu herself was inside the space, not just her consciousness, not just a virtual presence, but her whole self, physically present. She could actually enter the Rubik's Cube space? Jing Shu was overjoyed. If she could really enter the space, then even the apocalypse wouldn't be a problem. If there was danger, she could hide inside. The space could simulate the perfect environment for plants and animals. Surely it could do the same for humans. Maybe she could even live here long term. But her excitement was short-lived. When she opened her eyes, she was back in her tent, hand still raised as before, in exactly the same position. The only difference was the lingering taste of cherries in her mouth, making her wonder if it had all been a dream. Except it really felt like she'd eaten something. So had she really entered the space just now? To find out, Jing Shu held her phone in front of her and started recording. She activated the third form, and the world changed. She was back in the space. This time she picked peaches, pears, apples, and ate a handful of cherries, then exited the space while still chewing. As soon as she opened her eyes, she quickly swallowed the cherries and checked the video. Sure enough, her heart sank. While her consciousness was in the Rubik's Cube space, her body had stayed in the tent the whole time. So, this third form is just my consciousness fully entering the Rubik's Cube space? The me in the space isn't my real body? What is this? Consciousness materialization? Jing Shu experimented several times but still couldn't figure out the true use of this third form. Was it just for sneaking snacks? After all, with the third form, she could eat in the space and no one outside would notice. No smells, no evidence. She could eat whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted, just by closing her eyes. It was perfect for secret snacking. But surely the third form wasn't just for that? Jing Shu was baffled. There had to be more to it. Wait. She scanned her space again and suddenly realized the black liquid she'd sacrificed almost all her bugs to collect before passing out was gone. Completely gone. Before the upgrade, she'd had a whole cubic meter of the stuff. She quickly realized, usually a space upgrade only took a few hours, but this time she'd been unconscious for days and was still exhausted, as if something had been forcibly stuffed into her brain. Could it be that the space had absorbed all the black liquid, causing this? And after the upgrade, she felt like something was different about her space, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Had her space mutated? Because she was so focused on her upgraded space, and because she could only stay awake for 2 hours at a time before needing to sleep, she barely participated in the rescue's aftermath. But things went smoothly anyway. To her surprise, Junbao left with Hong Bin, Green Willow, and Yang Yang, apparently to look for places with large amounts of black liquid. It was valuable for research. Jing Shu could only laugh. She'd promised Junbao she'd be in charge of the black liquid and even join his research company, but now her space was completely empty. Li Dayu took the ship's crew and the seeds to Wucheng, while the local villagers were handed over to the rescue team to travel with the seed convoy. On the minibus, aside from Hao Yunlai, who looked pitiful and waited for her to wake up every day, everyone else had been replaced by new rescue team members. She didn't know a single one. After dozing off again, Jing Shu suddenly found herself in the Rubik's Cube space, holding a 10-layer cube. As she idly twisted it, she realized that practicing the cube inside the space made her mind sharper, her thoughts quicker, and even her hands more nimble. Could it be that the third form of the Rubik's Cube space is just for practicing the Rubik's Cube better? Jing Shu couldn't help but wonder. Honestly, it didn't seem impossible. Inside the space, she didn't feel tired at all. In fact, she was full of energy, warm and comfortable, and just felt great all over. She first organized her 10-layer Rubik's Cube materials, got familiar with them, and then started running through algorithms. After a few hours, she suddenly realized, wait, wasn't I supposed to be sleeping? How did I end up practicing the Rubik's Cube? Does this count as sleeping? When she opened her eyes, blinking in her tent, she realized she wasn't as tired anymore. But the next time she fell asleep, she found herself back in the Rubik's Cube space, which left her endlessly questioning herself. Was she sleeping or awake? Luckily, she didn't have to dwell on this for long, because after days of travel, they finally arrived at Wucheng. Jing Shu felt a mix of anxiety and relief. She'd only gone out to look for seeds, but so much had happened. Still, no matter how hard the journey, the result was what mattered. Finding the seeds was the best possible outcome. And this trip had brought 2 huge gains. First, she'd found the bug queen, Xiao Wei, which would be a stable food source in the future. Even if she wasn't making a huge contribution to society, at least she could produce more food, so fewer people in Wucheng would starve like in her previous life. The people in power wouldn't have to squeeze the rich for more money, and as long as she stuck close to Qianduoduo, she'd be safe. Second, her Rubik's Cube space had finally upgraded again, giving her over 200 extra cubic meters to store supplies. When it came time to migrate next year, she'd be able to prepare even more, which greatly increased her sense of security and quality of life in the apocalypse. This time, she needed to carefully plan what to store in her space, how to maximize its use, and how to handle all the problems migration would bring, ensuring both safety and a touch of comfort and style. As for Xiao Wei, the first batch of bugs had already followed Xiao Hong's team to an abandoned village on the outskirts of Wucheng, waiting for Jing Shu to send people to connect and start pest control. She'd already contacted Qianduoduo, and once they reached an agreement, production could officially begin. As for the seed team, they'd have to wait until the rescue team reached Wucheng, assigned the Gashan Valley villagers, and handed over the seeds to the city. Only after negotiating prices with the authorities would the seeds finally end up in Jing Shu's hands. Honestly, with tens of thousands of seed varieties, these were now the most precious resources in China. Most crops had already gone extinct. In a few years, even common poultry like chickens, ducks, and fish would be nearly extinct. The only survivors would be new species adapted to the apocalypse, like those dinosaur chickens. So for now, Jing Shu had nothing to do but go home and wait for news. She couldn't remember exactly what this period was like in her previous life. The only thing that stood out was that the fourth year's mudslides were relatively mild compared to other disasters. Nothing too dramatic happened. But this time, Jing Shu didn't think so. The mud was already up to her knees. Before, you could at least drive, but now, even in Wucheng, cars could barely move. Travel would be a huge problem in the future. If the suburbs were like this, the city itself must be even worse, flooded with mud, freezing, and wet. If you didn't clean it off, it would harden into a heavy, sticky mass on your body. As soon as the minibus entered Wucheng, it was stopped at a highway toll station. Due to earthquakes and other disasters, only a few highways into Wucheng were still open, so everyone had to use these main roads to get in. The minibus slowed to a stop. Jing Shu's head buzzed as she heard arguing outside. She got up from her tent and asked Hao Yunlai, "What's going on out there?" Hao Yunlai, who'd basically slept through the whole trip, scratched his head. "No idea. Should we go check?" When Jing Shu got off the minibus, she saw that the once deserted toll station now had long lines at all four entrances to Wucheng, and it was noisy and crowded. Some people, bundled in thick coats, waited in the mud with their luggage. Others had set up tents on the hillsides. Jing Shu's night vision let her see that on the mountain, excavators had flattened land and several rows of prefab houses had already been built. People were clearly planning to settle here. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many people at Wucheng? This isn't good. Every extra mouth is a burden for the city. Jing Shu frowned. She walked into the toll station building and saw rescue team member Xiao Zhao arguing with two young men in black coats. "Xiao Zhao? What's going on? Wasn't this toll station abandoned? Why is it staffed again? Are they charging to get into the city now?" Jing Shu joked, glancing at the two expressionless officials. Xiao Zhao gave a bitter smile. "No, there's no fee. It's just that all the small cities around Wucheng, Xinlan, Zidu, have been buried by mudslides. The capital ordered Wucheng to take in all the disaster victims, but the city government says they can only accept people in batches. They can't just let everyone in at once. So now, every day, only a limited number of people are allowed in at each entrance, and you have to pass a big data assessment to prove you're useful and capable. If you pass, you get an entry permit and can go in first. Otherwise, you have to wait." Jing Shu blinked. So all those places had been buried by mudslides? She hadn't paid much attention in her previous life, just remembered a huge influx of people being forced to move in. "So what does that have to do with us? Why won't they let us in? We're locals and you're with the rescue team. Aren't you official personnel?" Jing Shu asked, looking at the two officials. Xiao Zhao was nearly in tears. "They said that excuse doesn't work anymore. Everyone claims to be a local. How are they supposed to know? Now you have to get a certificate from your neighborhood manager, then have it approved by the local director, and finally—" "Fat chicken fight, I get it." Jing Shu had a headache. This kid was so naive, still trying to reason things out at a time like this. Would arguing solve anything? By the time all those procedures were sorted out, who knows how long it would take? Besides, as Jing Shu walked over just now, she didn't see anyone well off waiting in line. Even though the surrounding small cities must have some people with cars or other means of transport, what did that mean? It meant that people were definitely getting in through connections. Wucheng wasn't refusing people. It was just prioritizing those who could support themselves and only gradually settling those who couldn't. After all, every extra mouth meant another meal. If Wucheng suddenly had to take in so many refugees, what would they do if there wasn't enough food? Jing Shu pulled out 2 big handfuls of fragrant fried rice and stuffed one into each of the guards' hands. Just as their attention wavered, she used the hypnotic power of her Rubik's Cube space. "Come on, big brothers, let us through first. We'll take care of the paperwork later." For people with strong willpower, distracting them before hypnotizing made it more effective. Plus, there were others behind her. She couldn't just barge in and say, "Hey, let me through," right? The two guards became a bit dazed. One of them, to Xiao Zhao's astonishment, said, "All right, just remember to get the paperwork done later." The other said, "Follow me, take this side path." Xiao Zhao was dumbfounded. That was it? It was that easy? He didn't snap out of it until Jing Shu called him and hurried to drive the minibus. It was just a small episode, but Jing Shu realized how serious the problem was. Wucheng was about to face a severe shortage of food and daily necessities. During the new year, people could still eat bug cakes, but now, with so many people flooding into Wucheng, where would the food come from? If the authorities didn't have enough food, what would happen? In the third year, Jing Shu had already been forced to contribute food. Each district had to come up with 1,000,000 virtual coins worth of supplies. If it hadn't been for Li Yitian's support and her joining Shi Yuan, which donated supplies, she would have had to donate as well. Now things were getting serious, and the authorities would definitely squeeze people for more. And right now, it was only the small cities migrating in. Before she left, Jing Shu had been following the situation in Ningxian City, which had a population of over 1,000,000. Qingshui Town and Zhuhuo Town, both in low-lying areas, were almost completely flooded. That would be another big problem soon. So the severe food shortage had actually started in the fourth year. The minibus crawled along the muddy roads, moving extremely slowly. The mudslides of the fourth year had destroyed almost all vehicles. Some low-lying areas in the city were completely submerged in mud. The city center of Wucheng, which used to be a basin, had now disappeared without a trace. Everyone in Wucheng was migrating to the outskirts, forming a huge circular ring. The once remote and uninhabited banana community had now officially become one of Wucheng's 3 main residential areas. Jing Shu scribbled in her notebook, starting to draft new plans. With the situation so tense, she had to plan ahead. With her mind full of chaotic thoughts, she finally arrived home. She'd only been gone a month, but the banana community had changed dramatically. Mudslides from the back mountain kept coming, and the mud in the community had already reached thigh level. Emergency measures had been taken. Every entrance and exit to the underground garage was sealed, which was the only way to protect the tens of thousands of residents living there. But the lower floors of some buildings were flooded and uninhabitable, and as time went on, more mud kept flowing down from the mountain. Fortunately, Jing Shu had brought a full-body raincoat. Otherwise, she'd have had to slog through the mud step by step, her coat caked in mud that wouldn't wash out. What a pain. The worst part was that you could barely walk in the mud. It was easy to step in, but hard to pull your foot out, and every step left your shoes full of mud. The mudslides had made life extremely difficult for everyone. Just walking through the mud every day took a lot of energy. Still, there were plenty of people in the community. Many were digging up mud, filtering it with rags to get fine clay. Once it passed inspection, a basketful could be exchanged for 2 virtual coins, enough to buy 2 earthworm cakes. That's the diligence of the Chinese people. Give them hope, and they'll work hard. A few baskets of mud a day was enough for several days' rations. In the apocalypse, having virtual coins and food was the only way to feel secure. Jing Shu, strong as ever, carried a big box in front. The fat chicken had a rough time, flapping its wings through the mud, getting completely covered. By the time they reached the villa, it was a ball of mud. The heavier the mud got, the more exhausted the chicken became. It barely made it home, tears streaming down its face. Life outside was no fun at all, and it almost didn't get to see its beloved grandma again. Jing Shu stomped her feet, took off her raincoat and stood at the dry entrance, looking at the fat chicken propping up its chin. I heard beggar's chicken tastes great roasted, especially wrapped in fresh lotus leaves. Tisk, tisk, you don't even need to coat it in mud yourself. The fat chicken squawked in terror. There were always villains trying to eat it. It scrambled into the villa, and when Grandma Jing heard the commotion, she rushed out. Seeing her precious chicken looking like a lump of coal, she was heartbroken. She didn't care about the mess, just hugged and fussed over the chicken, then gave it a hot bath. The treatment. Tisk, tisk, Jing Shu. Huh? The family hierarchy was obvious. Still, Grandpa Jing quickly went to heat up some food for Jing Shu. Back in the warm villa, Jing Shu took a bath, changed into clean clothes, and sipped her homemade caramel macchiato while Grandpa Jing heated up her meal. She finally felt alive again. As usual, only Grandma and Grandpa Jing were home. Everyone else was busy and hadn't returned. Grandpa Jing, rarely, was lying in his massage chair, listening to opera and smoking his pipe, his face full of worry. Even Grandma Jing didn't scold him for smoking in the house. "Grandpa's actually willing to smoke? Huh! Did something bad happen?" Jing Shu teased. Grandpa Jing blew a smoke ring and frowned. "Ningxia City struggled for a month, but in the end it's going to be completely flooded. Remember the big flood 2 years ago? Half the city was underwater, but people still lived there. Now, I hear the people from Ningxia will be relocated to Wucheng soon. But Wucheng has already taken in several nearby small cities. Even if their supplies and food are brought over, how many people can we really support?" Jing Shu nodded. She'd gotten a sense of the situation at the checkpoint today. There were still a lot of people stuck outside. "So what? It doesn't really affect us yet. Why are you so worried?" All right, I get it." Jing Shu had a headache. This kid was so naive, still trying to reason things out at a time like this. Would arguing solve anything? By the time all those procedures were sorted out, who knows how long it would take. Besides, as Jing Shu walked over just now, she didn't see anyone well off waiting in line. Even though the surrounding small cities must have some people with cars or other means of transport, what did that mean? It meant that people were definitely getting in through connections. Wucheng wasn't refusing people. It was just prioritizing those who could support themselves and only gradually settling those who couldn't. After all, every extra mouth meant another meal. If Wucheng suddenly had to take in so many refugees, what would they do if there wasn't enough food? Jing Shu pulled out 2 big handfuls of fragrant fried rice and stuffed one into each of the guards' hands. Just as their attention wavered, she used the hypnotic power of her Rubik's Cube space. "Come on, big brothers, let us through first. We'll take care of the paperwork later." For people with strong willpower, distracting them before hypnotizing made it more effective. Plus, there were others behind her. She couldn't just barge in and say, "Hey, let me through," right? The 2 guards became a bit dazed. One of them, to Xiao Zhao's astonishment, said, "All right, just remember to get the paperwork done later." The other said, "Follow me, take this side path." Xiao Zhao was dumbfounded. That was it? It was that easy? He didn't snap out of it until Jing Shu called him and hurried to drive the minibus. It was just a small episode, but Jing Shu realized how serious the problem was. Wucheng was about to face a severe shortage of food and daily necessities. During the New Year, people could still eat bug cakes. But now, with so many people flooding into Wucheng, where would the food come from? If the authorities didn't have enough food, what would happen? In the 3rd year, Jing Shu had already been forced to contribute food. Each district had to come up with 1 million virtual coins worth of supplies. If it hadn't been for Li Yitian's support and her joining Shi Yuan, which donated supplies, she would have had to donate as well. Now things were getting serious, and the authorities would definitely squeeze people for more. And right now, it was only the small cities migrating in. Before she left, Jing Shu had been following the situation in Ningxia City, which had a population of over 1 million. Qingshui Town and Zhuhuo Town, both in low-lying areas, were almost completely flooded. That would be another big problem soon. So the severe food shortage had actually started in the 4th year. The minibus crawled along the muddy roads, moving extremely slowly. The mudslides of the 4th year had destroyed almost all vehicles. Some low-lying areas in the city were completely submerged in mud. The city center of Wucheng, which used to be a basin, had now disappeared without a trace. Everyone in Wucheng was migrating to the outskirts, forming a huge circular ring. The once remote and uninhabited banana community had now officially become one of Wucheng's 3 main residential areas. Jing Shu scribbled in her notebook, starting to draft new plans. With the situation so tense, she had to plan ahead. With her mind full of chaotic thoughts, she finally arrived home. She'd only been gone a month, but the banana community had changed dramatically. Mudslides from the back mountain kept coming, and the mud in the community had already reached thigh level. Emergency measures had been taken. Every entrance and exit to the underground garage was sealed, which was the only way to protect the tens of thousands of residents living there. But the lower floors of some buildings were flooded and uninhabitable, and as time went on, more mud kept flowing down from the mountain. Fortunately, Jing Shu had brought a full-body raincoat. Otherwise, she'd have had to slog through the mud step by step, her coat caked in mud that wouldn't wash out. What a pain. The worst part was that you could barely walk in the mud. It was easy to step in, but hard to pull your foot out, and every step left your shoes full of mud. The mudslides had made life extremely difficult for everyone. Just walking through the mud every day took a lot of energy. Still, there were plenty of people in the community. Many were digging up mud, filtering it with rags to get fine clay. Once it passed inspection, a basketful could be exchanged for 2 virtual coins, enough to buy 2 earthworm cakes. That's the diligence of the Chinese people. Give them hope, and they'll work hard. A few baskets of mud a day was enough for several days' rations. In the apocalypse, having virtual coins and food was the only way to feel secure. Jing Shu, strong as ever, carried a big box in front. The fat chicken had a rough time flapping its wings through the mud, getting completely covered. By the time they reached the villa, it was a ball of mud. The heavier the mud got, the more exhausted the chicken became. It barely made it home, tears streaming down its face. Life outside was no fun at all, and it almost didn't get to see its beloved grandma again. Jing Shu stomped her feet, took off her raincoat and stood at the dry entrance, looking at the fat chicken propping up its chin. I heard Beggar's chicken tastes great roasted, especially wrapped in fresh lotus leaves. Tisk, tisk, you don't even need to coat it in mud yourself. The fat chicken squawked in terror. There were always villains trying to eat it. It scrambled into the villa, and when Grandma Jing heard the commotion, she rushed out. Seeing her precious chicken looking like a lump of coal, she was heartbroken. She didn't care about the mess, just hugged and fussed over the chicken, then gave it a hot bath. The treatment, Tisk, Jing Shu. The family hierarchy was obvious. Still, Grandpa Jing quickly went to heat up some food for Jing Shu. Back in the warm villa, Jing Shu took a bath, changed into clean clothes, and sipped her homemade caramel macchiato while Grandpa Jing heated up her meal. She finally felt alive again. As usual, only Grandma and Grandpa Jing were home. Everyone else was busy and hadn't returned. Grandpa Jing, rarely, was lying in his massage chair listening to opera and smoking his pipe, his face full of worry. Even Grandma Jing didn't scold him for smoking in the house. Grandpa's actually willing to smoke? Huh. Did something bad happen? Jing Shu teased. Grandpa Jing blew a smoke ring and frowned. Ningxian City struggled for a month, but in the end it's going to be completely flooded. Remember the big flood 2 years ago? Half the city was underwater, but people still lived there. Now I hear the people from Ningxian will be relocated to Wucheng soon. But Wucheng has already taken in several nearby small cities. Even if their supplies and food are brought over, how many people can we really support? Jing Shu nodded. She'd gotten a sense of the situation at the checkpoint today. There were still a lot of people stuck outside. So what? It doesn't really affect us yet. Why are you so worried? Grandpa Jing took another puff before saying, Wu County is about to be swallowed up by the mudslides. Your first and second aunt's families still can't get into Wucheng. They say Wu County isn't completely flooded yet, so they have to wait for the migration order before they can head to Wucheng. Your dad tried to pull some strings, saying they were coming to visit relatives, hoping they could stay here. Did it work? Jing Shu asked. Grandpa Jing shook his head. No. Even if they sneak in without local registration, they're considered undocumented. If they get caught, they'll be detained. The community has been doing thorough checks every few days, afraid that outsiders might slip in. So now, you either wait or you get an official pass. A legal migration pass costs thousands of virtual coins now, and even then, you can't buy one unless your household registration is already here. The real problem is, if the authorities don't approve it, I'm worried that once Ningxian City sends in a flood of people, your aunt's families will have an even harder time getting in. Grandma Jing was worried too. Both hands are flesh and blood. She might usually favor Jing Shu's dad, but now, knowing her two daughters are suffering outside, not getting enough to eat or wear, with no stable place to live, and most importantly, unable to get into Wucheng, she was anxious. Ningxian City, that big city with 1 million people, Jing Shu mused. Unfortunately, in her previous life at the bottom, she hadn't cared about these things. Everyone just talked about what work they did that day, how many virtual coins they earned, and how much food they could buy. Sometimes the authorities would announce an extra buffet day or something. She did know that Wucheng had merged with other places a few times, and new people kept joining, but people still died every day. As for more details, she didn't know. Oh, and she knew the leader of Wucheng was called the Tyrant, just like how years ago, she only knew the name of the national leader. Don't worry, Grandpa, Wu County isn't completely flooded yet, right? That means they can still live there for another 10 days or half a month. Don't stress. I'll ask around and see if I can get them legal migration passes, Jing Shu said. Sigh, it'd be best if they didn't have to leave at all. Who wants to be forced from their home? Grandma Jing clasped her hands and muttered, hoping the mud would slow down, that Wu County wouldn't be flooded, and that Banana Community would be spared so everyone could just stay safely in their homes. After that, Jing Shu told them all the fun stories from her trip, skipping the dangerous parts. Since she'd been calling and messaging home every day, the family didn't feel anything was amiss. Before dinner, Jing Shu was already too tired to stay up and went to bed. In her dreams, she was still practicing the Rubik's Cube in her space. She even multitasked, reorganizing her space and writing a new plan, calculating every type of supply down to the cubic meter. Before next year's migration, she might only have 729 cubic meters of usable space, minus a few dozen for farmland. She had to carefully plan what to store in the newly expanded 200 cubic meters. Before migration, she'd need to move everything she couldn't carry into the space. If she didn't plan well and couldn't fit it all, she'd be in trouble. Now, in the third form, she could eat inside the space, which was much more satisfying. Jing Shu decided to adjust her crops. Even if it used up some spiritual spring water, she'd store more food for herself, so she could eat in the space anytime and save rations on the road. Jing Shu also discovered another advantage of the third form. The space was especially warm and comfortable, like basking in sunlight. It was wonderful, not like the minus 70°C cold after the 5th year, where you could see your breath and had to stomp your feet to keep warm. Crack! Jing Shu split open a huge watermelon, scooping out big mouthfuls with a spoon. Before, she had to eat in her room quietly, not making any noise or letting out any tempting smells. Now, she didn't have to worry at all. It felt amazing. She wondered if she could cook and store food in the space too. That would be much more efficient and convenient than outside. Jing Shu decided to try it in a few days. If it worked, she could use her sleep time to prepare things and free up her days for other tasks. With the 6 new plots of land after the upgrade, Jing Shu planted all kinds of fruit, eating and storing as she went. Once she got her hands on seeds, she'd set aside a few plots for her beloved rice, hoping to bring some home before migration. Wucheng was getting colder, the mud was rising, and buses and cars could barely move. But that didn't stop the rich. The happiness of the wealthy is beyond imagination. In their eyes, there's no such thing as difficulty. Jing Shu clicked her tongue as she sat in the modified Maybach. The engine roared, the propellers spun wildly, and the car crawled through the mud at a tortoise pace of 30 km/h. It was the same driver as before, a man with a dry sense of humor who didn't talk much. He was a bit proud of the Maybach since he'd modified it himself. Qian Duoduo was picking up Jing Shu to go to Shiyuan for a shareholders' meeting. Jing Shu hadn't even known about it, but Qian Duoduo somehow heard she was back and insisted on stopping everything to fetch her, even though the meeting was about to start. "All the shareholders are waiting for you," the driver said, revving the engine. But this was already the fastest speed. Well, I'm honored, Jing Shu said, twitching her lips. A meeting is a meeting. Why did they have to wait for her? Why couldn't she sleep in for once? Yawning, Jing Shu thought of her parents, who'd been commuting for a month on Grandpa's gift of roller shoes, paddling with foot oars to work. Their own car was useless, and the 6 or 7 kilometers was a real struggle. Her dad had tried using a shark-shaped yacht before, powerful and flashy, but in this thigh-deep mud, the land mode was too high, the water mode too shallow, and it just got stuck. It worked, but it was a hassle and guzzled fuel. Driver, was this modification expensive? Does it use a lot of fuel? I'm thinking of modifying our car for easier travel, but can it be changed back afterward? Fuel consumption is over 20 liters per 100 km, which is okay. As for the cost, hard to say. I took the parts straight from Mr. Qian's private yacht. As for changing it back, probably not. It's a permanent modification. But Mr. Qian has several more yachts if you want to try. Oh, I'll think about it, Jing Shu said, clicking her tongue. 1 modification and a few million would be gone. Her family only had this one car, and once the ground froze and it snowed, it might still be usable. It's just that travel will be inconvenient for the next year or so. Jing Shu's thoughts were quickly pulled back. Transportation and such could always be solved. And honestly, it was good for her parents to get some exercise. It wasn't like before, when they had to go to work hungry. Now, after drinking spiritual spring water, they were as strong as oxen, full of energy, and could treat the daily commute like a workout. As for herself, she figured she'd better stay home unless necessary. The Maybach's swaying made her dizzy, further convincing her never to modify her own car. The closer they got to Shishan, the less mudslide damage there was. Maybe it was because of the rolling hills here that the mudslides hadn't reached this area. When they arrived at Xiyuan, the massive stone fortress base, there was only a thin layer of mud on the ground. Xiyuan really was a product of the right time, place, and people. There were even more people at Xiyuan now. Since last year, Chanduoduo had hired over 10,000 temporary workers from the authorities to move stones, cut materials, and expand Xiyuan Phase 2. Back then, the expansion was half-forced. Why? Well, with so many jobs provided and so much food handed over every day, they couldn't just do it for nothing, right? So with nothing else to do, they expanded. After all, you can't waste free labor. This way, everyone benefited, and Xiyuan expanded for a whole year, providing food for tens of thousands daily and easing Wucheng's burden. But no one expected that just as the expansion finished this year, a huge influx of people would move into Wucheng. What did that mean? Jing Shu gave a meaningful smile as she got out of the car and saw Zhao Tai stomping his feet at the entrance, waiting for her. Hurry, hurry, everyone's waiting for you, Zhao Tai said, wearing a thin black and white suit and breathing out clouds in the cold as he welcomed Jing Shu inside. As soon as she stepped into Xiyuan, warm air rose from the floor, and a wave of heat hit her. So warm. The first thing she saw was a huge open space, completely different from the cramped circular rooms before. It was so spacious that voices echoed, easily several thousand square meters. In the distance, there were several similar halls which could be divided into smaller rooms with movable doors or opened up into one giant hall. You haven't seen the newly expanded Xiyuan, have you? Look, this whole first floor is a multifunctional hall. Usually it's an exhibition space, but it can be turned into a cafeteria or a temporary meeting hall as needed. Mr. Qian plans to show movies here every month. This hall can hold tens of thousands of people, and if necessary, it can be converted into a shelter, Zhao Kai said meaningfully. Just put in a few thousand bunk beds, and this place alone could house tens of thousands. Jing Shu nodded. He was right. The environment here was much better than the underground garages. Of course, you couldn't expect a good night's sleep in such a noisy place, but at least it was warm, and people wouldn't freeze to death. I'll take you to the conference room on the 3rd floor. After the meeting, I'll show you around Phase 2. I think you'll find it interesting, Zhao Tai said with a smile. Jing Shu nodded, not asking what the meeting was about. It was called a conference room, but to Jing Shu it looked more like a private bar, decorated in a retro style with torch-like lights on the walls, giving it a unique atmosphere. It was probably Qian Duoduo's private bar. The shelves along the wall were filled with all kinds of fancy liquors, exuding luxury. Around the bar sat about 20 people, all well-dressed and clearly wealthy or powerful. Jing Shu recognized several of them, especially the one who had gifted Qian Duoduo an armed helicopter. These were the shareholders of Shiyuan. When Jing Shu arrived, the atmosphere was heavy. No one was whispering. It seemed something serious had happened. Even her arrival didn't cause a stir. Qian Duoduo, wearing a fur coat, sat at the center of the bar. When he saw Jing Shu, he finally stopped fiddling with his walnut, waved her over, and motioned for her to come in. A man in a black suit pulled out a bar stool for Jing Shu and handed her a glass of red wine. Xiao Kai quietly left and closed the conference room door behind him. Qian Duoduo took a sip of wine and said, "Everyone's here, so let's begin. I'm sure you all know the latest decision from the authorities. Not only do we have to take in residents from the surrounding cities, but we're also merging with Ningxia City, taking on their million-plus population and integrating their administrative staff. Every department will have to downsize, and a new wave of power players is about to flood into Wucheng." Jing Shu raised her eyebrows. All those people from Ningxia City were coming to Wucheng? And it sounded even more complicated than she'd thought. If all the department staff came too, what about her mom's agriculture department? There couldn't be 2 directors. Someone would have to step down or be demoted. That would affect a lot of people, including her dad's livestock farm. Would it all come down to background and connections? A middle-aged man with a mustache spoke up. "That's an order from the capital. Wucheng has no choice but to merge. The problem is, aside from Ningxia City's own resources, the surrounding small cities are all dirt poor. They just want to come here with nothing but their mouths to feed, putting huge pressure on the authorities. When the higher-ups are under pressure, they pass it down to us. Mr. Qian, just tell us, what do they want this time? If we can give a little, we'll give a little. Is it another food donation? We still have some bug cakes left. We can donate them all if needed. We don't have many bug cakes left. As long as they don't take our rice, anything's fine." Even the usually smiling Qian Duoduo couldn't smile now. He frowned and said, "They want to requisition Shiyuan Phase 2 and set up a management team to create a second Shiyuan? No way. That's impossible. They must be dreaming." The room erupted. They'd expected to be asked for food again. After all, every time there was trouble, it was always them who had to give. But this time, it was too much. "We spent a fortune and hired people from the authorities to build Phase 2. It took over a year, and it's even bigger than the original Shiyuan. Now they just want to take it? Are they bandits? This is daylight robbery. We poured in so many resources, and now someone else gets to reap the benefits." Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. So, even before the tyrant took office, the authorities already had their eyes on this fat sheep. She glanced at the others and shook her head slightly. By next year, they'd all be squeezed dry, but they were still hung up on this. "So, the reason I called you all here is to get your opinions. Do we give up Shiyuan or not? The authorities say they'll pay us 200,000 virtual coins a month in rent if we hand it over," Qian Duoduo said. "What nonsense. What good are virtual coins?" "Maybe for ordinary people, virtual coins are money. They're the RMB of the pre-apocalypse, representing everything. With virtual coins, you can buy rice, steamed buns, discontinued snacks, daily necessities, even houses, or use them to pull strings and buy an official job. But for those living at the top of the pyramid in the apocalypse, what do virtual coins mean? You can't buy extinct livestock, can't exchange them for resources that no longer exist, can't get scarce gasoline or utilities like electricity and natural gas. In their eyes, virtual coins are just numbers, completely useless. Not to mention these people. Even for Jing Shu, virtual coins didn't mean much. She never cared about them." Jing Shu: "Pfft, it's not like I have any virtual coins. Not only do I not have any, I actually owe the authorities over 1 million virtual coins. But I do have a lot of the internal currency used in the red threadworm factory. Does that count as virtual coins? So, no one here cared about those 200,000 virtual coins. how much would actually end up in their hands? Fresh fruits and vegetables from Shiyuan were far more valuable. There was no comparison. No way. I don't agree to the exchange. We're not giving it up. I don't agree either. At the very least, we don't want virtual coins. We can't just hand over Shiyuan Phase 2. If we give it up this time, what will they want next? Our lifeblood. We invested everything we had into this. Everyone was united in their opposition to just handing over Shiyuan Phase 2, especially since it was built at great expense by hiring people from the authorities. If they'd built it themselves, using Shiyuan's own people, it would have cost a third as much or even less. Jing Shu frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Chan Duoduo tapped the table for a while, then turned to the man who'd gifted the helicopter. "Old Shu, what do you think?" Old Shu straightened up and asked seriously, "Did the higher-ups say what would happen if we refuse? Any consequences?" The bar fell silent. Everyone turned to listen. Chan Duoduo thought for a moment. They didn't say anything specific, just that Wu Cheng is really in trouble this time, and we should think it over carefully. When has Wu Cheng not been in real trouble? Last month, the month before, there was always a food shortage. How much did Shiyuan contribute? We send a portion of our output to the authorities every day. Hasn't that been enough? Old Shu shook his head. That's a veiled threat if I've ever heard one. Chan Duoduo nodded. Yeah? If we refuse, will they just take it by force? Someone reminded, "Did you all forget what happened to those big factories at the start of the apocalypse when they refused to hand over their supplies for unified management?" Old Shu shook his head again. "Mr. Qian, is this Jin Tianqi's idea? With your connections, I doubt they'd treat us like that." "It is Jin Tianqi's idea." Sigh. "It's tough for me too." Chan Duoduo sighed. "You might not know, but he's probably being transferred back to the capital. Before he leaves, he wants to clear the way for his successor. He wants to be the bad guy one last time and patch up the biggest holes." Jing Shu's eyelid twitched. What was going on? Jin Tianqi was leaving? In her previous life, Jin Tianqi died of illness in the 3rd year, and the tyrant took over in the 4th. This time, he didn't die. He was being transferred. Chan Duoduo glanced over and saw Jing Shu sipping her drink, his eyes lighting up. "Jing Shu, what do you think?" Everyone turned to look at Jing Shu. This time there was a bit of whispering, because among everyone here, only Jing Shu's shares were gifted by Chan Duoduo, and he'd given her shares twice, the second time after she returned from America with a complete vegetable dehydration technology set. "Me?" Jing Shu raised her eyebrows, looking at Chan Duoduo's expectant expression, and sighed. Was Chan Duoduo not smart? No, he was too smart. He understood everything, but sometimes understanding is one thing, just like everyone knows smoking is bad for you. He saw the essence of the situation at a glance, but he was still conflicted. Giving up Shiyuan Phase 2 meant losing more than what the other shareholders were talking about. Looking further ahead, Chan Duoduo would be losing his ambition, his hope, and the platform for future success. "I think we should give Shiyuan Phase 2 to the authorities," Jing Shu said calmly. Her words immediately caused an uproar. "Why should we hand it over? Do you know how much food we'll lose? We were planning to build a complete ecosystem, with a large-scale livestock farm and cultivation rooms, and stockpile huge amounts of supplies. If we give it up, all that's gone." Chan Duoduo waved his hand for silence and asked Jing Shu, "Oh? Why? Can you tell us your reasoning? If we give Shiyuan Phase 2 to the authorities, what do we get out of it?" Jing Shu tapped her glass, thinking. She felt Chan Duoduo had made some mistakes before, like giving the authorities huge amounts of supplies for free, making frequent donations, and always appearing on Wu Cheng's movers and shakers list. With a big reputation, abundant resources, and the last peach garden of the apocalypse, Shiyuan had attracted too much attention. So what if you pay tribute every day? Chan Duoduo knew he was a fat sheep with connections to the capital. Maybe he was wrong from the start, thinking that if he just kept getting bigger and fatter and occasionally handed over some meat, the authorities wouldn't dare butcher him for real. But what happened? Jing Shu spoke up. Give Phase 2 to the authorities, but not the way they want. We give it on our terms with our conditions. Someone sneered. If you give it, you give it. What good are conditions? Even if the management team is ours, the people living there will be whoever they send, and the output will go to the authorities. What benefit do we get? What's the point of conditions? Do you think they'll let you keep the output? Exactly. Phase 2 isn't valuable in itself. It's the future output that matters. Do you think the authorities will let you keep that? That's what they're after. Jing Shu smiled. Sometimes you have to go against the grain. You can't just look at surface-level interests. There are deeper benefits. Most importantly, not everyone's interests are exactly the same. As the great leaders say, seek common ground while reserving differences. As the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. It's the same with the authorities. Their intentions for Shiyuan Phase 2 are obvious, as are their interests. What's their biggest headache right now? With resources and food already scarce, all the surrounding small cities have been buried by mudslides and are flooding into Wucheng. Soon, Ningxia City will move its entire population here too. Wucheng is already overwhelmed. The pressing question is, how do you feed more people? How do you fit so many into a city that's already half flooded? Not only do they need to feed everyone, but they also need to provide shelter in this freezing weather. Why do the authorities want Shiyuan Phase 2? Because it's a huge, warm space that can house tens of thousands, maybe even over 100,000 if they really squeeze. If Shiyuan can build another food production chain, it's not impossible to put up more housing around it. Wucheng's requirements are simple. As long as the newcomers don't die and have enough to eat to survive, that's enough. The shareholders' interests are even simpler. To put it bluntly, they don't care how many people die or go hungry, as long as Shiyuan brings them profit, luxury goods, and the security of having enough supplies to live as well as before the apocalypse. Both sides need Shiyuan Phase 2 to fulfill their goals, which is why there's a conflict of interest. Duo signaled for everyone to quiet down and asked Jing Shu, "So what do you think?" Everyone's view is simple. Since we invested, we want returns. No one cares about the virtual coins the authorities promised. As long as we can still get our share of supplies, fresh fruits and vegetables, and stockpile enough food to feel secure, that's enough. But will the authorities agree? If all the output goes to the shareholders, how will the authorities feed the tens of thousands they're bringing in? Jing Shu countered. Mr. Qian, you've told me what everyone else thinks, but what about you? What do you want? Duo's answer reflected the shareholders' mindset. They could ignore everything else, but in the apocalypse, their own lives had to be guaranteed, and they wanted a share of the output. Duo paused, lowered his head, and fiddled with his walnut. Yes, his own thoughts were different. Shiyuan Phase 2 was a springboard for him. He had bigger plans. If he just handed it over, he'd be unhappy. It would ruin many of his plans. This time it's Phase 2. Next time it could be the original Shiyuan, and after that, maybe all his resources. After a moment, Duo looked up and suddenly asked, "You found a new food source, right? Some kind of giant edible bug, each one weighing hundreds of kilos and providing enough protein to feed hundreds or even thousands for a day, and you can supply some every month. Is that true?" Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. News traveled fast, but she didn't deny it. The shareholders started whispering again, some envious that Jing Shu had such a source, others amazed that someone so unassuming could get her hands on so much bug meat. She was about to make a fortune. Duo narrowed his eyes, stroked his beard, and said, "The news came from Jin Tianqi. He said if we hand Shiyuan over to the authorities, they won't get involved in this business. We can buy as much bug meat from you as we want, at a price you're happy with. That's their compensation to us. What could you do with all that bug meat? Plenty. In this world, food means you can hire more people, raise more livestock, and do more things. With a stable food source, Shiyuan could expand its farms several times over, raise livestock on a large scale, even build a third Shiyuan, and save a ton of existing grain. After all, the lowest level at Shiyuan didn't get rice. Without a substitute, a lot of resources would be wasted." "So?" Jing Shu asked. Duo drummed his fingers on the bar and smiled. Why don't you tell us, if we give Shiyuan Phase 2 to the authorities, how should we do it? For some reason, after seeing Jing Shu's confident gaze, his own worries faded. Maybe she really did have a way. He had a hunch that this bug meat might be the key. Of course, the authorities wanted all of Shiyuan's output. Would they agree to this kind of conflict of interest? Jing Shu didn't beat around the bush. She stood up in the middle of the bar and asked, "No matter how we hand it over, do all the shareholders here have just one requirement? That is, you want to keep getting all the products from Shiyuan and get your annual dividends as before? Of course, assuming the output is the same as Shiyuan's." "Yes, that's what we want. We don't want virtual coins. As long as we get double the dividends after Phase 2 starts running, we don't care about anything else." At this point, old Shu, who had been quiet, stood up and smiled. "It's not up to us anymore. I just wonder, Miss Jing Shu, what method will you use to convince the authorities to pay us such a high rent every month? Why should the authorities listen to you? Why would they give up such a big piece of the pie?" Jing Shu asked, "How many people do the authorities plan to house in Phase 2? Duo thought for a moment. 20,000. They want to copy Shiyuan's model, create a self-sufficient ecosystem, and move all the old Wucheng residents from the old city here. I've heard that a spot in Phase 2 is already worth hundreds of virtual coins, and they'll also move in people from the outer city." Someone muttered, "That's outrageous. We haven't even agreed to give it to them, and they're already selling spots." Jing Shu smiled. "What if we negotiate with the authorities to hire 50,000 people to work in Phase 2, with room and board included, but all the output and profits are distributed by us? Do you think the authorities would agree? Are you crazy? Shiyuan can only support 20,000 people at most. How could you handle more? 50,000? How would you feed them? Shiyuan doesn't produce that much." Old Shu frowned and looked at Jing Shu. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes and said calmly, "Mr. Qian, just tell me, if those were the terms, would the authorities agree?" "Only a fool would say no." Duo nodded. "If we could help the authorities solve the problem of tens of thousands of people, they'd jump at the chance. The output from Shiyuan is nothing compared to the survival of so many people." You mean that batch of bug meat? If you relied solely on Shiyuan's own output to feed 50,000 people, it would be absolutely impossible. Take the current Shiyuan, for example. With limited planting area, not enough feed for livestock, and all sorts of other constraints, even with everyone working in specialized roles and making the most of every resource, the absolute maximum it could support is 20,000 people. And that's not even counting the need to set aside profits for dividends and to store 20% of the output as reserves, meaning even fewer people could be fed. So Jing Shu's proposal, providing room and board for 50,000, was feasible for housing, but feeding them was a huge problem. Even with both phases of Shiyuan combined, it wouldn't be enough. They'd have to supplement from outside. And managing the daily needs of tens of thousands is already hard enough. Now they were talking about 50,000? That sounded like a joke. Bugs? Which bugs? Could bugs really feed 50,000 people? The shareholders all looked at Jing Shu. Even though Duo seemed to know something, it wasn't enough for them to understand what she meant. Jing Shu smiled. "More or less. It's not just those bugs. We can expand our business, find ways to produce more food, and making earthworm cakes can save a lot of resources. In short, if we promise to feed 50,000 people, the authorities have no reason to refuse. Compared to the original plan of housing 20,000, if Shiyuan Phase 2 could help the authorities solve the food and shelter problem for 50,000, it would be a huge relief for them." "How much bug meat would it take to feed 50,000 people every day?" Old Shu tapped the bar and looked up at Jing Shu. "If the authorities agree, and all of Phase 2's output belongs to us, how do you plan to make a profit? How will you guarantee feeding 50,000 people and still pay dividends to shareholders and make a profit for yourself? You can't run a business at a loss, right? And if your food supply chain breaks down, what then?" Old Shu's questions hit the mark. In everyone's eyes, there was no way to make a profit here. No matter how you calculated it, It was a losing proposition. And if the food supply chain broke, how would they feed 50,000 people at Shiyuan? Right now, there was no surplus grain anywhere. If they backed out later, the consequences could be disastrous. Jing Shu chuckled. The chance of the food supply chain breaking was very small, and she had backup plans to ensure it wouldn't happen. Is there a profit? All I can say is raising a huge new breed of bugs also costs money, and they need a lot of fresh fruits, vegetables, and grains to survive. Trading a small amount of luxury goods for double the amount of bug meat that can feed more people is a good deal. Besides, it's mutually beneficial. I'm a shareholder too. If I can protect Shiyuan Phase 2's interests, I'm happy to do it. Some shareholders frowned, but the sharper ones already understood what Jing Shu meant. By trading Shiyuan's fresh produce for bug meat, they could feed a huge number of people. As for if the food supply chain really broke, Mr. Qian, do you think I wouldn't have a solution? Jing Shu countered. Most of the shareholders didn't know about her red threadworm factory or her partnership with Qianduoduo on earthworm cakes, so even if the supply chain broke, Jing Shu still had a large reserve of bug cakes. Those bug cakes were her ace in the hole. Old Shu, this isn't something you need to worry about, Qianduoduo said seriously. Even if her food supply chain is interrupted, she can make up for it. I just want to ask one thing. He looked at Jing Shu. You really have enough bug meat to feed 50,000 people? When can the first batch be put into production? If you can do what you say, then everything else is negotiable. Shiyuan won't let you lose out. Jing Shu coughed. More or less. Of course, I'll have to supplement with other things. The first batch is already in Wucheng. If you want, production can start any time. Good, good, good. Qianduoduo was so excited he said it 3 times. Look, once Phase 2 is running, aside from the shareholders' dividends, all other output goes to you, Jing Shu. Is that acceptable? If it's not enough, we can even reduce everyone's dividends. Qianduoduo knew that since Jing Shu had made this offer, there must be profit in it. He was willing to make concessions. Even if bug meat wasn't as valuable as rice or vegetables, it was still food. And in these times, all food was precious. Even old Shu chimed in, I'm willing to take a smaller dividend. As long as we keep our share, it's better than virtual coins. Me too, I'm willing. Jing Shu smiled. No need to reduce dividends, just keep them the same as Shiyuan's, but I do want all the other output to trade for bug meat. She'd only planned to be a middleman, but fate had handed her this opportunity. The authorities gave Shiyuan a problem, and now Qianduoduo and the others had to make concessions, which just happened to benefit Jing Shu. With her eyes closed, Jing Shu was already thinking about how to use all the extra fresh food. I just didn't expect Junbao not to tell Jin Tianqi the numbers and details. Otherwise, Jin Tianqi would know just how many people this batch of bugs could feed. I wonder if he'll regret it. Jing Shu knew that the authorities would never get this much food. None of their own eco-parks could produce so much fresh food. So it's settled. Let's raise a glass to Jing Shu's generosity and cleverness for solving a huge problem for us. Qianduoduo finally raised his glass, letting out a long breath. Now let's go see the first batch of bug meat and then go talk to Jin Tianqi. I think he'll be very happy. Qianduoduo immediately sent people to collect the first batch of 200 giant gastropods. When these massive creatures were brought into Shiyuan Phase 2, filling the first-floor hall and hissing menacingly, many people were nearly scared out of their wits, especially the cafeteria cooks, who were supposed to prepare new dishes. Their hands shook as they held their knives. They were just cooks, not executioners. These things were as big as elephants, with blade-like legs that glinted in the light. Just looking at them was terrifying, and no one doubted that if you tried to kill one, you might end up being killed yourself. Alive? How are we supposed to cook these things? Killing them is a problem in itself. Weren't we just supposed to cook? No one said anything about killing giant bugs. Jing Shu waved her hand. No need to make it so complicated. You don't have to kill them yourselves. Watch closely. Just say this to them. Face the gale. That's the breeder's command. Definitely Xiao Wei's childish side showing. Jing Shu walked up to a giant gastropod and said to it, Face the gale. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The fierce bug paused for a few seconds as if receiving a command, then suddenly raised its huge pincers and, with a few snaps, cut off all its own legs at the base, seemingly without feeling any pain. Then, with a few more snaps, it chopped its massive body into several pieces until finally the pincers fell to the ground, never to move again. Its nerves kept twitching after death, the fist-sized eyes staring blankly and coldly at everyone, never closing even in death, leaving behind a silent and eerie scene. Although the meat chunks are still pretty big, this makes processing much easier. The cooks can just toss the meat and shell straight into the meat grinder to make patties. Then, just add soil, flour, and salt in a 10-to-1.1% ratio. Oh, and don't waste the bug heads. Both the eyes and the brain are delicious. Jing Shu waved her hand, seeing that, just as Xiao Wei had said, these bugs knew how to self-destruct. Not only that, they even knew how to dismember themselves neatly, saving a lot of trouble. Wow, I've never seen such a convenient food source. They can trek from the deep mountains to the trade site on their own and even process themselves for slaughter. If needed, Xiao Wei can ramp up production. The bugs still have soil to eat for now, but next year it'll be only snow. Most importantly, the cost of these bugs is even lower than my red threadworms. Jing Shu mused, not noticing the people behind her whose jaws had dropped in shock. Incredible! Amazing! This is unreal, food that's so cooperative. Seeing the stunned cooks, Zhao Kai stomped his foot in frustration. What are you waiting for? Record the test results. Get moving. The cooks snapped out of it and began weighing the bug pieces. Total 428 kilograms. One bug weighs that much? That'll last a long time. This food is reliable. Even Qian Duo quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It was more than he'd expected. They quickly tossed the gastropod meat into the grinder. Qian Duo and the shareholders watched the busy cooks, the obedient bug army, and Jing Shu, who was always munching on something, feeling a mix of emotions and hoping the test would succeed. This was the key to saving Shiyuan Phase 2. A dozen cooks worked hard to test how much food one bug could yield. Soon the exciting moment arrived. The cooks rolled out half-man-high buckets of food. Xiao Kai announced excitedly. After testing, one bug, ground up and mixed with soil and a little flour, yields about 800 kilograms of filling. Made into wet cakes, there's no loss. At a minimum of 200 grams per person per day, that's enough to feed 4,000 people. If dried into hard cakes for storage, it's about 700 kilograms, and if rehydrated into porridge, it could keep 6,000 people alive. Xiao Kai personally handed out a piece of the freshly made bug meat and soil cake for everyone to try. So, one bug can feed 4,000 people. With just 13 bugs a day, plus soil and flour, we can basically feed 50,000 people. Want to try it? It's pretty fishy, but a bit salty. The wet version isn't great, but if you bake it into a crispy cake, it should be better. Jing Shu had already done the math and smiled to herself. She hadn't expected Xiao Kai to be even more ruthless, just 200 grams per person per day, with lots of soil mixed in. That was definitely not enough to feel full, but in this era, being full was a luxury. If she'd had 200 grams of food a day in her previous life, she would have been overjoyed. By this calculation, 390 bugs a month, plus lots of soil, would be enough to feed everyone. But food sources wouldn't stop there. A full reward and punishment system was needed, with bug meat, cakes, rice, and steamed buns as incentives. Otherwise, if people just ate their welfare and didn't work, how would Shiyuan operate and generate value? So she'd have to ask Xiao Wei to ramp up production, not just to feed 50,000 at Shiyuan, but also to build up reserves. Some shareholders, curious, cautiously tasted a fingernail-sized piece of the meat, then immediately gagged and spat it out. This is awful, worse than pig slop. Ugh, even my chickens wouldn't eat this. A strong, fishy smell filled the air. Some shareholders pinched their noses, disgusted by the worse-than-pig slop food. Jing Shu, however, stepped forward, pinched off a piece and chewed thoughtfully. Salty, rich in protein, meeting the body's minimum needs. A food that could keep people alive. Good. No matter how bad it tasted, after 10 years of apocalypse, she'd learned not to waste a single bite. She swallowed it all. It's not as good as red threadworm cakes, but way better than corpseworm cakes. Those were truly inedible. Being able to eat and not starve to death, that's the best I can do for you. Jing Shu thought silently, not realizing Tianduoduo was watching her, eyes narrowed. No matter how bad it tastes, it's still food. Food that can save lives, he said, taking a big bite himself and nodding. Keep the ratio as is. Salt is precious but essential. Any less, and you can't taste anything. Jing Shu smiled. Whatever Tianduoduo's reasons, he was truly capable to be able to do this. All right, let's process all these bugs into filling. Half as baked earthworm cakes, half as wet cakes. Get ready to receive a large influx of people into Shiyuan Phase 2 in the next few days. Someone asked, Isn't it too soon to start? Will this really work? The sooner the better. The authorities can't wait to lighten their burden. I believe anyone with sense will agree to this deal. All right, meeting adjourned. Jing Shu, let's go. Time to visit the authorities. Once everything was settled, Tianduoduo immediately prepared to take Jing Shu to the authorities for a face-to-face negotiation. Jing Shu remembered that the last time she visited Jin Tianqi's government compound was last year. This area was part of the old city, on the edge of the basin. Although it hadn't been completely buried by mudslides, life was still tough. Muddy water seeped up every day. It was basically like wading through mud to cross a river. Cars couldn't get into the compound, so they had to walk. The muddy water was already up to Jing Shu's waist. Jin Tianqi's secretary led the two of them along shaky plastic planks. If it weren't for his bodyguards, Tianduoduo would have fallen into the mud long ago. Just getting into the compound felt like an adventure game for heroes. The secretary, clearly used to this, walked ahead, shining a flashlight for them and saying, Be careful, you two. Our compound isn't even the worst. At least people can still live above the second floor and the water flows slowly. In some nearby cities, the mudslides are like floods. It's terrifying. Tianduoduo was cold and exhausted, his nose red from the chill. It took a huge effort for them to finally reach Jin Tianqi's home, where a bowl of hot, creamy milk tea finally let them breathe a sigh of relief. Jin Tianqi, wrapped in a blanket and holding a cup of goji berry and red date tea, smiled at Tianduoduo and Jing Shu, occasionally sipping his tea. He waited until Tianduoduo had recovered before asking some friendly, everyday questions, neither giving Tianduoduo special attention nor ignoring Jing Shu. That was Jin Tianqi's style. He always made you feel important, and Jing Shu realized that with people like him, if you didn't state your purpose, he could chat with you about nothing for hours. He asked about the situation in Jing Shu's banana community, about current prices, and even gossiped about how the neighborhood aunties were coping with food shortages in this weather. Aunties will always be aunties. In our community, they collect all the family's waste every day to sell for a few virtual coins, then send people to dig up soil, exchange it for more virtual coins, and buy earthworm cakes, maybe some steamed buns or rice. They take it home, mix it with hot water to make porridge, and stretch it for days. Now there are fewer and fewer bug cakes in the cafeteria, so many families are converting their virtual coins into food for storage. Everyone's realized that even bug cakes are getting scarce. Jing Shu could talk endlessly about these things. When it came to running a household, women always had their own ways. Grandpa Jing was a gossip. Nothing in banana community escaped his ears, and he'd always share the latest news over peanuts at dinner, so Jing Shu knew all about it. Tianduoduo was also asked about how the wealthy were being affected. Finally, Tianduoduo couldn't hold back and got to the point of their visit. He knew he'd lose the initiative, but if he didn't speak up, Jin Tianqi could chat until tomorrow. Even Jin Tianqi's wife had come by several times to refill the milk tea, each time making it richer, until by the end it was basically just tea. They needed to finish up and leave quickly. If they stayed for dinner, Jin Tianqi's wife would serve wheat bran porridge, which was so rough it scratched your throat. It was really hard to swallow. After that, Jing Shu had nothing to add. She sipped her milk tea and tended to her fruits and vegetables in her space. She'd been using 6 plots of land to grow medicinal herbs, thinking they'd be useful for her family or to donate to the Herbalist Association in emergencies. But she realized she'd overthought it. Before the apocalypse, Jing Shu had bought all kinds of common medicines, and ever since her family started drinking spiritual spring water, they rarely got sick. Aside from giving some away to relatives in need, she'd barely touched the precious herbs she'd been growing in her space. Rare ginseng and lingzi mushrooms, for example, had just been sitting there for years. It didn't make sense to take them out, and she didn't want to risk trading them for supplies. Looking at the plump, decades-old ginseng, Jing Shu finally harvested all the medicinal herbs and stored them away, deciding not to waste valuable farmland on them anymore. I'll use the freed-up land to grow another batch of spices: star anise, Sichuan pepper, black pepper, cinnamon. Oh, and I'm out of curry. Baidu has recipes for curry powder, so I can try that. Most importantly, I'm running low on hot pot base. Before the migration, I should secretly stock up on more seasonings and braise more food. That way, I can eat more hot pot on the road, just add the base and whatever ingredients I want. So satisfying. Maybe I should prepare more hot pot ingredients too? It's been ages since I had tripe, aorta, or pig brain. Should I? Jing Shu's mind drifted. Before the apocalypse, she'd bought over 100 kilos of spices, but as a food streamer, she'd used them up fast. After the apocalypse, she made several cubic meters of food, burning through her spice stash. Now, some common spices were almost gone. Luckily, she'd bought over 1,000 kilos of vinegar and salt for food preservation, or she'd be out by now. Jing Shu? Jing Shu? What are you daydreaming about? Jin Tianqi laughed. After their chat, he was clearly in a good mood. He even patted Qian Duoduo on the shoulder. No time like the present, let's do it today. The old city just took in 50,000 people from Lincheng, and I have nowhere to put them. I haven't even eaten yet, and I have to allocate food and supplies. Old Qian, you've saved Wucheng a lot of resources. Jing Shu was surprised. Jin Tianqi was really desperate, so eager to get this done. Qian Duoduo gave Jing Shu a look that said, "I told you so," and shook his head. "I'll go make arrangements right away." Go on, go on. All those people are yours now. Do whatever you want, even be a local tyrant if you like. I have only one condition: keep them alive until the disaster ends or Shi Yuan can't operate anymore, Jin Tianqi said seriously. Qian Duoduo waved, stood up, hesitated a moment, then drained his tea and got ready to leave. "Oh, Jing Shu, you stay. I have something to discuss with you. And old Qian, those people haven't eaten yet. Make sure you feed them first. Hungry people are dangerous," Jin Tianqi called after him. Qian Duoduo waved again, escaping in a hurry. The cold wind blew in as the door slammed shut. Jin Tianqi shook his head with a smile and turned to Jing Shu. "Now, let's talk about those seeds. This morning all the seeds were put into storage and the people have been temporarily settled." "Li Daiyu and the others have been settled?" Jing Shu asked anxiously. A few days ago, after absorbing too much of the black liquid, her space had upgraded, but she'd been in a daze, sleeping for over 10 days while studying the new space. She hadn't managed anything during that time, and had to trouble others a lot. On the way back, she'd been hands-off, and the two groups had parted ways. To this day, she still hadn't properly spoken with Li Daiyu, Wang Dan, and the others he'd brought. If it weren't for these people, her seeds would have been lost long ago. Jing Shu had always planned to thank them properly, and now, hearing this news, she was delighted. It was finally time to repay their kindness. Jin Tianqi sipped his tea, secretly popping a few raisins into his mouth as he spoke. "They're all settled. The report to the capital is done, and in a few days there's a flight to the capital. They'll go back then. Later I can take you to see them. You really should thank them." Jing Shu let out a breath and smiled. "Of course." Jin Tianqi smiled and asked, "So, how do you plan to sell the share of seeds you set aside for the authorities? And what about the anti-radiation potion for the seeds? How do you want to sell that? I know the capital tried to buy the potion from you. They brought it on themselves. You can ask for anything you want. We can negotiate. We won't repeat the capital's mistakes, and it won't affect your relationship with Wucheng." Jing Shu twirled her hair, glancing up at the unhurried Jin Tianqi, then looking down again. "Haven't decided yet?" Jin Tianqi smiled, seeing her hesitate, and offered some suggestions. How about offsetting your previous debts? Or do you want to exchange for supplies? I'll let you in on a secret. You can pick anything from Wucheng's reserves as long as we have it. I know you're not short on food, but there will come a day when you run out. Things are getting worse, and it's harder to grow crops. You should stock up on long-lasting food, fruit and meat cans, or even the June rations developed in 2020, which are nutritious and filling. If none of that interests you, I can even trade you some of Jin Baba's private stash of premium snacks. What do you want? Jing Shu scratched her cheek. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it. She'd decided long ago. She just felt a bit embarrassed, and maybe a little guilty. Seeing Jing Shu still not responding, Jin Tianqi raised an eyebrow. Was she planning something outrageous? Finally, Jing Shu looked up, her eyes firm. Forget it, she'd have to say it sooner or later. She coughed, steeling herself. This wasn't really asking too much. Chan Duoduo's offers were tempting, but Jing Shu knew the apocalypse wouldn't end in a few years. For the long term, she didn't need all those things. She wasn't lacking. Besides, if people found out she'd traded a huge batch of supplies from Jin Tianqi, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Don't flaunt your wealth in the apocalypse. Keep a low profile. We're all on the same side, Jing Shu said with a smile. Jin Tianqi grew wary. When someone said that, it was never simple. With Wucheng, it's not like with the capital. The anti-radiation potion I made last time is just enough for the remaining seeds, so I'll give that to the authorities for free. Of course, you know how valuable that potion is. I traded it for quite a bit from the capital. I'm giving you something so valuable for free, so whatever I ask next shouldn't be too much, right? Jin Tianqi didn't smile as expected. Instead, he grew even more cautious, frowning as he tried to figure out what Jing Shu was up to. Giving something away for free? That only meant her next request would be even bigger. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Whatever's free is always factored into the price. He didn't say yes or no, just, what do you want? Just say it. Oh, come on, you said yourself we're all family. Wucheng is my hometown. Since it's my hometown, of course I'll contribute my share of seeds. Talking about selling or not selling just hurts feelings, right? And with food so tight, reserves should be used where they're needed most. I wouldn't dare take them for myself, and I definitely wouldn't dare touch Jin Baba's private snack stash. Last time he snatched something from me, I took it back, and you should have seen the look he gave me. Scary. Jin Tianqi was overjoyed, immediately standing up. No need to be so polite, Jing Shu. If you're giving these seeds for free, Wucheng will remember your kindness, and so will the country. Not for free. Jing Shu waved her hand. She'd risked her life for these seeds, twice. Jin Tianqi actually rolled his eyes, nearly breaking character, and forced a smile. So, what's your condition? Just say it. The potion is free and the seeds are free. But I want 30% of everything grown from these seeds. Why don't you just rob us? That'd be faster. Jin Tianqi was so shocked he nearly fainted. He'd never seen anyone ask so much. You know you can't get these anywhere else. Most crops are extinct. My batch is the most complete collection of crops left, and I'm not even charging unless something actually grows. Isn't that a good deal? Jin Tianqi gulped down his tea before he could catch his breath. You know how bad things are in the fields. Yields are way down. Half of what's grown has to be kept for seed, and you want 30%? There's nothing left. I'll give you 10% at most, and you can have a taste of anything new we grow. You know, I'm not just good at growing herbs, I can farm too. My mom's in the agriculture department, and my whole family knows how to farm. Even in the apocalypse, our yields are high. If you let me help, I guarantee you'll get a good harvest. Isn't 30% worth it for seeds that are otherwise extinct? 20%, no more. And I'll give you an extra 20% of the yield from any seeds that aren't planted yet, as compensation. Deal. Jing Shu agreed cheerfully. She'd always wanted 20%. She'd just asked for more to leave room for bargaining. For Wucheng, this was a great deal. Jin Tianqi gave a wry smile. Never thought I'd see the day the authorities owed you. They'd use Jing Shu's seeds now and pay her back with the harvest later. In the hardest times, Jing Shu would always have a share of food. And for now, by not taking a huge amount of grain, she eased the government's food shortage without making trouble for herself. Jing Shu rubbed her nose and stayed quiet. She knew very well what was coming next. The most difficult period of the apocalypse was about to arrive. All she wanted was to quietly make a fortune, eat and sleep well, and not have anyone bother her or force her to hand over her private food stores. Your seeds will stay in the warehouse then. No storage fee. If you need them, you can access them anytime, Jin Tianqi said, calling in his secretary to draft a contract on the big data system, including all the terms they'd just discussed. Not only that, Jin Tianqi classified the matter as Wu Cheng's top secret. Only the highest authorities could change it in the future. If anyone tried to touch that 20% of crops, even the capital would have to admit she was in the right. Jing Shu nodded vigorously. Even if Jin Tianqi hadn't said so, she would have stored the seeds in Wu Cheng's warehouse. She really had nowhere else to put such a large batch, and keeping them in her space wouldn't be above board. She'd just have to find time to secretly store a little of each type in her space. Never put all your eggs in one basket. Her red threadworms had always been safe in there, but if something happened to the warehouse, she'd have nowhere to cry about her lost seeds. Once everything was settled, both Jing Shu and Jin Tianqi let out a long breath, finally feeling at ease. Jin Tianqi immediately began arranging for the seeds' distribution and planting. These seeds won't go to the agriculture department. The pressure is too high there and they don't have the time or space to plant them. Send the order to the research department and use that method for planting. He kept talking, not stopping. Jin Tianqi was being secretive, but Jing Shu wondered, what method? Besides soil planting and hydroponics, was there another way? Was it reliable? Was it safe? After all, her 20% was at stake. When it's time to plant, make sure to call me. I'll help you check things out, Jing Shu said, worried. Sure, Jin Tianqi replied absent-mindedly, already turning to assign more tasks. Only then did Jing Shu realize how many departments were involved with this batch of seeds. Truly, when the boss gives an order, the secretary runs their legs off. Jing Shu found a comfortable position and half lay on the sofa, planning to wait until things were finished so the secretary could take her to see Li Dayu. She needed to think about how to thank those people. After all, they'd be leaving Wu Cheng in a few days, and she might never see them again. In the past, people said nothing was as good as giving cash as a reward. Let people buy what they want. Should I give them virtual coins? Jing Shu shook her head. She didn't have many herself. In the apocalypse, nothing was as practical as giving rice. Should I give them rice? She shook her head again. The favor was so great. How much rice would be enough to show her gratitude? And you couldn't carry much on a plane. Most importantly, her family only had so many bags of rice. If she gave it away, there wouldn't be enough for her own family. So what should I give? Jing Shu racked her brain. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she slapped her thigh. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. In the apocalypse, no matter how much food you give, it'll run out eventually. Just then, the door banged open again. A cold wind rushed in, and then the door slammed shut. Jing Shu heard a familiar voice. Sister-in-law, pour some hot tea, I'm freezing. Zhou Bapi's big yellow teeth appeared first. Next door, Mrs. Jin rolled her eyes and muttered as she refilled the milk tea. Milk was precious these days, and few people in Wucheng had the nerve to freeload, but today everyone discussing business had already drunk 4 pots. Sigh, and it was supposed to be for old Jin's health. Old Jin's guest tea is the real deal, pure milk. If only there was more salt, it'd be perfect in this cold weather. Zhou Bapi plopped down on the sofa, only then noticing Jing Shu. The milk tea he'd just drunk almost sprayed out, but he forced it down through his nose with sheer willpower. It didn't feel good, but at least it wasn't wasted. Jing Shu, you're finally back? When did you get back? Zhou Bapi's face shifted from excitement to joy, and he stopped drinking tea, grabbing Jing Shu's hand and choking up. My apprentice, it's so good you're here. What a coincidence. You don't know. You've been missing for over a month. I called you so many times your phone was dead, and only found out from old Jin that you'd gone deep into the mountains. Who knew when you'd be back? I'd given up hope. Why didn't you say anything when you got back? We looked everywhere for you. Joe Boppy looked so pitiful, as if he'd suffered a lot. Jing Shu was speechless for a while. What's the matter? I arranged everything with the Pharmacists Association. If you need chicken manure, ask my grandma. What else do you need? Why so anxious? Jing Shu was a hands-off boss. Her monthly tasks were now all replaced with chicken manure, and she'd even exceeded the quota. She didn't need to clock in at the association at all. The only people in charge were the mysterious president and her own master, Joe Boppy. The other vice president couldn't control her. Did you forget? The Imperial Capital's medicinal herb planting competition that was cancelled last year is back on. It's in 5 days. All 26 regional associations will bring their entries to compete, and the results will determine the next round of medicinal herb allocations. Old Jin gave a strict order. There are so many elderly, sick, and weak in Wucheng waiting for medicine. If we don't bring back more medicinal resources, cough cough, the association will lose its privileges and benefits. When it came to planting, the Pharmacists Association had way more perks and privileges than the Agriculture Department. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. She did have privileges. Her rank was very high, even higher than her mother's. But as for real power, she had none. At most, if she got into trouble, she wouldn't be managed by Wucheng, but by the association itself. No other agency could touch her since she was a vice president. So soon? Jing Shu was surprised. She thought the event had been shelved, but it was happening so quickly. She'd only just gotten home, still had tons of supplies to prepare and so much to do. It was already the 4th year. Couldn't she get a few quiet days? Jing Shu looked miserable. Joe Boppy grinned, his yellow teeth especially dazzling. That's right. They say some mysterious item was cracked and a batch of resources will be distributed, so they're holding a half competition. If you hadn't come back, we'd have no chance. But now that you're here, we've got this in the bag. Old Jin, if we win, you'll give our association some extra benefits, right? A mysterious item? Jing Shu's thoughts were drawn to the mysterious item Joe Boppy mentioned. For some reason, whenever these things came up, she always felt they were related to dimensional changes. What could this new item be? As the apocalypse progressed, more and more things that had never existed in the old world were appearing. It might be the end times, but it was also a new world. Jin Tianqi, for once, hesitated. That depends on what resources you all bring back this time. Joe Boppy laughed. Old Jin, you know the inside scoop. Everyone says it's good stuff. You won't be disappointed. You know how tough things have been for our Pharmacists Association lately. Even the regular staff can't afford steamed buns and have to mix in bug cakes. Don't you think it's time to improve our benefits? Jing Shu secretly rolled her eyes. The association's benefits were already pretty good. Half the staff could still eat steamed buns. In these times, just having food was a blessing. Jin Tianqi's face turned stern. You know how tight food is. And with the temperature dropping sharply, the research department found that many bacteria can't survive in this weather, so some diseases are naturally decreasing. The association should shift its focus to digestive and immune issues, grow more ginger and similar crops. When it came to business, Joe Boppy hesitated, his brows furrowing as he thought. Jin Tianqi paused, then told his secretary to bring the latest report. Based on the mortality and illness data, take this back and formulate medicines accordingly. By the way, I called you here today for something important. Recently, a new species of parasite has appeared in the south. It can live inside the human body, reproducing rapidly and consuming the internal organs, eventually causing organ failure and death. The transmission route is unknown, but it seems to have low infectivity. Close family and friends of patients rarely get infected. The initial symptom is severe abdominal pain, which makes it easy to spot. But known deworming medicines and even surgery aren't effective because the parasites are only a few microns in size and hide in the blood. Fortunately, they don't seem to reinfect others. So far, there have been 940 cases in the South, with 680 deaths. The number is still rising nationwide. The capital has ordered a total news blackout, telling the public it's just a common parasite. Researchers are working urgently, and we in Wucheng need to prepare as well. Jing Shu's eyelid twitched. So the infamous parasite outbreak happened in the 4th year of the apocalypse. At first, she'd only heard rumors about parasites and that they weren't contagious. People would have bloody stools, and later, when the truth couldn't be hidden, it turned out that those infected suffered excruciating pain and died. Even though the disease was terrifying, the authorities said the infection rate was extremely low, less than 1 in 10,000. Plus, with everyone nearly starving, it didn't cause much of a stir. Joe Boppy's eyes widened in shock. He quickly asked, "Has Wucheng had any cases? What measures have been taken? How can our association help? Is there any detailed information on this parasite?" Jin Tianqi produced another file for Jing Shu and Joe Boppy. "No cases in Wucheng yet, but the nearby provincial capital Jinlan has had dozens. I'll issue a new notice. Anyone with severe abdominal pain will be isolated. We'll wait for research results from above. If they find a cure, great. If not..." He sighed and continued, "All the details are in here. From onset to death, most people only survive a couple of weeks. The longest so far is 32 days. Researchers suspect this may be linked to eating red threadworms, since 99% of patients had eaten them. If a few micron red threadworm isn't fully killed and mutates, it can become this parasite and multiply in the body. Of course, immunity also plays a role. This is just a hypothesis. Don't spread it yet to avoid panic. Jing Shu, keep processing your red threadworms as usual, but cook them longer to ensure all bacteria are killed." Jin Tianqi was cautious. Until the truth was found, they couldn't cut off such a stable food source. And if only 1 in 10,000 got sick, it was still better than everyone starving. Jing Shu was truly shocked. She hadn't realized the parasite virus was linked to eating red threadworms. She quickly nodded. "I'll have the red threadworm factory cook everything 10 minutes longer to make sure all bacteria are killed." She'd never known before that this terrifying parasite could come from eating red threadworms. She'd worried the parasite might target her family, but now she realized it wouldn't. Luckily, she'd planted so many Bodhi trees, first for self-protection, and second to help friends and family if they got infected. She wouldn't mind handing some over to the authorities to save more people, as long as she was compensated, of course. Wait, Jing Shu's face turned pale. "What about livestock that eat red threadworms? Could they get infected? Sometimes my animals eat them too. If livestock get infected and people eat the meat, wouldn't they get infected too?" Jin Tianqi shook his head. "Apparently, the parasite needs a gene only found in humans. Livestock don't have it. Researchers tried to infect chickens and cows to use as test subjects, but it didn't work. So don't worry, livestock can't be infected." Jing Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Her last worry was gone. With all those Bodhi trees she'd planted, there was no need to worry. Although the parasite was only affecting a small number of people now, there was always the risk it could spread wildly. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously. They're afraid it'll get out of control like that disease years ago. So I'm counting on you," Jin Tianqi said earnestly. "All right, I understand." Joe Boppy didn't ask for any more rewards. He knew that if this really was linked to red threadworms, there would be many more cases in the future. He had to hurry back and prepare. "Jing Shu, originally I was supposed to lead the team to the capital for the competition, but now I can't. There's too much to do here. In 3 days, you'll lead the team to the capital for the competition. Good luck, I'm counting on you." "Huh?" Jing Shu blinked. "No choice?" Joe Boppy nodded. "Only vice presidents and above can lead the team, and you're the only one with free time. You heard it? Now I have to focus on preventing the parasite outbreak. It's predictable that Wucheng and the surrounding areas will soon see cases. If we don't nip this virus in the bud, it'll be a huge problem." Jing Shu shrugged. "All right, I'll lead the team." Last time she'd been to the capital, she hadn't even gotten off the plane, just transferred flights. She'd been thinking about whether she should take the chance to explore the post-apocalyptic capital. Now it looked like there'd be no time for sightseeing. This trip to the capital was all business. Joe Boppy gulped down another pot of milk tea. "Old Jin, I'm heading back to the association. You should send a few people from the Disease Prevention Center to us. If we find any parasite cases, we'll be ready. Jin Tianqi waved him off. Go on, get moving. Jing Shu, come with me back to the association. Wait, I still need to see Li Daiyu and the others, Jing Shu said urgently. Jin Tianqi smiled. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Li Daiyu and his group are on the same flight as you to the capital for the competition. You'll all go together. If you have any gifts, just bring them along. It'll be convenient. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Well, that works. I'll surprise them on the plane. I didn't know they'd arrived today, so I didn't bring anything, but I can give them their thank you gifts on the flight. And that way they wouldn't feel awkward about accepting something valuable. Jing Shu was truly busy that day. The trip to the association was bumpy, and by the time she got home, it was past midnight. Her whole family was asleep, but Grandma Jing had left a pot of rice for her in the kitchen, reheating it several times. For anyone else, Grandma Jing wouldn't have wasted precious gas, but for her beloved granddaughter, she finally fell asleep waiting. Jing Shu didn't turn on the lights when she got home. She rubbed her hands, blew on them, and covered her ears. The cold outside was biting, but the villa was warm. Soon her skin was itchy and sore. She'd always been prone to chilblains, and no matter how careful she was, the cold would make her skin flare up. After a while, she recovered, grabbed the leftover rice, and ate while thinking about the task Joe Boppy had given her. The capital competition required her to display medicinal herbs she'd grown herself, both for the team and as an individual. As long as the association's database showed the herbs were grown by her or her team, they could be entered. The ranking would be based on various data, value, and practical use, not just on who had the rarest herb. Whether team or individual, the more urgently needed herbs you could provide, the better. But let me tell you a secret, Joe Boppy had whispered, looking around to make sure no one was listening. This time, the Capitals Association is up to something. The rules aren't as simple as I said. I spent a lot of cigarettes to get this info from that old ghost. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. A competition is a competition. Wasn't it always about who contributed the most and got the most resources? Could there be some trick this time? That old ghost said, bring as many herbs as you can. Quantity matters this time. So take everything you can, even semi-processed products. That's why they'd arranged a big plane just for transporting herbs. The next day, Jing Shu started preparing for the trip. She'd already given instructions at the association, so all she had to do was show up at the appointed time. Jing Shu played the hands-off boss while her little follower, now a full-time worker, Wang Danai, busily coordinated everything on site. One by one, modified government trucks arrived to load the herbs onto the plane. The association was bustling. News of the trip to the capital had spread, and after a round of selection, only 9 out of 600+ herbalists were chosen to compete. Today, all the contestants brought their carefully prepared herbs for the competition. Senior Danai, all the trucks are full, but there are still some herbs left with nowhere to go. Whose are those piles of Bodhi trees? They're not even valuable herbs, just trees. Can't we move them out? Yeah, Bodhi trees take up too much space. Bringing Bodhi trees to the capital is a joke, right? That kind of trash herb will just embarrass us. The capital will think Wucheng has nothing left. Wang Danai, holding the inventory list, was getting a headache. Someone else came over. The medical family's ginseng can't fit. Should we take out some Bodhi trees? Just as someone was about to unload them, herbs Jing Shu had specifically requested, Wang Danai panicked. Put them down! Those Bodhi trees are for Vice President Jing. Don't touch them! At the mention of Vice President Jing, the crowd quieted for a moment. Then the whispers grew louder. Isn't she the big shot who supplies half the association's seeds? I heard a lot of our herb varieties were filled in by her. Big Boss Jing? She's the one who provides all the fertilizer, right? She's a legend, but I've only seen her a few times in 2 years. I heard she's done a lot of legendary things. She's fierce, even kicked out the last vice president. She's got serious connections. She never blinks when fighting. Always acts, never talks. Even Qin Feifei, who's a big deal, avoids her. Crazy. Touch her stuff and you're done for. You know what happened to the last people who tried? Yeah, if Vice President Jing wants to bring something, it must be important. Let's squeeze the other trucks. In just a few seconds, the people who wanted to unload the Bodhi trees backed off, and peace was restored. Wang Danai blinked. Vice President Jing only came a few times a year, but her reputation was terrifying. To her, Jing Shu was just a sweet person. Although the people at the Pharmacists Association were curious about why so many Bodhi trees were being taken to the capital for the competition, Jing Shu's formidable reputation kept things calm. All the herbs for the trip were sorted and loaded onto the plane. While the association was in chaos, Jing Shu was busy at home too. The fourth year's mudslides had changed the land, so the vegetable plots at Jing Shu's villa were rebuilt with new greenhouses. No sunlight? Use artificial daylight lamps for 8 hours a day. Too cold? Turn the greenhouse into a heated conservatory. The family's vegetable greenhouses were a labor of love. Just the electricity, coal for the boiler, and air conditioning would be impossible for anyone without a solid foundation. Jing Shu planned to use these greenhouses to grow a batch of above-board crops, which meant she needed Grandma and Grandpa Jing's help. Her seeds were still stored with the ones given to the authorities, but she'd already taken some out. A large portion was hidden in her space, and the rest she placed in front of her grandparents. These were professional seed storage boxes with dense compartments, each labeled by Jing Shu. These are the seeds I brought back from America. There are dozens of varieties of each species. Some you've heard of, some you haven't, some you've never even seen or tasted. It was a sacred and solemn moment. Grandpa Jing put his cigarette far away, and both grandparents washed their hands before carefully opening the box, visibly excited. Grandpa Jing's hands trembled. Good child, good granddaughter. You haven't just left a root for our family, you've given hope to the country. With these seeds, there's always hope, even in the apocalypse. Grandpa Jing rarely praised anyone so seriously. No matter how many amazing things Jing Shu had done before, or how much food and wealth she'd brought home, he was always content with just enough to eat. In the apocalypse, his only wish was for the family to have enough food stored. Grandma Jing was different, stingy, greedy, and a hoarder. Even if the house was packed, she'd still feel it wasn't enough. She pushed Grandpa aside, glancing at him before beaming. Good, look at all these seeds. We're missing so many vegetables. I've heard southern veggies are so tender and smooth. I've never had them in my life, but maybe I'll get to try them before I die. Jing Shu nodded with a smile. Grandpa, there are several kinds of tobacco in here too. I'll plant some for you. Grandpa wiped away his sadness and smiled. More tobacco meant more comfort on the road during migration. Grandpa, I've been thinking about our next steps, Jing Shu began. Go ahead, Grandpa said seriously. Our greenhouse is big, and after improvements, it can grow twice as much. This floor alone can meet our daily needs. But this year it's mudslides. What about next year? If we lose the ability to plant or the power goes out, what will we eat? Both nodded. So, while we still can, we need to plant as many vegetables and fruits as possible. Dry the veggies like before or pickle them. Dried and pickled foods are compact, easy to store, and convenient to eat. Make fruit into dried or frozen snacks. You don't know how good frozen pears are. My aunt brought some, and I've always wanted to try them. I've heard there are frozen peaches too. Jing Shu swallowed. Grandma Jing agreed. We finished the pickles from 2 years ago, and the chili sauce is gone too. We need to make more. The dried veggies from the first year were so handy, and now there's barely any left. We survived several escapes thanks to your fresh veggies. Who knows what's coming next? We need to plant and prepare more. Grandpa was brief. Whatever you say, we'll do. The soil's ready and well fertilized. Let's start today while you're still here. Let's sort the seeds and get planting. Some seeds needed soaking, some needed hot water, some could go straight in the ground. Jing Shu and her family worked for 2 days, planning the planting schedule based on crop maturity. They prioritized high-yield crops like corn and potatoes, since the family had lots of livestock. Cornmeal and veggie roots mixed with red threadworms made great feed. The tons of feed Jing Shu had bought before the apocalypse were almost gone after 3 years. She couldn't rely on red threadworms alone forever. Feed was a must, so she'd plant more in her space and sneak some out as needed. She'd also planted a whole plot of spices in her space to be processed and secretly moved to the basement. No one knew how much she'd bought, so it was safe. Next, she'd plant rare veggies they couldn't usually get, some in the greenhouse, some secretly in her space. Grandma and Grandpa were excited, full of energy, knowing that in a month or two they'd be eating veggies they'd never even seen before. Jing Shu didn't rest either. She took over the whole second-floor conservatory, which already had some easy-to-grow fruit, but she decided to plant more. Too bad durian is probably impossible now. Maybe I'll get a chance to bring one back someday? Jing Shu mused. Her mom loved durian, but she'd never tried it because of the smell. Even before the apocalypse, durian was expensive in Wucheng, dozens of yuan per kilo, so her mom rarely bought it, let alone after the apocalypse. Still, after a trip to the seed vault, Jing Shu planted a durian tree. She had to try. Maybe she could make dried durian, too. I'll wait until after the competition to see what durian tastes like. Time flew by. After setting up the plan and giving her grandparents their tasks, Jing Shu, with her family's blessings, boarded the plane to the capital, loaded down with bags. This time, Jing Shu drew attention, not for her luggage or her down-to-earth winter clothes. It was because she wasn't traveling alone. She brought a whole soccer team. Only the team was made up of chickens. When a giant, fat chicken led the way onto the plane, followed by a neat line of chickens, Jing Shu knew. Today, the fat chicken was the coolest passenger on the flight. These days, what's the rarest thing? Without a doubt, it's chickens and ducks, now endangered species. Not to mention the post-apocalyptic new species only the upper class knows about, the dinosaur chicken. As these clean, beautiful hens entered the brightly lit, modified plane, everyone could see them at a glance. It was like a boulder thrown into a pond, causing a huge stir. The pharmacists heading to the capital for the competition stared in disbelief at this flock of luxury cars, all swallowing hard. My God, are those chickens? Real, live chickens? These chickens are fatter than any rich person's chicken I've ever seen. What do they eat? We can't even fill our own stomachs, and someone can still afford to feed chickens. Especially that one in front, so fat. Swallows. How many eggs do they lay a day? If I could eat an egg every day, I'd die happy. Look, it's Vice President Jing. Are all these chickens hers? Wow, she's so rich. Right, she's the one who supplies the chicken manure. No wonder she has so many chickens. I want to touch a chicken. I haven't seen one in so long, I've forgotten what they look like. Whoa, this chicken bites. So fierce. I want a chicken feather. Do you think Vice President Jing would hit me if I asked? Dana, you're closest to her. Can you ask for some spare feathers? The crowd buzzed, wanting to get close to the flock, but after a few pecks they quickly behaved, their eyes still full of longing, to touch, to own, to eat. Luckily, this was a chartered flight with no outsiders. If these chickens were out in public, they'd probably be plucked bare in minutes. Jing Shu immediately spotted Li Dayu's group seated up front, all struggling to control their drooling. Wang Dan wiped his mouth and whispered excitedly to the resting Li Dayu, "Captain, look, chickens! Remember when we were trapped and wished we could eat chicken again before we died?" Li Dayu swallowed discreetly and replied calmly, "How could I not see? But you know as well as I do, the lead chicken belongs to Jing Shu. Want to eat it? Dream on." Everyone in Li Dayu's team knew how precious Jing Shu's chickens were. Eating one? They'd have to pay with their lives. Jing Shu overheard Wang Dan and laughed. "Ha ha ha, your wish to eat chicken again in this life is a tough one, but having an egg every now and then isn't so hard." Her dinosaur chickens weren't like ordinary chickens. As long as they could mate and lay eggs, they could hatch more. These chickens had clear advantages. They could eat anything, were easy to raise, and were a new post-apocalyptic species. They could survive on anything, and unless killed, they'd live a long time. The downside? This second generation of dinosaur chickens couldn't reproduce a third generation. Wang Dan scratched his head, embarrassed. "Heh, you heard that? By the way, did the seed thing go smoothly? We heard you were sick and couldn't help much. Sorry about that. Wait, you're going to the capital too? We thought we'd missed our chance to say goodbye. All went well. When I was sick, you guys handled the follow-up and escort. Huge help. Yes, I'm taking the Wucheng Pharmacists Association to the capital for a competition. Actually, I wanted to thank you and ask a small favor. It's mutual benefit. Jing Shu smiled. Li Dayu opened his eyes and smiled. After 10 days together, they'd been through life and death, and Jing Shu had saved him. He'd never forget that. Whatever you need, just say it. If we can help, we will. It's like this. You know how tight food is. My family really can't afford to keep these chickens anymore. You all risked your lives to protect my things, and I never got to thank you. So each of you gets a chicken. It'll lighten my load, and you'll have a steady source of nutrition. Wang Dan's mouth watered as he looked at Li Dayu. Jing Shu's words were tactful. Help her by taking the chickens. But everyone knew she was looking out for them, making it easier for them to accept. With Jing Shu's resources, could she really not afford a few chickens? Even if they were hard to feed, the eggs were priceless. Li Dayu shook his head. No, that's too valuable. Everyone knows how rare chickens are now. It's like you're giving us each a luxury car. We can't afford to keep them, and we were just doing our duty. He didn't know these weren't ordinary chickens. Jing Shu wouldn't bother giving those away. Ordinary chickens were fragile and wasteful. Jing Shu wanted them to have a stable food source, so even in hard times they could have eggs every day. Giving a man a fish only feeds him for a day. There were sighs all around. Vice President Jing is so rich. I heard she had connections, but this is next level. Giving away so many chickens. These guys are crazy. Someone gives you a chicken and you refuse? If it were me, I'd take it in a heartbeat. We're starving. Who cares about pride? Jing Shu nudged the proud fat chicken. The fat chicken clucked, then the dinosaur chickens lined up, each finding a member of Li Dayu's group and hopping into their arms. The plane erupted in chaos. Chickens flapping, feathers flying, the plane shaking. Soon, each of Li Dayu's group was holding a chicken, looking helpless and innocent. How did the chickens just fly into their arms? They didn't dare squeeze too hard. What if they killed one? The plane began to taxi, the announcement came on, and everyone returned to their seats. Jing Shu winked and smiled. See? They've already chosen their new homes. Take good care of them. This. What could they do? The chickens had already settled into their arms, so soft, so comfortable, so irresistible. Li Dayu sighed, then looked serious and grateful. We understand your kindness. All right, we'll accept these chickens. To be honest, these eggs are a godsend for us, literally life-saving. We'll remember this favor. We don't have much power in the capital, but if you ever need help, we can connect you with anyone. Our department's strength is that we know people in every office, up and down. Jing Shu raised her eyebrows, surprised by this unexpected bonus. The scariest thing about coming to the capital was being a stranger, running into walls everywhere, unable to find the right connections even if you had money. Official business was one thing, but the real trouble was always the little devils in the system. One more friend means one more path. Jing Shu was very satisfied with this unexpected gain. Good. If I ever need help, I'll definitely ask. Jing Shu didn't stand on ceremony. Relationships are built by helping each other. Today you help me, tomorrow I help you. The less you interact, the more distant you become. If you're always afraid to trouble others, you'll drift apart. With that, Li Dayu and his group relaxed, feeling justified in accepting these precious luxury chickens. They also resolved that if Jing Shu ever needed anything, they'd help without hesitation. Everyone had been worrying about food, and Jing Shu had just given them egg-laying hens, right to the heart. For a while, under the roar of the plane, everyone stroked their hens, feeling an unusual comfort, not wanting to let go. No one minded if they were dirty. Actually, they weren't. Jing Shu had bathed them before departure, and the chickens were all lively and proud. Li Dayu's group started asking Jing Shu for advice. How do we raise them? Boiled water or just muddy water? What do they eat? How many times a day? Will they get sick easily? And so on. The pharmacists on the plane looked on enviously. But they were too busy organizing their competition entries and paperwork to pay much attention to Jing Shu and her chickens. Just then, Wang Dan, holding his chicken, jumped up and pointed in surprise. "Wait, Miss Jing, why are these chickens different from normal ones? My family used to raise chickens. But these are way bigger and their claws are so sharp. And look at their heads. They look like dinosaurs. Are these a new post-apocalyptic breed?" "A new breed? Chickens can have new breeds?" "So these aren't ordinary chickens?" Li Dayu looked over too. Jing Shu smiled. "These are indeed a new post-apocalyptic breed called dinosaur chickens. They're easier to raise, perfectly adapted to the apocalypse, don't get sick, don't need boiled water, aren't picky eaters, and don't need grain. They'll forage, eat mud and bugs, and absorb dark energy for nutrition. Give them some red threadworms for extra nutrition, and they'll lay more eggs. They're even good fighters. While not as strong as wolves or lions, their sharp claws and surprise attacks mean they can take on 2 adults at once. Once they recognize their owner, they're loyal and make great guard animals." The seed escort team was amazed. "Wow, these are super chickens. They guard the house, lay eggs, and don't waste food. If only they could breed a whole flock." Jing Shu shrugged and smiled. "The only downside is, due to genetic isolation, they can't reproduce. The eggs are for eating, not hatching, so take good care of them." Wang Dan scratched his head. "Makes sense. If they could breed, the food crisis would be over and eggs wouldn't be so rare." What they thought was a luxury was actually a priceless treasure. Everyone now understood just how precious these dinosaur chickens were. Not needing grain and still laying eggs was their greatest advantage. For a moment, holding their chickens felt like holding gold. Li Dayu instructed everyone, "Miss Jing gave us these rare chickens. We must remember her kindness. And since they're so valuable, let's keep their abilities, breed, and source a secret. Don't cause trouble for Miss Jing, and for our own safety too. Having treasure invites trouble." "Don't worry, Captain. We'll keep quiet about this." "Yeah, we get it. Get rich quietly. Only a fool shows off." Jing Shu nodded. At this critical time, she really did want to keep a low profile. "Miss Jing, see you around. If you run into trouble in the capital, be sure to find us." Jing Shu waved as she watched Li Dayu's group leave in a private car, sighing. All good things must end. Li Dayu was immediately taken away to report for duty. Escorting the seeds back to Wucheng had delayed him for half a year. Whether it would be seen as a merit or a fault, who knew? She hoped for the best. Jing Shu wrapped herself tighter in her thick coat, stomping her feet in the muddy pit. The capital's sky was smoggy and gray, with a heavy, sickly feeling, like a coiled dragon fallen ill. The airport was mostly shut down, much of it sunk in mud. The runways and roads had been cleared, and some planes and transport vehicles were still running. Business seemed busy, but now you needed a permit to enter the airport. Not just anyone could get in. Here and there, lights shone, making the capital seem much more prosperous than the pitch-black Wucheng. The temperature wasn't as cold as Wucheng, only -10-something degrees, while Wucheng was nearly -30. But standing outside for half an hour was still freezing. "Danai, isn't the capital's Pharmacists Association supposed to pick us up?" Jing Shu asked, a group of shivering pharmacists behind her. Danai pushed up her glasses, worried. "They said we brought too many herbs and there are too many contestants, so we have to wait in line." A timid voice piped up. "Vice President Jing, look, that other provincial association just landed and they have a special car picking them up. We arrived first." Jing Shu frowned. She hadn't expected to be snubbed as soon as she arrived in the capital. The association's logo was printed on the special car, clear under the airport's gray lights. What did this mean? It meant that as soon as others got off the plane, someone was there to pick them up, while Wucheng's group had been waiting half an hour with no one in sight. Were they really being bullied like this? "Vice President Jing, what do we do? It's so cold and there's nowhere to take shelter." "President, we can handle the cold, but I'm worried some of our delicate herbs will freeze to death without a special transport. That would be a real loss." Jing Shu rubbed her hands, breathed on them for warmth, and gave Danai a look. I'll go talk to the other association up ahead. The rest of you wait here a bit longer. One by one, special transport vehicles loaded up the other association's herbs. Just by the sheer amount, it was clear this was a powerful provincial association. Maybe they'd gotten some inside info? About 20 people boarded a bus with the association's logo. The doors were about to close. Jing Shu ran up, put her hand in the door, and stepped up. "Wait, please wait!" The driver turned and frowned. "What do you want? This is a special bus for the association. No outsiders allowed." The people on the bus glanced over, but they were busy chatting and didn't pay much attention. Jing Shu took out her work ID and smiled. "Excuse me, is the person in charge of the Capitals Association here? I'm the team leader for Wucheng's association in this competition." "Team leader Zhang, someone from Wucheng is looking for you," the driver called. A pair of feet moved in the back row, and a scholarly-looking middle-aged man stood up, rubbing his eyes as if just woken. His impatience flashed for a moment, then he put on a fake smile. He walked over. "I saw the info and knew Wucheng's team leader must be impressive. So young and already representing a whole city. I've heard a lot about you, Vice President Jing. I'm Zhang Xian, the coordinator for this competition's transport. What can I do for you? If I can help, I will." He reached out to shake hands, but Jing Shu ignored it and pointed outside at their supplies, smiling calmly. "Hello, Team Leader Zhang. When will our Wucheng Association's herbs be transported to the competition site? We've been waiting in the freezing cold for half an hour. Shouldn't it be first come, first served? Why did the group that arrived after us get a special pickup?" Zhang Xian withdrew his hand without embarrassment, glanced outside and smiled. "Ah, you're asking the wrong person. You should call the dispatch office. We just follow orders. If you want, I can call for you?" "Please do," Jing Shu said, raising an eyebrow. Zhang Xian made a show of calling, repeating Jing Shu's question. After a moment, he hung up and smiled. "Here's the thing. You reported your arrival later than Fuhai Association, so you're after them. Once their herbs are delivered, we'll come for yours. It'll be 5 or 6 hours round trip. Next time, be quicker." Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. The person on the other end hadn't said a word, he'd just faked the call. So, this guy was connected to Fuhai Association, which is why their stuff went first? Even in the apocalypse, there were still insiders. "Then, I see there are plenty of seats on this bus. Could our pharmacists at least ride with you back?" "Fine. It was just a matter of order. If they wanted to cut in line, so be it. This was someone else's turf. She'd keep her head down for now and remember this for later." Zhang Xian put on a troubled face and turned to a middle-aged woman in the front row. "I can't decide that. It's up to President Wang of Fuhai Association. President Wang, what do you think?" The woman adjusted her glasses, sitting upright and dignified. "Competition rules forbid pharmacists from different regions from gathering and discussing. Please, Vice President Jing, go back and look after your herbs and wait for your own transport." Jing Shu frowned at their back and forth. There's no such thing as hatred without reason. Normally, no one would target her or Wucheng for no reason. Using rules as an excuse, it was clearly just that, an excuse. Their transport was taken, the bus was off limits, and she'd hit a wall as soon as she arrived in the capital. She didn't even know who she'd offended. Zhang Xian looked regretful, gesturing for her to leave. "Sorry, Vice President Jing. Please wait for the next bus. I'll be back as soon as I can." Jing Shu sighed. "Do we really have to do this?" Zhang Xian blinked, not understanding. "You faked that call. No one answered. We confirmed the pickup time and place with you yesterday. Even if you had to pick up Fuhai Association first, you could have at least arranged something for us. Are you really just making us stand in the mud for hours for no reason? What do you gain from this? Just to make us suffer?" Zhang Xian's face changed. Usually, if someone saw through his tricks, they'd just grit their teeth and leave, plotting revenge in secret. Both sides would keep up appearances, smiling on the surface while scheming underneath. If interest changed, they might even become friends. But he hadn't expected this hothead to call him out in public, turning a minor grudge into open hostility. Now there was no turning back. Jing Shu had pushed him away for good. President Wang smiled, thinking, so young, so impulsive. Why did old Zhou send such a successor? She put away her smile and said sternly, since you see through it, go wait for the next bus. The association is a place of rules and strength. No matter where you are, you have no case here. Jing Shu was genuinely surprised. Aren't you afraid I'll file a complaint about this? Zhang Xian looked uneasy, but President Wang just smiled and shook her head. You still don't understand what rules are. The bus was still lively inside. No one cared about the outsider trying to hitch a ride. Jing Shu was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, I've changed my mind. I'm going to be willful this time. Good luck, President Wang. Being willful could cost Wucheng all its supplies. Think twice before you act. The woman waved her hand, dismissing Jing Shu. Well then, see you next time. Find a place to squat and wait obediently. I'll come get you when I'm done. Don't try to use connections to leave on your own. Without a permit, you can't go anywhere. Breaking the competition rules is the same as forfeiting. Zhang Xian threatened. The bus doors closed and slowly pulled away. The girl in the thick coat stepped off, waving goodbye under the lights as if she were sending off family. Zhang Xian couldn't understand it. He'd humiliated her this much. Yet she was still smiling, leaving him with no sense of superiority. He frowned, feeling something was off. That woman already knows we're targeting Wucheng. She might do something unexpected. If she really alarms the higher-ups. The middle-aged woman was unconcerned. Ignore her. The capital is already overwhelmed with that other issue. No one has time for this. Right now, whoever can solve the big problem is the hero. To be the hero, we have to do this. Don't you agree? Zhang Xian rolled his eyes inwardly. He was just here for the scraps, not worth risking much. Still, he asked, should we move to step 2? After you bring them back to the venue tonight, proceed as planned. Don't leave any evidence. We'll still need their cooperation for a lot of things coming up. President Wang tapped her leg. Their methods weren't as crude as just making them wait in the cold for hours. The real goal was to delay and humiliate them, but also to buy time. Old Zhou was too rigid. If only everyone shared the resources, wouldn't the glory be hers? What are rules anyway? Jing Shu smiled and took out her phone. Soon a fleet of grain bureau trucks with permits drove off into the darkness, loaded with all their precious herbs. President Jing, this place doesn't look like the Capitals Association at all. It's so basic. Yeah, it really doesn't look like it. Why are you all complaining? No matter where we are, President Jing will get us to the competition. Though it really didn't look right. The pharmacists, cold and hungry, finally settled in, checked on their precious herbs, gulped down some hot water and dry rations, and only then started to look around. The place was odd. It was a huge, echoing warehouse, well-sealed, quiet, and deserted. Jing Shu sipped her goji jujube ginger tea, smiling. You all know there are too many people right now. If we waited for the association, it'd take forever. For now, let's rest here and wait for them to come get us. Dunai, set up a night watch. Everyone else, get some rest. Okay? Dunai blinked. Was she saying if they weren't picked up, they just wouldn't go back? She'd just asked Jing Shu why, after finding a truck, they didn't go straight to the competition site, but instead came to this godforsaken place. Jing Shu had just smiled and said, No rush. Let's disappear for a few days and scare them. Dunai gulped and said nothing more. Did Wucheng really matter that much? Even if they all vanished, would anyone care? Jing Shu left the warehouse with her fat chicken and was met at the door by Tank, grinning. Mirror, everyone settled in? Don't worry, this is an old grain bureau storage. Your herbs are safe here. Come on, my sister made you some porridge cakes and egg soup to warm up. Tank felt guilty. When they'd visited Jing Shu's home, she'd treated them to the best food. Now she'd come all the way to the capital, and the best he could offer was this humble meal. Thanks, but food can wait. I need your help with something more important. Jing Shu frowned and explained. That Fuhai Association was probably acting out of old grudges, or because she was blocking their interests. She represented Wucheng's interests, and that was a problem. If it was just old grudges, that was one thing. But if it was about resources, things would get complicated. There would be more tricks to come. Better to step out of their trap, gather information, and act accordingly. Tank nodded, understanding. Makes sense. You get targeted on your first day in the capital, there's definitely something fishy. And the competition was announced suddenly. I bet there's something big going on. Anything unusual lately? Yeah. Death rates have suddenly spiked everywhere, and then the city went into lockdown. Before, bodies were sent to special research sites, but now they're being burned and buried right away, all hush-hush. No one knows what's going on. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. She knew the authorities had been using corpses for secondary research, but now they were just burning them. Was there a connection? What was causing the spike in deaths, and was it related to the competition? The capital's night was as calm as ever, but this night was anything but peaceful. Some were busy, some were running around, and some were cursing at the airport all night. Zhang Xian never expected that the country bumpkins from Wucheng would just vanish. They dared to leave on their own and even turned off their phones. He'd made it clear, leaving without permission was breaking the rules and grounds for disqualification. Weren't they afraid of being kicked out of the competition? And how did they disappear with all those trucks of herbs? The capital was under lockdown. Who risked it to help them escape? Were they robbed? So many people and so much medicine missing. If the higher-ups found out, he'd be finished. Zhang Xian was a mess, hands shaking as he called President Wang to report. The real show is yet to come. When Wucheng's association comes begging, we'll report them and have them disqualified. Stick to the plan. President Wang hung up, called her secretary within half an hour, and handed over a new plan. No matter what, we must secure the production rights this time. Zhang Xian cursed, first at Wucheng's idiots for being so reckless, then at Fuhai for being ungrateful. He waited 2 days, but still no word from Wucheng. All the other associations had checked in, and the competition was about to start. Now he was truly panicking, and finally called President Wang for help. The woman said lightly, "What a pity. She brought this on herself. Team leader Zhang, just report it truthfully. Otherwise, if the higher-ups hold you accountable, you'll be in trouble." Clearly, she regarded both Wucheng and him as expendable pawns and was already moving on to her new plan. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth. Fine then. First, cancel Wucheng's qualification for the competition and shift the blame. After all, they couldn't get in touch with them. The announcement quickly appeared on the big data platform, and on the list of the 31 provincial pharmaceutical associations, the words "disqualified from competition" in bold red appeared after Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association. Although it was silent and seemingly unnoticed, the management at Wucheng was in an uproar. Old Zhou's phone started ringing off the hook, and even the person in charge, Jin Tianqi, was alerted. Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association was disqualified from the competition. That meant they'd lose access to resources for the next year, and even the latest research into new energy sources would be out of reach. For a while, there was chaos everywhere. All of this, of course, Jing Shu knew nothing about. She was busy, really busy. I hope this last stop won't disappoint me, Jing Shu sighed. She didn't have much time left. Miss Jing, this is one of the funeral management offices. Every day, thousands of corpses are brought here for processing. These are normal deaths. They need to be taken inside for secondary processing. Next door is the crematorium. For abnormal deaths, they're burned on site. Songbin wiped the sweat from his forehead, completely baffled. He thought that being able to work with the Jun family's connections must mean something difficult or important. Even the smiling tiger, Jun Bao from the capital, had said that whatever this young lady needed, they had to help her get it done. But she was just here to inspect the funeral management office? What's so interesting about dead bodies? Oh, and that's not all. In the past couple of days, Miss Jing Shu's actions had left him utterly confused. She was supposed to be here for the Pharmaceutical Association competition, which was said to be crucial for resource allocation across the country. Yet Miss Jing Shu had tricked the pharmacists into staying in some godforsaken remote place and wouldn't let them go anywhere, even implementing closed management, clearly to prevent anyone from sending out messages. And now, with the competition about to start, she wasn't even going to participate. What was she thinking? Right. First, she investigated all sorts of information about the major pharmaceutical associations. That wasn't a big deal, not even a secret. The Jun family could easily get that. Then she asked for the complete list of medicinal materials each association had brought for the competition. Again, not a secret. There were records from the start. He understood. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Songbin still remembered how, when Miss Jing Shu heard the Jun family's findings, that the reason for holding this competition was to pool all top resources to find a cure for the current parasite infection. Her eyes lit up. Why were her eyes so bright? Did she have a cure? The research institute had only made a little progress after so long, and she thought she could just show up and have a cure? But leaving that aside, when Miss Jing Shu dug deeper into her investigation, her face darkened, becoming gloomy and cold, to the point that Songbin felt it was hard to breathe. What was going on? Why was she so angry? Then things got even more confusing. She reviewed grain storage reports from all over, visited the capital's botanical garden, the Ministry of Agriculture, even livestock farms, and checked the grain warehouses. Her face only got darker. Was she here for sightseeing? Or some undercover inspection? What was she really after? Was she a thief scoping out the place? The thought made Songbin a bit wary. Jing Shu frowned slightly. Let's go. We'll check out the crematorium for the abnormal deaths. Pfft, not even a thief would come to steal corpses, right? As she spoke, Jing Shu looked around, clearly her first time in a place like this. Even in the 4th year of the apocalypse, China was still so orderly in collecting and destroying corpses. That's why the parasite corpses hadn't caused a disaster. Otherwise, who could imagine what would break out in the future? Huh? Songbin's face suddenly turned pale. I heard these parasites can crawl out and reinfect people. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. Have you ever eaten red threadworms? Songbin's face turned even whiter. He shook his head vigorously. Never. Good. According to my research these past few days, if you haven't eaten them, you'll be fine. Jing Shu, impatient, went ahead on her own. Hey, but wait, slow down, wait for me. This creepy place. At least wear a protective suit. Wait for me. You can't get in without me. Once they were both suited up, Jing Shu and Songbin entered the massive crematorium. It was a busy place, with people coming and going and a constant stream of fresh corpses being delivered. It was warm here, the burning bodies providing heat and light. Occasionally there was a crackling sound, supposedly from burning oil, which was normal. Old Wang was the director in charge of cremation. Hey, it's just a few hundred a day, sometimes 1,000 or 2. That's normal. The death rate hasn't really gone up much. Before the apocalypse, with tens of millions in the capital, there were thousands of deaths a day, all needing cremation. After the apocalypse, cremation was banned for a while, but recently it started up again. Otherwise I'd be out of a job. Old Wang, savoring a cigarette, spoke candidly. He was a bit relieved. I heard it's a real mess if you get infected by the parasite. If you don't cremate, there'll be an even worse epidemic. The parasite isn't contagious if you haven't eaten red threadworms, so don't worry. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare work here. Jing Shu was silent. Some things, even if you could do them over, you still wouldn't be prepared enough. In her previous life, she hadn't been high enough up to see the truth. Recently, Jin Tianqi's report said that only 1,000 or so people in the south had been infected by the parasite, and that's what the big data said too. But after coming to the capital, she realized she didn't know the real numbers until she visited the crematorium. Jing Shu had been too naive. If the number was only 1,000, why would the capital suddenly announce the competition and gather all the top medicinal resources to solve this? It must have already reached a critical but unpublicized level to avoid panic. I'd like to take a closer look at these bodies. Is that okay? Old Wang waved his hand and led Jing Shu and Songbin to a row of corpses waiting for cremation. Nothing much to see. These people didn't even know they were infected. What you see here are all asymptomatic. Only a few with symptoms realized something was wrong and sought help, but there was nothing to be done. The pain was unbearable. Sigh, the ones whose brains were eaten were lucky. They'd slowly forget who they were in the pain. The ones whose intestines were eaten had it worst. The pain could last 10 days or more before it was over. Songbin's lips trembled. My God, were the parasites really that terrifying? No one had ever told him. Jing Shu, on the other hand, was already wearing rubber gloves and had started a detailed autopsy. Songbin's teeth were chattering as he watched Jing Shu unzip the sealed body bag. The old man, experienced, quickly covered his nose. Immediately, an overwhelming stench filled the air. Songbin nearly gagged up his dinner from the night before, while Jing Shu just frowned slightly, held her breath, and remained unfazed. The old man chuckled. See? It's still fresh, hasn't started rotting yet. The bugs inside haven't burst out, otherwise, tisk, tisk, that scene would really make your scalp crawl. Hearing this, Songbin's legs went weak and he almost collapsed. In these 4 years of the apocalypse, he'd always worked in a sheltered office. He'd never seen anything like this. The deceased's face was twisted in agony, ashen and pale, hair standing on end, body stiff, though the belly was a bit distended. At first glance, it didn't look much different from a normal death. Jing Shu started her examination from the head, pressing with her gloved hands on the eyes, ears, and nose. Everything seemed normal. No livor mortis, no corpse green, no bloating. After 10 years of collecting bodies in the apocalypse and earning points, Jing Shu was very experienced in judging time of death. The old man was right. This person had been dead for less than 6 hours. Jing Shu continued her meticulous examination, not missing a single detail. The body was stiff on the outside but soft inside. Jing Shu was familiar with this kind of texture. It was like a steak that had been pierced all over with needles to tenderize it, full of holes and loose like a sieve. Also, the smell wasn't the usual odor of decay. It was too early for that. It must be the scent of the parasites. Jing Shu frowned and continued her inspection. She pressed a finger into the belly. The skin quickly caved in, then rippled outward like water. Suddenly, a terrifying scene unfolded. It was as if a stone had startled a flock of resting birds. The corpse's belly began to writhe madly, the movement spreading outwards. In the blink of an eye, the skin all over the body was undulating, as if countless slender things were darting about beneath it. Sometimes they'd bump into each other, causing the skin to bulge grotesquely. Soon the belly deflated, the body swelled, bulging in places. Most chilling of all, the worms inside kept writhing frantically, some areas nearly bursting open. In the firelight, their shapes could be seen. Some worms, squeezed to the edges by their companions, began to ooze out from the corners of the eyes, nostrils, and ears. But they still stubbornly tried to burrow back into the host's body. These are all parasites? Will they come out? Will they jump onto me? Songbin stammered, scooting backward. This was nothing like he'd imagined. Dear God, this wasn't just a parasite infection. The whole body seemed to be made of worms. Being parasitized by these things was just too horrifying. If he ever got infected, no, it was too disgusting. Even Jing Shu, usually calm, was a little shaken, not because the worms were disgusting. She'd survived by eating red threadworms in her previous life and was used to it. But because she hadn't realized the parasite incident back then was this brutal, it was far worse than she'd imagined. Maybe this was karma. Humans survived by eating red threadworms, and after a round of genetic mutation, the worms returned to feast on humans. The old man carefully put away his cigarette and looked at the pitiful Songbin with a hint of disdain. You people have no experience. But there's no need to be afraid. Parasites won't leave their host on their own. Even if they do, if you've never eaten red threadworms and don't have the gene, they can't reproduce in your body. Songbin finally let out a breath. So, these worms aren't that big a deal after all. Jing Shu shot him a glare. In these years of the apocalypse, only a handful of people haven't eaten red threadworms. Think about how many people have. If this really spreads, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon the parasites that had scattered began to ooze from every orifice of the host, but they always kept one end anchored in the body, the other end probing the air, exploring the new world. These worms were really long. The original red threadworms were only a dozen centimeters, but these mutated parasites were 30 or 40 centimeters long, with half their bodies hanging in the air. Before long, they'd reached outside the body bag. They're coming out! Jing Shu raised an eyebrow, grabbed a handful of parasites, and, to Songbin's shock, tried to pull them out. What are you doing? But the worms refused to let go, clinging tightly to the host. One worm even seemed to emit a sharp screech. Jing Shu frowned and gave a hard yank. There was a snapping sound. The parasite broke in half. The remaining parasites in the host's body quickly retreated. Even the broken one shrank back. The worm in Jing Shu's hand shriveled up into a ball of yarn before their eyes. Just like red threadworms soaked in salt, it died completely. The corpse returned to looking normal, though the skin was still bulging, as if the worms inside were fighting. It was as if nothing had happened. Looks like they really won't leave the host on their own. Even though they've mutated, their living space is even more limited. They can only survive in the host. That's good news. Jing Shu tossed aside the shriveled parasite. Songbin collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, while even the old man took a sharp breath. He'd never seen anyone so tough. No matter how Jing Shu pressed after that, the parasite stayed hidden inside, nearly bursting the skin. She also noticed that in just this short time, the body had swollen a lot, with more and more worms crowding together, as if it was about to explode. The old man, experienced, pointed at the corpse, trembling. Quick, push it into the fire. Every time it's like this, it's about to burst. This is the final stage. But Jing Shu shook her head, and to the old man's shock, pulled out a knife and made a cut. Instantly, without the skin to contain them, the parasites burst out like a flood. In the open air, the parasites acted like vampires exposed to sunlight, panicking and scattering, ending their own lives. Surprisingly, the longest, largest worms were the first to shrivel up and die, as if they'd poured all their nutrients and hope into the larvae. Then, countless tiny larvae sprang from the corpse. Quick, push it into the fire. These things are about to go everywhere. The larvae scattered like rain, leaping in all directions, searching for new hosts. Old Wang ran off at lightning speed. This scene, tisk. Back in the day, red threadworms just wriggled around, but these parasites go straight into the flesh. This was actually the parasite's final method of reproduction and survival. Old Wang shouted, "Run!" In a crisis, the old parasites transfer all their nutrients to the new larvae to help them find new hosts. If the host has the gene, the parasites can reproduce and survive. If not, the larvae can still live for a day or two. In other words, when the parasites panic, they'll bite anything alive and try to burrow in. Very quickly, Songbin got hit. Ah! Help! Kill these bugs! They're burrowing into my flesh! It hurts so much! No one had told him the parasites would go straight into human flesh. Weren't they supposed to not actively infect people? The thought of thousands of worms burrowing into his body made Songbin's soul nearly leave his body. He rolled on the ground, crying and snotty, but even with a protective suit, some parasites still found their way in through the cuffs and wrists, frantically burrowing into his flesh. The blood only attracted more larvae. This commotion drew a crowd from around the crematorium, making the scene even more chaotic. From a distance, Old Wang cursed inwardly. This parasite outbreak and their wild burrowing was a huge problem. Even if they couldn't reproduce, handling it was a nightmare. He shot Jing Shu a glare. This girl was always causing him trouble, but he didn't regret it. After all, his craving for a smoke had gotten the better of him. Old Zhang, push the body into the fire first, then call the research and epidemic prevention team next door to treat the injured. Get the latest insecticide ready, Old Wang shouted from afar. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow and put away her spray, surprised to find that the capital's epidemic prevention team had moved here. Well, it made sense. This was the main infection source, so it was convenient for research. Fine, she'd see how far their research had come. According to what Jing Shu had learned, this year's competition in the capital was meant to gather a huge amount of medicinal resources to continue developing and producing these kinds of drugs. The crematorium staff handled things efficiently. Fully suited professionals quickly pushed the body into the fire, cleaned up the scene, and erased all traces. No one noticed that not a single parasite was near the little girl standing not far from Songbin. At that moment, a large group of astronauts, fully suited researchers, rushed into the crematorium. The leader laughed heartily. "Old Wang, I told you, you're always right on time. I was just about to take a nap and you bring me a pillow. Who got infested this time? We just happen to need a fresh research subject without the B gene. Come on, carry him over." He was eager. Old Wang hurried over, all smiles. "Ah, Minister Zhao, why did you come in person? This was just an accident, but with you here it's perfect. Sorry for the trouble." He wiped his sweat. Last time there was a parasite outbreak, he'd gotten a good scolding. Songbin, still screaming on the ground, was quickly carried away. "Old Wang, these 2 cigarettes are for you. Sorry for the trouble today. And this bag of fried rice, find a chance to quietly give it to the deceased's family. I'll have Songbin confirm it later." "Oh, no problem. I'll take care of it. You can count on me." Old Wang grinned from ear to ear. This was a great deal. These cigarettes were top quality. 2 cigarettes could get someone a temp job, and he could finally get his daughter-in-law in for at least half a meal a day. After that, Jing Shu eagerly followed the group to the Temporary Research and Epidemic Prevention Department next door, chatting with Minister Zhao along the way. The makeshift tin building was simple, but thanks to the crematorium, at least it wasn't cold. The real problem was the dozens of people packed inside, making it impossible to feel chilly. "The specimen's here! What perfect timing! Minister Zhao was just about to volunteer himself for testing, and now someone's been bitten by the bugs." Even Minister Zhao came in person? Things must be urgent. But these parasite genes have already evolved to the 5th generation. Our research can't keep up with their evolution. "Isn't that obvious? That guy's grandson is barely hanging on with Bodhi extract, just waiting for a cure. How could he not be anxious?" "Not just that. The consequences are serious now." "Shh, it's starting." Jing Shu frowned. "Using Bodhi extract to keep someone alive? Couldn't Bodhi cure it completely?" Songbin was laid on a bed, stripped and held down. Minister Zhao marked his body with a pen. "Actually, if someone without the B gene gets infested, the larvae will die off in a day or 2. But this guy was standing right next to the outbreak. He's got at least 10,000 larvae in him. Look, you can see his veins writhing. In an hour or so, they'll reach his organs. If left untreated, a lot of his organs will be eaten and he might even bleed out." Songbin trembled even harder at this. "All right. Now inject the new drugs into his limbs and keep detailed records. Clinical trial samples are important." Songbin opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Was he being used as a test subject? He was just here to accompany Miss Jing to look at a corpse. Soon, Minister Zhao and his team marked Songbin's body into sections, scoring them from 1 to 10. As several drugs were injected into different areas, Minister Zhao shook his head regretfully. The results were clearly unsatisfactory. Jing Shu grew even more puzzled. Suddenly, Songbin clutched his leg and screamed in agony. The wound on his foot festered and oozed pus at a visible rate, and a mass of dead larvae was flushed out. "Drug number 1 is causing a strong reaction. Looks like it works, but the side effects are too severe." Minister Zhao personally cut open the pus-filled flesh and put it into a testing device, then nodded. Combined with that special energy source, it can kill 80% of the parasites and greatly suppress the spread of larvae. It can be used on moderate cases to relieve pressure. At least it'll keep the host from bursting. Jing Shu finally couldn't help but ask, "Minister Zhao, isn't Bodhi extract supposed to cure the parasites?" Minister Zhao nodded. Bodhi is the main ingredient. Combined with other herbs, it can kill 85% of the parasites and suppress reproduction. But if you can't eliminate them all, it's useless. Plus, the parasites share genes. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. He gave a bitter smile. The main problem is that Bodhi is basically extinct, and our stock is almost gone. The drugs with severe side effects are just substitutes we found. At this point, Team Leader Liu comforted him. Minister, the capital is already holding a medicinal competition. Tons of rare herbs have been brought in. Didn't the big data say a few days ago that one association has been cultivating a lot of Bodhi? They brought it all this time. We'll go judge this afternoon and check it out. If the Bodhi isn't good, we won't take it. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Judges? She hadn't even entered the competition yet and had already run into them. Minister Zhao smiled too. At least there was some good news. He looked at Songbin and said, "Young man, hang in there for a day or two. The side effects are just too much." The real issue was the cost. Team Leader Liu also tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, it'll just be uncomfortable for a day or two. Drink more hot water." Songbin's face immediately fell, looking like he was about to cry. "Can't you give me more medicine? I don't care if the side effects are bad. Right now my whole body hurts and itches. It feels like countless bugs are gnawing and burrowing through my flesh. It's unbearable. And what if they eat up my organs?" A moment of pain was better than this constant terror. Maybe it was just psychological, but his festering leg didn't seem to have any more worms wriggling in it. Minister Zhao hesitated, then nodded. "All right, we can do that. Just now we only treated your leg, but if we inject the full body dose, the side effects will be 10 times worse. You'll have to endure it." Songbin gritted his teeth and nodded, just about to speak when Jing Shu stepped in to stop them. She held a spray in her hand and started spraying it on Songbin's wounds. "No need. Don't use that medicine with such severe side effects. I have some special medicine here. It works pretty well." She hadn't taken it out before because she wanted to see how far the epidemic prevention team's research had come to better prepare for the capital's competition. But now, she couldn't bear to see Songbin suffer any longer, nor let him be left with any hidden health problems. She also planned to make it up to him later. She'd originally planned to use it after they left, but seeing Songbin about to be given that harsh medicine, Jing Shu had no choice but to use the Bodhi essence spray early. Jing Shu was a bit nervous herself. Minister Zhao had said Bodhi could only suppress 80% of the parasites. She wasn't sure how effective her own extract would be. But judging from earlier, when the parasites burst out but none came near her, it seemed to work pretty well. "Young lady, what are you doing? Stop! That's dangerous!" "What did you just spray on him? If you use ordinary insecticide, it'll be even more dangerous. Drug stimulation can make the parasites go berserk, entering a frenzied state. Previous experiments showed that this increases the fatality rate 10-fold. Songbin broke out in a cold sweat and nearly fainted. For a moment the whole tin hut was in chaos, everyone shouting. Minister Zhao hurriedly said, "Team Leader Liu, quick! Get drug number 1. Zhao Wang, prep for surgery and be ready to resuscitate. I'll check the parasite activity first, if things go badly." The whole place sprang into action, everyone busy. Jing Shu shouted from the side, "Don't misunderstand, this is Bodhi essence. This is—" She called out several times, but no one listened, and she was even pushed out of the room. Jing Shu. Fine, let them do their thing. She could just watch and see how effective the Bodhi essence was. These people were professionals. In less than 2 minutes, everything was ready. Minister Zhao personally took samples from Songbin and examined them under a microscope, running tests. Team Leader Liu wiped his sweat. "Minister, how is it? What stage of frenzy are we at? Which emergency plan do we use? Disinfection and anesthesia are ready. If it's bad, we'll operate." Everyone stared at Minister Zhao. Songbin wiped his cold sweat, his heart pounding, but, He actually felt wonderful, almost back to normal? Minister Zhao looked baffled, wiped his brow, and took more samples from Songbin's foot, hand, and other places, running more tests. "Minister, what's going on?" "Say something." Minister Zhao rubbed his eyes and waved. "Team Leader Liu, come look. My eyes are hurting." Was he seeing things? There were only a few sluggish parasites left. The rest were all dead. 99.9% elimination rate. Team Leader Liu suspiciously took over and checked. After a while, he muttered, Not only are they not frenzied, there isn't even a single active parasite. That's not right. The best previous drugs only suppressed 85%. He took more samples from different parts of Songbin's body and got the same results. After a while, he finally reacted with excitement. "Minister, this is a miracle drug. It's the special medicine the young lady just sprayed." "Where is she? Is it really that effective?" "The evidence is right here." The whole tin hut erupted in excitement. "There she is!" Everyone pushed Jing Shu back inside. Minister Zhao was thrilled. "Young lady, why were you hiding so far away? Tell us about your special medicine. You've made a huge contribution." Jing Shu looked helpless. She hadn't been hiding, she'd just been pushed out and couldn't get back in. "I called out several times that it was Bodhi essence, but no one listened. Songbin, how do you feel?" Songbin scratched his head and smiled. "I feel pretty much back to normal." Minister Zhao rubbed his hands together. "Can we study your spray? How did you make it? Did you add anything else? Can you tell us the process?" Jing Shu casually tossed over the little spray bottle, and Team Leader Lu eagerly started examining it. Jing Shu said, "Go ahead and study it. It's just a bunch of Bodhi leaves crushed, juiced, filtered, and bottled. Oh, and I added a bit of lavender essential oil. Smell it, isn't it fragrant?" Everyone. "What a waste, what a prodigal." Minister Zhao was heartbroken. Such a waste. How much Bodhi had she squandered? Soon, Team Leader Lu was overjoyed. "Minister, the results are in. It's pure Bodhi juice with nothing but a bit of fragrance added. We just tested it on 5th-generation parasite samples, and the suppression rate is 99.9%. The whole hut was filled with exclamations and excitement. Even Jing Shu was surprised, raising her eyebrows. She hadn't added anything special, since she knew the research institute would study it for the competition. So she hadn't put in a drop of spiritual spring water. After all, if they mass-produced it later, she couldn't provide that and it was too precious. Minister Zhao was puzzled. Ordinary Bodhi doesn't have such a high suppression rate. Team Leader Liu was even more excited. The active molecules in this spray's Bodhi juice are 10 times higher than ordinary Bodhi. That means this Bodhi, maybe because of its growing environment or something else, is far more potent than normal. Jing Shu suddenly understood. When she'd grown Bodhi and other herbs at the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association, she'd secretly added a little spiritual spring water. The Bodhi in her space had always been watered with it. As soon as Team Leader Lu finished, Minister Zhao and everyone else turned their eager eyes to her. Minister Zhao asked warmly, "Young lady, do you have any more of this Bodhi? Where did it come from?" Jing Shu smiled and held out her hand. "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Jing Shu, Vice President of the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association, and the person in charge of representing Wucheng in this competition. The large batch of Bodhi I mentioned earlier is what I grew myself, and I brought it all with me. You can judge for yourselves if it's good." "This Bodhi is amazing, we need it so badly." "Oh my, this is fantastic! What wonderful news! She's from the association? See, she's one of us. A whole batch of this kind of Bodhi? There's hope, there's hope." The entire tin hut erupted in excited cheers. Minister Zhao shook Jing Shu's hand enthusiastically, repeating, "Good, good, good," 3 times. Team Leader Lu was also thrilled. "We've been worried sick these days. Minister Zhao even made a military pledge. Ah, this is what they mean by a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel." Minister Zhao nodded with emotion. "No time to lose, we need to visit old Zhang's place first, then head straight to the competition venue together. Otherwise, old Zhang will really go crazy." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. "Old Zhang? Who's that?" Minister Zhao coughed. "An old friend of mine, I'm just used to calling him that." Team Leader Liu laughed and pointed upward mysteriously. "You could say he's the chief judge of this competition. Even though his field isn't exactly this, his title is higher. His only grandson accidentally ate red threadworms years ago and got infected this time, so he took charge of this mess. Otherwise, who would want to deal with this headache?" Jing Shu suddenly understood, so it was the person whose grandson was being kept alive with Bodhi. She was curious to see how her Bodhi would work on a real parasite infection. Miss Jing, your phone. Yes, she's fine. Nothing happened. In the commotion, Songbin, now much better, called out with a strange look and handed her his phone. He added, "It's June. That person who couldn't find you anywhere. So he called me." Jing Shu nodded and took the call. She'd cut off all the association's communications these days. "Hello? This is Jing Shu, what's up?" Junbao's voice came from the other end. "Jin Tianqi wanted me to ask if you've been wronged or if something happened. If so, you don't have to participate in the capital's competition. Don't worry about resources. I'll find a way to get Wu Cheng's share. If anything happens, have Songbin go to the Biological Research Center. They'll help." Jing Shu. What is he talking about? What? No. What happened? We're all fine, don't worry. Jing Shu was confused. She'd been a little wronged before, but not enough to skip the competition. Was there some misunderstanding? Junbao sounded surprised. You don't know? 2 hours ago, the capital's Pharmaceutical Association announced that Wu Cheng was disqualified from the competition and posted it on the big data platform. After that, old Zhou and Jin Tianqi couldn't reach anyone from your team. I thought something must have happened to you. Jing Shu felt a wave of warmth. Being disqualified was unexpected, but Wu Cheng's reaction was even more so. The responsibility for next year's resources was on her shoulders. She couldn't let them down. Oh, I see. I'll handle it. That's all for now. On the other end, Junbao said, If you need anything, just ask. Then he hung up. As soon as she hung up, Minister Zhao came over smiling, but ran into Jing Shu's icy expression. He was puzzled. What's wrong? Jing Shu took her homemade spray back from Team Leader Liu and said calmly, Sorry, Minister Zhao, but this batch of Bodhi will be taken back tonight just as it came. I won't be able to provide it to you. Minister Zhao's face changed dramatically. Xiao Jing, what's going on? Didn't we agree that this batch of Bodhi would be entered in the competition? It's all recorded and can't be changed. Besides, this concerns all of China. Everyone's counting on your medicine to save lives. Or did you run into some problem? We can talk it out. Jing Shu sneered. What's there to talk about? Wu Cheng's Pharmaceutical Association braved hardship to come to the capital, only to be given the cold shoulder. Other associations were picked up as soon as they got off the plane, but we waited in the snow and mud for a whole day with no one to greet us. Later, we found our own place to wait, and the person in charge, team leader Zhang, said the venue was full and told us to stay put until the competition started. We didn't complain, thinking we'd contribute Wu Cheng's best medicinal products to help solve the crisis. Just a minute ago, I was still determined to give all the Bodhi, but I never expected that while we were waiting to compete, Wu Cheng would be disqualified. Someone immediately went to check. Was this a joke? The only group with a life-saving medicine was disqualified? It's true, it's on the notice. Wu Cheng is marked in red. The reason is that they hadn't arrived when the competition started. Hearing this, Minister Zhao was furious. How could they treat people like this? Disqualified just for not being present. Weren't they here doing research? Who the hell made that decision? Outrageous! Team leader Liu slammed the table in anger. The only hope? Gone. Jing Shu shook her head regretfully. Wu Cheng just called and said that since we've been disqualified, so be it. They'll figure out next year's resources themselves. Taking the Bodhi back is actually good. It can at least protect all of Wu Cheng. She called Songbin to leave with her. Team leader Liu's legs went weak. Just when hope was in sight, it was snatched away again. Minister Zhao slapped the tin wall. Xiao Jing, wait. I'll call old Zhang right now and have him fix this. Don't worry, I'll get you an answer. Without waiting for Jing Shu to respond, he dialed old Zhang and started cursing, not caring if he was an old leader or friend. He said if he wanted to save his grandson, he'd better fix this mess fast. How could they disqualify their only hope? Then Minister Zhao called the Pharmaceutical Association. Has the competition started? What? You disqualified them just for missing the pre-competition check-in and rehearsal? I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. Stop the competition and fix this. Tell that old witch if this isn't resolved, we're all finished. Jing Shu's lips curled up slightly, but she quickly put on a straight face. After Minister Zhao finished his call, she said politely, Minister Zhao, this was handled so coldly, but I trust you'll give Wu Cheng a fair answer. I'll go back and wait for your reply. Here's where we're staying. Seeing there was still hope, Team Leader Liu wiped his sweat and said excitedly for Minister Zhao, Yes, of course. Jing Shu left, taking the admiring Songbin back to their temporary residence, where the frustrated pharmacists of the association greeted her. She instructed Danai, have everyone pack up their things. We're going to the competition this afternoon. Okay, Jing Shu, you have no idea how stifled we've been. We've been waiting to show what we can do. Don't worry, I've told everyone. The capital is a deep pool, so we've kept our heads down and avoided trouble. If anyone messes with us, we just endure it. Songbin wiped his sweat. Not cause trouble? After today, you all might just walk sideways, become untouchable. That same day, it was supposed to be the live broadcast of the capital's Pharmaceutical Association competition, but rumors were flying everywhere. Even the online audience, who were following the competition closely, were baffled. Hey, why hasn't it started yet? This concerns next year's resource allocation. Otherwise, why would everyone go all out to send their precious medicinal materials? Yes, the competition had started, but then it was suddenly halted. Word was, it was because one association had stopped the competition, and all the other associations could only wait around, refreshing the big data feed. Many people were pacing restlessly in the main hall, and those with inside information kept reporting updates. Even the chief judge had personally gotten involved, and the epidemic prevention department was there too. Of course, the news about the bigwigs wasn't enough to shock the competing associations. After all, most weren't from the capital and didn't really know or care how powerful these people were. What really made the competition venue fall silent was when the big screen suddenly flashed, Fuhai Pharmaceutical Association disqualified for violating competition rules. Fuhai's president has been dismissed by the Capital Pharmaceutical Association for misconduct. Fuhai was publicly criticized by name. Immediately after, another announcement appeared. The disqualification of Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association was due to an operational error by Zhang and others from the Capital Pharmaceutical Association. Those responsible have now been dismissed. We apologize to Wucheng and the public for the trouble caused. We will learn from this and improve our logistics and support. As soon as the news broke, those closely following Wucheng's situation reported it, and Wucheng was in an uproar again. At the competition venue in the capital, Wucheng was disqualified? I didn't even notice. Now everyone knows. Damn, isn't this basically a public apology? That's wild. If you tell me there's no inside story, I don't believe it. How could an operational error disqualify someone? You don't know the half of it. Fuhai tried to team up with us a while back. They wanted first place and promised all sorts of benefits, but our president refused. They thought we were fools. First place this year gets new energy tech. So what's that got to do with this? Fuhai bribed the investigation team and found out Wucheng had reported a batch of Bodhi. They probably wanted to swallow Wucheng's Bodhi and win the pharmaceutical rights. But that's risky. Bodhi can't even fully suppress this parasite outbreak. Huh, looks like Fuhai kicked the iron plate this time. Instead of taking someone else down, they got themselves kicked out. That's not important now. What you need to know is, Wucheng might have been disqualified, but now they're back, ignoring the rules. This competition is going to be something to see. That means Wucheng really has the goods, real value. Otherwise, who would care? While both sides were in a frenzy, things were much calmer on Jing Shu's end. First, she compensated poor Songbin, then finalized the renewal contract for the big goose with Tank, and after a lively meal, the sound of rumbling vehicles came from outside. From afar, Danai's excited voice could be heard, quickly turning to surprise and alarm. Jing Shu, there are so many cars outside. This doesn't look normal. Songbin, now full and calm, glanced at Danai. With all the commotion their president had caused, of course it would attract attention. He'd been in the capital for years and had never seen these real academic types act so polite. But today, look at how they treated Jing Shu. Songbin looked at Jing Shu and shook his head. All this just for looking at a corpse? How did she end up dealing with the biggest bosses? The Wucheng pharmacists watched eagerly, whispering, Are they here to pick us up? Don't get your hopes up. This is way too fancy. Then someone tumbled out of a car. It was none other than team leader Zhang, the one who deliberately ignored Wu Cheng before. He spotted Jing Shu and tried to hug her as she watched the show, but missed and, not caring, started crying and laughing. President Jing, you've waited long enough. We're here to pick you up. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I don't ask for anything now, just please come with us to the competition. If she went, he'd just be dismissed. If not... Team leader Zhang shivered. The pharmacist's eyes widened. What was going on? But the real shocker was still to come. Several more people got out, led by the chief judge himself, supported by Minister Zhao. They all hurried over, and Minister Zhao, looking stern but speaking with surprising respect, said, "We've investigated. This was a mistake by the Capital Pharmaceutical Association. You didn't break any rules, so Wu Cheng's qualification is restored. Those responsible have been dealt with, and the announcement is public. This is old Zhang, the chief judge." The elderly man, though frail, was full of spirit. He smiled and nodded. "It's all been handled. If you have any suggestions, let's discuss them." Team leader Zhang trembled. Who could have imagined that a small, unknown Wu Cheng would have such power, that the bigwigs would come personally to apologize and pick them up? That old President Wang from Fuhai wanted to play dirty? He overestimated himself. The Wu Cheng pharmacists were stunned. Wasn't this just a competition? Why were all these big names here, and why did it seem like they were here to apologize? Jing Shu greeted them warmly with some formal words, then suddenly asked, "Team leader Zhang, the other day you said President Wang would show me what rules are. Didn't she come today?" I wanted to tell her something. It's not about who shouts the loudest or has the biggest title, but about who has the most value. That's the real rule. Team leader Zhang gave a bitter smile. That day they'd been the ones in charge, setting the rules and even scheming to disqualify Wu Cheng. Today? Now that Wu Cheng had the cure, they were being treated like VIPs. No wonder they lost. What are rules? This woman just showed him. Turns out, her words that day weren't empty threats. She really had the strength to back them up. She? She can't come. She's already been escorted back to Fuhai. Fuhai was disqualified for breaking the rules. Jing Shu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Pretty ruthless, but she liked it. So, shall we go? Time to compete? Let's go. Jing Shu clapped her hands. Take good care of our medicinal materials. Of course, of course. They're here. They're here. Who's here? The chief judge, Minister Zhao, too. And with them is Wu Cheng's team. Wow, why are they together? So the competition was paused just for them. The noisy competition venue suddenly fell silent. As one bigwig after another entered, the scene grew restless again. Those in the know began introducing the newcomers to their neighbors. This one's a top figure from the capital. That one's the chief judge, and so on. Some speculated that the unfamiliar young woman walking beside the chief judge must be the president of Wu Cheng Pharmaceutical Association. As the bigwigs took their seats, the Wu Cheng team was guided to the very front, right where Fuhai Pharmaceutical Association, now disqualified, had been seated. Feeling the burning, envious, and jealous stares from both sides, the Wu Cheng pharmacists were bewildered. Everything that had happened today felt like a dream. The competition venue itself was simple, just a modified version of the capital's original site, but the key was that it was now filled with rare medicinal herbs, all impressively displayed behind each association. At a glance, these were nearly extinct herbs in the apocalypse. The more herbs an association brought, the more confident they looked. Suddenly, the spotlights came on and the machines whirred to life. Quiet! Testing. The sound of a microphone echoed. A bespectacled man stepped into the light, acting as if nothing had happened, and announced, "Everyone take your places. I now declare the competition officially open." As if the hours-long delay and drama had never happened, with no explanation at all. Of course, none of the association presidents or staff dared to speak up. Fuhai's fate was a warning to all. First, I'm the announcer for this competition. You can call me Xiao Ai. I'll be relaying the opinions of the online audience and answering questions for those here. The audience can vote for their favorite association, but the votes don't count. This year, the winner will be decided by the chief judge and 5 other judges. Xiao Ai moved quickly around the venue, clapping his hands. You all know the rules, right? All right, bring out the props. The Wucheng pharmacists, just seated and ready, blinked and whispered, What are the rules again? Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Oops. She'd been so busy learning everything else, she'd forgotten to check the rules. But she'd heard it was simple. Just do your best. Then the props arrived. It was a series of patients carried in on stretchers, exactly 30, matching the 30 associations. Soon, an old man clutching his stomach and groaning was placed in front of Jing Shu. He had several tubes inserted, each ending in a sealed bag filled with parasites drained from his body. The other patients were much the same, all in pain, and if nothing changed, they'd be eaten alive in a matter of days. These were all patients whose organs were being devoured by parasites, hence the intense pain. There hadn't been anything this dramatic in the rehearsal. Now they'd brought out real parasite patients, and it was all being streamed live. But since the event wasn't widely publicized, the main viewers were local leaders. Just thinking about what might happen if the medicines triggered the parasites to go wild made the pharmacists' faces darken. This wasn't what the rules had said before. The simulation had just involved presenting and testing medicines. As you all know, the purpose of this competition is to select an association capable of providing large quantities of Bodhi or a suitable substitute. The winner will be given exclusive rights and resources to produce this urgently needed medicine. Now, please use the medicines you've prepared on the patients. Anesthesia is no longer effective for them. This round will be judged on pain relief and parasite suppression. Oh, and Bodhi is forbidden in this round. Jing Shu stroked her chin and instantly understood the point of the competition. The first round was to find a substitute for Bodhi. From her past life, she remembered that, aside from Bodhi, no other anti-parasitic medicine really worked on this outbreak. Danai, standing nervously beside Jing Shu, felt a bit floaty. Just now, several judges had smiled kindly at her from the stage. Unbelievable. She turned to look at Jing Shu, thinking, she's the real big shot here. Huh? How can they do this? No Bodhi in the first round? What are we supposed to use? Most of us followed your advice and planted Bodhi, hoping to show off this time. President, we've tried several other medicines as you suggested, but in theory they don't work, and in practice, even less. If nothing else works, all we can do is boost immunity and hope they survive a bit longer. What's the point if it's not a cure? It's just more suffering. Jing Shu shook her head, then raised her hand and said, Wucheng forfeits this round. The venue erupted. What do you mean forfeit? Wucheng's giving up this round. What are they thinking? I heard Wucheng has a huge batch of Bodhi. They don't care about this round. They're a strong competitor. So what? There's never enough Bodhi and it only suppresses the parasites. The real priority is to find a substitute. The old man on the stretcher wailed, What about me? It hurts so much. Someone help me. I don't care if I die. Just stop the pain. There were mocking laughs nearby. Old Joe's really unlucky. Came all this way to try medicine and now they're giving up. Ouch, it hurts. Can't you be more gentle? The host, Xiao Ai, nodded as if unsurprised, and the scoreboard showed Wucheng with 0 points for round 1. The judges whispered among themselves, but it was too far to hear what they said. The commotion quickly passed, and the other associations got busy with their treatments, paying no more attention to Wucheng. Meanwhile, Jing Shu quietly gave a few instructions, then sat back to watch the show. Wang Danai nodded excitedly, then pulled a small black pill from her pocket and fed it to the old man assigned to Wucheng. While the other associations were sweating over their patients, a sudden excited voice rang out, I'm cured! I don't hurt at all! I'm completely fine! Who was mocking me just now? Who's cured? Old Joe, that old guy? He's better? Nonsense. Didn't Wucheng forfeit this round? The old man jumped up, full of energy, and walked over to the person who'd mocked him, giving him a gentle kick. Old Yam, after all these years you still laugh at me? Look at me now. Wucheng may have forfeited, but they have the cure. Want me to ask them for you? If you're cured, of course I want their treatment. I'm done with this. Enough suffering. I want Wucheng's treatment too. Let's go. Let's all get treated over there. This side isn't working. Old Joe, ever the enthusiastic one, started pulling people over. Hey, wait! We're still in the middle of the competition here. If the patients leave, how are we supposed to test our medicines? The other teams were anxious as their test subjects started heading to another association. Of course, the chaos didn't stop there. Even those farther away, upon hearing the news, insisted on going to Wucheng's side for treatment. After days of pain, none of the patients wanted to endure another second. Soon, Old Joe had gathered a group of ambulatory patients, while those who couldn't walk protested from their stretchers. Behind them, many pharmacists tried to persuade them to stay. What was supposed to be a competition had turned into a farce, with Wucheng's booth quickly surrounded and overwhelmed. Some wanted the cure, some pharmacists were cursing, and the host, whose glasses had been knocked off, was crawling on the ground looking for them. In short, it was a mess. No one had expected things to turn out like this. Jing Shu had a headache, and Wang Danai was completely at a loss. The judges, instead of intervening, watched with great interest. All right, everyone, quiet down. Here's what we'll do. Patience. Let's give the other teams a chance first, okay? Just 20 minutes. If the other associations can't help you, Wucheng will treat everyone for free. Jing Shu had to shout to restore order. She noticed the other associations glaring at her with undisguised hostility. After all, this was just the start, and they already had a target on their backs. And this wasn't just a competition. It was being streamed on the big data platform. Even if the audience was small, the country's top leaders were definitely watching. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. Everyone was here to compete, minding their own business. If Wucheng wanted to forfeit, fine, but now all the patients were abandoning the other teams for Wucheng's cure. Wasn't that just showing everyone up? Did they think they were so great? Old Joe jumped in. That's right, don't make things difficult for them. Go get treated first, and if it doesn't work, come back here. Weren't you the one who called us over, Old Joe? But I can't stand another minute of this pain, Old Joe. You know what it's like to be bitten, right? Just do me a favor, okay? Old Joe said, full of energy. Fine, but hurry up. If it doesn't work, I'm coming back here. With that, the chaos finally subsided. Jing Shu breathed a sigh of relief, and so did the other associations, who rushed to test their medicines. After all, they only had 20 minutes. Who was the judge here anyway? Still, many believed their substitutes would work. After all, they'd done plenty of theoretical research, and computer simulations predicted a certain level of effectiveness. Now it was time for the real test. The host, Xiao Ai, finally found his glasses, which glinted mysteriously under the lights. He realized that even though Wucheng had forfeited the first round, they had already won. Sir, does it still hurt? It shouldn't. As the minutes ticked by, the deadline approached, but the Bodhi substitutes still weren't working. There was no pain relief at all. I told you, your stuff doesn't work. Can we switch now? This is torture. Without waiting for permission, the patients, desperate to survive, crawled or dragged themselves to Wucheng's booth, begging for the cure. The scene descended into chaos again. Xiaowai glanced discreetly at the judges, who nodded and did not intervene. With all the props gone, Xiaowai explained the various medicines to the online audience. Old Joe carefully handed out the little black pills to the patients. Within 5 minutes, those who had been writhing in pain were calm and quiet. I'm cured, I really am. This medicine is a miracle, it's the cure. Now, I declare the first round over. The judges have scored all the associations. Please look at the screen. A row of red zeros appeared, making everyone's hearts sink. As expected, all the associations scored 0. Finding a substitute for Bodhi was no easy task. Some were dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. The judges' scores were final. The patients who had been carried in were now up and walking around, a good start to the day. Now, The second round begins. This round is simple. In pharmaceuticals, both the quantity and quality of ingredients matter. It's not enough to have just one outstanding herb. If you want the right to produce emergency medicine, you need real strength. This round is a contest of the total number and quality of each association's medicinal ingredients. I'll now read out the names of the herbs each association has reported, and the judges will personally inspect their quality. All right, now we have a chance to score some points. We brought our entire stock. We got the news early and even borrowed from other places. If it's about quantity, you can't beat us. Wang Danai snorted and said to Jing Shu, "So what? Even if they have more, Wu Cheng's herbs are all top quality." Jing Shu just smiled. Wu Cheng didn't have the numbers, but when it came to quality, she was confident they'd be at the top. Each judge was assigned several associations to inspect, except for Chief Judge Zhang, who stayed on stage. He wasn't familiar with the herbs. Still, he kept glancing at Jing Shu, his gaze growing more eager, and kept urging Minister Zhao and the others to hurry up and finish. Wu Cheng's judge happened to be Minister Zhao. He walked over, laughing, and the first thing he checked was Wu Cheng's body. When he saw the fresh, vibrant, almost dripping body, he exclaimed in delight, "Excellent! All top grade! Mark them all down." "All top grade?" the recorder asked hesitantly. "All of them." At that moment, Chief Judge Zhang was helped over, asking excitedly, "These are the ones? They look wonderful." "Is that right? They have a whole batch of top-grade herbs?" "Let's go take a look." Everyone present knew exactly what top-grade meant. In the apocalypse, only the rarest and highest-quality medicinal herbs could reach that level. Because of geography, some places could grow premium herbs, but even then, only a tiny amount would be top-grade. Top grade was extremely rare, and its value, quantity, and quality in the apocalypse made it even more precious. It's like pandas, unique to China, rare, and thus a national treasure. So if it's all just cabbage, what's the treasure? For a judge to declare everything top grade, what's that supposed to mean? Playing favorites? Even bias doesn't go this far. All of it is top grade? It's Bodhi. You know how precious Bodhi is now. Even if it's Bodhi, you can't call all of it top grade, can you? A crowd of pharmacists from other associations gathered to watch, full of skepticism, ready to expose the claim of all top-grade herbs. Minister Zhao didn't stop them. Instead, he sighed and laid out all the Bodhi for everyone to see. At this level, even before the apocalypse, this would be considered top-grade. Smell it, look at it. Everyone here knows herbs, you can tell. The herbs were passed around, and one surprised exclamation after another rang out. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was hard enough to grow food, let alone high-maintenance medicinal herbs, which often took years to mature. Even before the apocalypse, Bodhi wasn't really considered a medicinal herb, more of a tree. At best, after 4 months, it could be used medicinally. But Bodhi grown in the apocalypse had much lower vitality and medicinal value, barely reaching the threshold for use. So seeing truly top-quality potent Bodhi, the knowledgeable pharmacists were genuinely shocked. They'd thought Wu Cheng just had a big batch of Bodhi, nothing more. But now it was clear. This batch was on another level. The onlookers fell silent. Minister Zhao just smiled. There was even more to surprise them. They probably didn't realize that this high-quality Bodhi could perfectly suppress the parasites, completely outclassing all the desperate efforts to find a cure or substitute over the past month. Minister Zhao even thought to himself, "If it weren't for the rules, I'd just announce this batch as the champion right now." He didn't want to waste another minute. Ending things sooner would save more lives. Of course, having the raw Bodhi was one thing, but actually refining it into medicine was another. With current post-apocalyptic methods, the process was complicated and difficult. Jing Shu's method of simply juicing the Bodhi was wasteful and unsustainable. Even with a big batch, they'd need to make millions of doses, so every leaf had to be refined and squeezed for maximum potency. Unbeknownst to her, Chief Judge Zhang was just as anxious. He kept wanting to say something but held back, always smiling and nodding at whatever Minister Zhao said, but inwardly cursing, "Hurry up already!" Wu Cheng didn't just have Bodhi, They also had dozens of other herbs grown by their selected pharmacists. Minister Zhao quickly called out the grades for the record. Mid-grade, medicinal, qualified, and so on, finally getting back to normal. Anyone could see Minister Zhao was being lenient, even skipping careful inspection. Jing Shu realized he was bumping up the grades. Was this a favor? Many noticed, but it didn't matter. The result was already clear. On the screen, Wu Cheng's top-grade herbs filled more than half the display, their score dozens of times higher than second place. What's the point of competing? In past years, this second round was the most exciting and competitive. Whoever had the most and best herbs would see their score jump, drawing gasps from the crowd. Rare herbs like ginseng and lingzi would be announced as top grade, and it was always a big deal. But this year, no one dared announce a single top-grade herb. Look at Wu Cheng. Minister Zhao just said, all top grade. And that was that. First place in this round was already locked in. It was frustrating. Was it lack of preparation? Not enough herbs? This competition was pointless and suffocating. That's how most of the other associations felt. Seeing Minister Zhao nearly finished, the other judges sped up their own inspections, quickly grading everything. After all, if it wasn't all top grade, it didn't matter. Wu Cheng had already won. Soon, Chief Judge Zhang, supported by others, stood up excitedly. Now I declare the second round over. The rankings are on the big screen. Now on to the final round. He said this as he walked off, the other judges following. Everyone was confused. Host Jiao Ai announced, "Hurry up and follow. The third round isn't here. Bring your gear and come along. Lights and cameras. Follow us." Oh. What's the third round? Why isn't it here? Maybe there's hope. I thought Wu Cheng came out of nowhere and crushed us, but if the next round isn't about herbs, maybe we have a chance. Forget first place, but maybe we can fight for second. The second prize is good too, just no red mysterious energy. What a shame. The walk wasn't far, and everyone brought their equipment. Luckily, transport trucks were waiting. The group marched over to a nearby abandoned stadium. The air was foul, filled with a nauseating stench. Jing Shu recognized it immediately. It was the same smell she'd encountered that morning. What is this place? That's right. This is where the capital keeps its critically ill parasite patients. Until a new medicine is developed, they're all kept here, waiting to die. Those who couldn't hold on would be sent to the crematorium for burning. That was the harsh reality. As they walked, many people started retching from the overpowering stench, so much like the smell of corpses that those who'd never experienced it couldn't help but vomit. Of course, someone like Jing Shu, who had survived a year of the super rotten egg disaster in her previous life, was already used to it. Calmly, she pulled a protective mask from her pocket and put it on, handing one to each member of the Wucheng team. Here, everyone gets one. We don't want to pass out from the smell before the competition even starts. When they arrived, the scene was even more tragic than Jing Shu had imagined. From far away, they could hear all kinds of miserable cries. The abandoned stadium was huge, with the center divided into countless makeshift beds, each one occupied, packed so tightly you couldn't see the end. How many people were there? If the first batch of patients could at least shout and curse, most here could only lie on the ground and moan, with only a few screaming in agony. These were all people infected by parasites. By now, everyone from the various associations understood what the third round was about. Even if they hadn't guessed before, it was obvious now. But with current methods, all they could do was intervene. Medicine had little effect. Doctors moved constantly among the infected. In just a short time, the sound of alarms rang out repeatedly, and there were already 2 rounds of emergency resuscitation. The atmosphere was tense. At any moment, someone could die from organ failure or other complications. After years of apocalypse, most disasters had been sudden. Either you survived or you were already a corpse. Rarely did people die slowly, suffering every moment. Jing Shu's eyes narrowed, memories of her past life flashing by, trembling in the face of disaster, praying for it to end, desperate to survive because her parents were still there. How could she die? She wanted to be strong, but the world was what it was. All she could do was follow the authorities, clinging to any hope of survival. Back then, she and her family were just like these people, suffering, struggling to live, holding on for unfinished dreams or loved ones. Those who lost the will to live died early. Maybe it was better that way. She exhaled slowly. For the first time, she felt her decision was right. This life? She'd started growing Bodhi early. But the chief judge didn't stop, continuing forward. Had everyone guessed wrong? Aren't we stopping here? We're going further. Further? This is only part of the parasite patients. There's another area in the back just for children. Suddenly, everyone understood. There were many infected children and they had their own section, but this area was eerily quiet. The kids lay silently, as if asleep. Much quieter than the adults, with almost no moaning or screaming. If not for the doctors checking on them and the beeping of heart monitors, you'd wonder if these children were even alive. What was going on? The chief judge finally stopped. These are the seedlings of China's future. Now, whatever methods you have, use them. Start with the children. Save as many as you can. Another judge added, normally we'd go through the process of drug trials and record keeping, but resources are tight and time is short. Children aren't like adults. Even with Bodhi and precious anesthetics and sedatives, they can only hang on for so long. You can use your medicines directly. Minister Zhao wiped his eyes. This third round is simple. We'll provide the latest new drug formulas for reference. From here on, there are no restrictions. Use anything, even the red new energy if you have it. The winner will be whoever achieves the highest parasite suppression rate. They quickly published all the pharmacy formulas and detailed data. The current highest suppression rate was 86%. With the Epidemic Prevention Department's research and all the rare herbs and Bodhi gathered, the associations were confident. The chief judge glanced excitedly at Jing Shu. Old Zhao had said her suppression rate was 99%. He knew Zhao wouldn't lie, but he was still nervous. All right, the third round begins. Do your best. Results will be judged by suppression rate. Grandpa, I'm over here. A clear but weak voice rang out. A pair of big, dark eyes stared over. Not innocent, but wise beyond their years. The little head tilted as if seeing through everything. Erkyu, what are you doing? Why are you awake? The chief judge hurried over, anxiously looking at the doctors. The little boy wiped his sweat and shook his head. Grandpa, I didn't take the anesthetic or sedative. I'm afraid if I do, I'll never wake up again. Never see this beautiful world. Even the battle-hardened Chief Judge Zhang teared up. His grandson. He's lying, Grandpa. He just wants to save the medicine for the other kids. He can handle the pain. A skinny boy nearby suddenly spoke up. Chief Judge Zhang nodded. He knew. Then he glared. And why are you awake? It's my fault Erkyu is like this. If I hadn't given him red threadworms back then, he wouldn't be infected. If he's not taking medicine, I won't either. Good, you're both real men. Chief Judge Zhang lowered his head, quietly wiping away a tear. At that moment, Jing Shu and the Wucheng team arrived. Minister Zhao's eyes lit up and he introduced, Xiao Jing, let me introduce you. This is Chief Judge Zhang's grandson, nicknamed Erkyu, and his good friend Tidan. Jing Shu squatted down, smiling at the sweating, pain-enduring Erkyu, and gently patted his head. He was just a 10-year-old boy, yet so sensible it hurt. So you're Erkyu? I'm Jing Shu. I know a smart kid named Niu Ben, just like you. When you get better, I'll introduce you. And you too, Tiadan. You can all play together. Erkyu's cracked lips curled into a faint smile. If that day comes, I'll be very happy. At that moment, Danai took out her secret black pill. Jing Shu shook her head and said, Let me do it. What you have is fine for treating the older patients from earlier, but for these kids, it's not enough. The Bodhi that Danai and the others had was originally transplanted by Jing Shu, but since then, it hadn't been watered with even a drop of spiritual spring, so it couldn't compare to the Bodhi Jing Shu had just taken from her space, top-grade Bodhi with a 99% suppression rate. Danai scratched her head and smiled. You're right. We won't waste medicine then, but in a bit we'll go treat the mild parasite cases. Jing Shu nodded. Minister Zhao was so excited he was trembling, and even the chief judge's breathing grew rapid. Wu Cheng's medicine had already proven effective for mild cases, but even their own research only worked well for those. For these severe, long-term cases, especially the children who'd been kept alive with Bodhi every day, their condition worsened by the day. And because the parasites could share genes and evolve, if resistance developed, all treatments would become much less effective. Now, it was time to see just how effective Wu Cheng's medicine really was. Jing Shu carefully took a glass vial about as thick as a finger from her pocket. She gently swirled the liquid inside, which looked much more serious than the spray she'd used that morning, but it was so tiny, maybe just a few dozen milliliters. Jing Shu casually pulled out the cork, and a strange, fresh fragrance instantly filled the air. Everyone nearby felt clearer-headed, and even the nauseating stench seemed to fade. Erque, who had been sweating in pain, visibly relaxed. There's hope. This medicine seems amazing, Minister Zhao asked in awe. This is... Jing Shu swirled the vial again, the liquid threatening to spill. Minister Zhao quickly cupped his hands underneath, afraid to lose a drop. This stuff looked precious. Jing Shu handed him the vial. This is concentrated essence, pure Bodhi extract. I refined it many times to get it this pure. The spray from earlier was just the leftovers. She'd only managed this thanks to what she'd learned from Jun Bao, and she'd kept a trick up her sleeve. Minister Zhao's hands shook. He nearly spilled it. What a spendthrift. The concentration was incredible. How much had been wasted to get this? Just 1 drop of the extract, mixed with 250 millimeters of saline and then infused. Erque, are you willing to be the first to try it? I have to say, this medicine hasn't been tested yet. Erque's eyes widened. He looked around, then said, From my observation, your medicine is the most reliable here. Jing Shu was surprised and smiled. How did you figure that out? Erque sighed softly. Because of the way my grandpa looks at you, and the way Uncle Zhao is so eager. If they weren't confident, they wouldn't be acting like this. Jing Shu laughed. What a perceptive child. So young yet so observant. The more sensible a child, the more heartbreaking it was. Erque, this medicine might cause a very strong reaction. It's okay, big sister, go ahead. I want to try too. Tiadan piped up, unwilling to be left behind. If Erque did it, he would too. He couldn't lose face. Jing Shu nodded, and Minister Zhao quickly made arrangements. In the end, Erque and Tidan were chosen to try the medicine first, and they were hooked up to IV drips as instructed. Drip, drip. The tense atmosphere made the whole hall go silent. You could hear the IV fluid dripping. Sweat began to bead on Erque and Tidan's faces, their expressions twisting in pain. Tidan was the first to scream, even rolling on the ground. Quick, hold them down! The adults rushed to restrain them, afraid the IV needles would be pulled out. Erque soon began to scream too, veins bulging, lips turning purple. Oxygen mask! He's hypoxic! The beeping of the heart monitor was extra sharp. Jing Shu frowned. She hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Should we continue? This looks bad. The reaction is too intense. Minister Zhao hesitated. After all, this wasn't his grandson. He looked to Chief Judge Zhang. Continue! I can do it! Erque's voice rang out, hoarse and strained, his eyes bloodshot as if they might burst. Then keep going. A sigh. Erque and Tidan struggled harder, their cries growing louder. From a distance, the other associations thought a fight had broken out. Suddenly, as if on cue, from the corners of Erque and Tidan's eyes, noses, mouths, and ears, a torrent of parasites burst forth. Not burst exactly, they were desperately fleeing their hosts. Normally, parasites never leave their hosts because they can't survive outside, unless they're mature and ready to reproduce. Bodhi, it seemed, contained something that prevented the parasites from maturing, though Jing Shu wasn't sure what. For parasites to flee en masse, the host usually wouldn't survive. Such a violent process would destroy organs like being stirred up from the inside. The scene caused panic. People instinctively jumped back in fear. But Jing Shu stepped forward, completely unafraid, and with both hands easily held down the two children, something that had taken a group of adults before. As the shouts rang out, something even more shocking happened. The torrent of parasites, as if seized by some terrifying force, were yanked back just as they escaped, dragged back into the children's bodies, and then, bit by bit, devoured by something unseen. The parasite heads twisted in vain as if screaming. In just a few seconds, all the parasites were dragged back into Erkiu and Tidan's bodies. Their skin began to sink in one spot and bulge in another, as if something was moving inside them. People quickly rushed to hold the two down again. But soon, everything quieted. As the last of the IV fluid entered their bodies, Erkiu and Tiadan finally calmed down, both gasping for breath. Everyone, who had been holding their breath in fear, finally began to relax. Just then, Erkiu started coughing violently, making everyone tense up again. Cough, cough, cough! Ugh! Suddenly, both boys began vomiting, one mouthful after another. The dark brown vomit was filled with shriveled, hair-like strands all tangled together. At first glance, it looked like they'd thrown up a pile of hair. They're parasites. Dried up dead parasites. Hurry, Lao Wang, take them for testing. The boys vomited a large pile and looked even thinner, but their spirits improved noticeably. Now, everyone could finally breathe a true sigh of relief. How do you feel? Chief Judge Zhang asked, voice trembling. He still hadn't calmed down. The Zhang family only had this one heir. If anything had gone wrong... I feel like my body's been hollowed out, Erkiu joked, wiping his mouth. You little rascal. Now's not the time for jokes. Chief Judge Zhang laughed, finally at ease. Minister Zhao was beside himself with excitement. The 99% suppression rate from the morning had already been a huge surprise, but he hadn't expected this. Now, with lab tests, they'd know for sure. But they couldn't let their guard down. After so many days of infection, especially for these children, there was bound to be significant internal damage. Recovery would be a long road, and there would be lasting after effects. The mess was quickly cleaned up, samples sent for testing, and the two boys received follow-up care. Everyone else stood by, tense and anxious, waiting for the results. Especially Minister Zhao and his team. When the results finally came out, they didn't even dare look. The more you hope, the more you fear disappointment. The tension was so thick that even Jing Shu found it funny. While everyone was waiting, a sudden commotion broke the silence. It worked! Our medicine cured them. It can basically kill all the parasites. This caused a stir and people rushed over to see what was happening. But before they could celebrate, strange howling sounds rang out. Everyone hurried to check, Jing Shu included. Scene shift. In what should have been a quiet area where sedated children were being treated, a child, gender unclear, was now running wild, having ripped out all their IV lines. Their cheeks were sunken, and long hair had sprouted on their hands and face. The child moved on all fours, back arched, acting extremely bizarre. Luckily, the area was sealed, so the crazed child was quickly caught. Even with several people, they could barely restrain the child, who had to be tied to a bed but still struggled and bared their teeth. Minister Zhao strode over to check, then asked, "What happened? What medicine did you use? Who's responsible? Let me see the prescription and check the child's condition." Of everyone present, Minister Zhao was the most authoritative. Every drug developed by the Epidemic Prevention Department went through him, and he was a highly experienced researcher. It's Yunzhou Pharmaceutical Association's medicine. Must be a side effect. The side effects shouldn't be this severe. Look at the child. Completely lost their mind. Even if you cure them, what's the point? I heard they used the most precious, newly developed energy. The Yunzhou team leader, looking uneasy, stepped forward with the prescription and medicine. We didn't expect such severe side effects. We just added a bit more of the red energy. Yeah. Here's our results. It shows a 99.9% parasite kill rate. Minister Zhao sniffed the medicine and frowned at the prescription. The side effects of red energy are too severe. You've used over 100 times the safe amount. This kind of treatment is meaningless. First, we don't have enough red energy, and it's still experimental. We don't even know how to use it properly. Second, the side effects are unacceptable. This formula is not viable. Please stop the trial. No way. How can you say that? The rules said we could use anything, even red energy, as long as it works. The winner is whoever has the highest suppression rate, right? Yeah, we're using this precious energy at any cost. As long as we can suppress the parasites, we win this round. The Yunzhou team got agitated. They'd paid a high price for this and had powerful backers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten such a rare resource before the competition. Someone from another association spoke up. You've turned the kid into a vegetable. What's the point of saving them? That's not our concern. The rules are clear. The highest suppression rate wins. We'll keep testing until we find the best formula. You're going to ruin more kids? The argument quickly drew a crowd, including all the judges. Chief Judge Zhang, supported by others, arrived and, after hearing the details, nodded and said, "You're all right. As the chief judge, let me say a few words." Everyone finally quieted down, except for the child still struggling on the bed. The results of this round will be based on suppression rate. That won't change. The highest rate wins, said Chief Judge Zhang. The Yunzhou team smiled smugly. Exactly. Early losses are inevitable. Give us more samples and we'll do even better. Maybe even reach 100%. But Chief Judge Zhang's words hadn't even sunk in when, with a single but, the whole crowd perked up, waiting for the twist. But what? What could there possibly be a but about? If it's by the rules, what's left to say? That's what everyone was thinking, though only the Yunzhou team dared to smile and nod. Go ahead, say it. As long as it's by the rules, we're fine with anything. The chief judge was giving them a way out. They couldn't refuse. They felt victory was in hand. As long as the result wasn't changed, nothing else mattered. Only the other associations looked unhappy. They'd all heard it. If it was just about suppression rate, Yunzhou's 99.9% was unbeatable. Even if the chief judge added requirements, it was probably too late to change the outcome. Was the chief judge really going to be unfair? After all, Yunzhou's drug was just money thrown at the problem. Not only was the side effect like a death sentence, but the precious red energy was even rarer than Bodhi. Everyone looked at the chief judge. Zhang continued, "But since the result is out, we'll record your data in the competition results. For the rest of the competition, please wrap up and leave. As old Zhao said, this drug isn't suitable for mass production, and there's no need to keep testing such a formula. Let's stop wasting resources here." The Yunzhou team's faces changed. Their data would be recognized, and even if they were the champions, the drug couldn't be mass-produced or further developed. It was an empty title. Back home, they'd be a laughingstock. Chief Judge Zhang coughed, waved his hand, and walked away, saying, "Don't worry, the result is by suppression rate. If you're still the highest, you're the champion." His tone brooked no argument. Everyone saw his authority. "All right, then we'll leave first." "Wait, that child is your responsibility now. If you can't cure him, you're responsible for his future. I'll send people to check in regularly." The Yunzhou leader lowered his head, then looked up with a forced smile. "Of course we'll take responsibility." The Yunzhou team quickly packed up and left, leaving only a messenger behind. The competition continued. This was just a small episode. Even with 99.9% on the board, the other teams didn't give up. Second or third place still meant good resources for next year. But just as things settled, another wave of chaos hit. The next round of drug trials had barely started. Needles hadn't even gone in, when the venue erupted again. The sight of all those anesthetized children lying in neat rows was a little unsettling. 100%! It's 100%! The shouts grew louder and more excited. "What's 100%? What do you mean?" "Who knows? Let's go see. Could it be 100% suppression rate?" Are they crazy? The Epidemic Prevention Department's best after months of research was less than that. Today, someone bought their way to 99.9% with huge side effects, and now there's 100%? That would be a slap in the face to the whole department. Still, as the excitement grew, more people gathered to see, though some focused competitors stayed put. Everyone knows, those who just watch the drama never achieve anything big. Ahem, hold on, the competition is paused. Minister Zhao grabbed a megaphone, but before he could speak, Chief Judge Zhang snatched it away and announced, "What's the point of continuing? The competition is over. Whether you haven't started, are in the middle, or just about to begin, stop everything. I now declare the competition finished." Everyone. What's going on? The competition had barely started. They'd just seen the 99.9% drug, gone to watch, and now, back at the venue, hadn't even warmed up. And it was over? We haven't even started. Why is it over? What happened? Why stop? Chief Judge Zhang, gripping the megaphone, said excitedly, "What was the purpose of this competition? To find a cure for the parasite infection. Now that we have it, the competition is over. Just now we found a drug with 100% suppression, no side effects, and scalable production. This terrifying parasite crisis is about to end." Is that true? Look, it's Wu Cheng. The data just updated. Wu Cheng? The one with all the booty? How could their rate be so high? It's true! I can't believe it! The test results were out. Though the two kids were weak and needed further treatment, and their organs had suffered some damage, the results were clear. The parasites were completely gone. Hurry. This drug needs at least 500 clinical trials. Start treating the children now. All other teams, please stop and leave the venue. Minister Zhao was like a proctor at the end of an exam. Put down your pens and leave the classroom. He was afraid anyone would try to do more. This was real. Wu Cheng had really made a 100% effective, free-to-produce drug. Wasn't this whole competition just a farce? From start to finish, everyone else was just a prop. Well, first place is set and second too, but shouldn't we at least have a third and fourth? Yeah, we need a ranking. We only got halfway through. How do we explain this at home? What about resource allocation? Chief Judge Zhang waved his hand decisively. Except for the data just recorded, all other teams get 0. Rankings will be based on the first and second rounds. That was already generous. So, everyone else got 0 for this round. Frustrating, but at least there was a third place. People trickled out, and the Wu Cheng team was suddenly busy. Even they were still a bit dazed by it all. Up to now, the Wu Cheng team hadn't really done anything, yet, somehow, with the competition suddenly over, they were the only ones left. Not only that, but the judges were all looking at them with intense interest. Like, were they lambs to the slaughter? No, that couldn't be right. They must be overthinking it. With the competition over, the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association and the judges got to work together, diluting the original extract with saline and administering it to the children. Each child needed at least 4 people to hold them down during the intense reaction, and there were people specifically assigned to record all the data. In short, the competition had turned into a massive emergency rescue operation, with shouts and calls echoing everywhere. Even Jing Shu herself almost forgot her original purpose for coming. She joined the team treating the children with the original extract and quickly became one of the most capable helpers. Truth be told, Jing Shu couldn't even give an injection. If not for her spiritual spring, she couldn't even keep a flower alive, let alone grow these amazing herbs. But she did have brute strength. Even diluted with saline, the Bodhi extract was extremely potent. Earlier, the parasites in Urkyu's body had nearly burst out in a violent reaction. For these anesthetized children, they didn't feel pain, but the parasite's reaction was still intense. If you didn't hold the patients down properly, the consequences could be serious. These are the last of the original extract. Minister Zhao reluctantly handed the small vial to Jing Shu, solemnly promising, "Don't worry, President Jing. Aside from the first 2 doses used in the competition, all the rest will be officially purchased. You won't lose out. And from now on, we'll buy all of Wu Cheng's Bodhi, and the production rights for this medicine will be fully handed over to Wu Cheng." Jing Shu waved her hand, checked the time, and heard her stomach rumble. She'd wanted to keep a low profile, so she hadn't brought her fat chicken. Showing off a giant chicken in front of thousands would be too much. She hadn't brought any food, and now, after a long day, she figured her chicken must be starving too. She needed to finish up and get home. Besides, she'd brought the extract specifically to save people. Being able to save the seeds of the future within her power gave her a real sense of accomplishment. So she said, "No need to return it. Didn't you say you need hundreds of cases for the drug trial? There's still a batch of severe cases outside. Before the new medicine is ready, use this for them. Consider it a personal donation. No need to make a fuss. Low-key, always keep a low profile." Good, that's wonderful. Your donation isn't just goods, it's saving lives. We won't make a fuss, but this must be recorded in the national database. Even if you don't want your name known, this is a model act that must be preserved. Minister Zhao was adamant. He'd only known Jing Shu for a day, and though they were a generation apart, he felt she was someone he could truly work with. As for Chief Judge Zhang, who'd taken over this mess from another department, he was now happily taking his only grandson to recover. His goal had been clear. He only took over because his grandson was infected. Now that there was a cure and his grandson was safe, he was happy to hand everything over and said, "Old Zhao, you're in charge from here on. I'm not feeling well, so I'll head home." With that, he left. Now everything was in Minister Zhao's hands, so the production rights were officially assigned to Wucheng. "Oh, I forgot to announce the results. Are the other associations still waiting outside? Lao Miao, update the database and publish the results. I got so excited I forgot. Also, get a few people to distribute the extract to the other side and treat the severe cases. The new drug will take time to produce, and you'll need to personally supervise the new formula and comparisons. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Time is tight and the task is urgent." Lao Miao, who'd been waiting to receive the extract, was stunned as Minister Zhao snatched it back and rushed off. "Wait for me, Minister. When will you ever change your impulsive ways?" Jing Shu shook her head with a smile. Minister Zhao, who'd just been chatting with her, was now gone in a flash. But it was people like him who helped the country survive the apocalypse. "Danai, I'll leave the rest to you. Liaising, production, contracts, and so on." Jing Shu slipped away. She took off her mask and breathed in the fresh air, finally ready to relax, when her phone rang urgently. "Hello?" "Wucheng is first. All the production rights, next year's resource allocation, and even a share of the newly discovered red energy all go to Wucheng. I knew sending you was the right decision. When Wucheng was disqualified, I stood by you. Well done, Jing Shu." It was Zhou Bapi, his voice full of excitement. Then another, more annoyed voice came through. "You're just trying to take credit after the fact. Give me the phone." The voice grew louder. It was Jin Tianqi. "Well done, President Jing. You've impressed us all. We never expected such a big surprise from you." Jing Shu pulled her coat tighter, kicking at the mud with a smile in her eyes. "Thank you for trusting me. When Wucheng was disqualified, I said I'd explain everything this afternoon. This result is my explanation to everyone." This was the result of mutual trust. If, back then, Wucheng had dismissed her or acted rashly, she wouldn't have achieved this. It was precisely because Wucheng protected her and let her handle things that this outcome was possible. The phone was chaotic on the other end, with a bunch of people all talking at once. As soon as Jing Shu finished speaking, another voice came through. She recognized it as Jun Bao. Unlike the other's excitement, his tone was much calmer. "Later, Songbin will take you to the biotech company to sign the contract. I'll have to trouble you with one more thing. Also, although we'll proceed as previously agreed, there will be some changes regarding the shareholding." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. What did Jun Bao mean by that? Maybe even he didn't know. The little lab that had swallowed up countless resources and funding would, in 5 years, develop new food types for the apocalypse, solving the food crisis for countless people. The contribution was enormous. Even if the food was hard to swallow, it truly saved lives, including Jing Shu's in her previous life. What Jing Shu hadn't expected was that something she could only dream of in her past life was now within reach. She was about to get shares, as long as she invested. But the percentage of shares didn't matter much to Jing Shu, so when she heard there'd be changes, she just replied calmly, "All right, no problem." Jun Bao's voice came again. Wu Cheng took first place in the competition and will receive a share of the undeveloped red energy. The experiment also needs a large amount of this energy, so the Wu Cheng government will hold 15% of the shares, since they'll be supplying the red energy. Of course, as for the reward for leading the association to first place, we'll settle that when you return. You won't be shortchanged. He then explained why, even though both sides were providing energy, Wu Cheng's government would get 15%, while Jing Shu would only get 5%. It wasn't about shortchanging her, but because black energy was easier to refine and could be found in the mountains, while red energy was much rarer and more troublesome, with many unknowns. It was considered the hope for a new era in the apocalypse. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. Honestly, she had plenty of red energy in her space, and even had a big chunk of crystal once, but it had been absorbed to upgrade her cube space. She was pretty sure it was a product of the fourth-dimensional space, but didn't know much else. Still, this red energy could cause atavism, turning chickens into dinosaur-like monsters. That was impressive, but the success rate was less than 1%. To really master it would take a lot of experimentation. After Hao Yunlai used the energy, he'd had side effects, almost like de-evolution. Humans should be evolving, but this red energy seemed to cause regression? After hanging up, Jing Shu snacked, frowning as she recalled that during the drug trial, Minister Zhao had said Yunzhou's team used over 100 times the normal dose, and the child who received it had severe side effects, even growing hair. She hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now she realized, wasn't that regression? Just then, screams and a commotion erupted in the distance. Jing Shu walked over. The closer she got, the louder it was. With her night vision, she could clearly see a black shadow darting around, then by chance it crashed right into her. From the other side, a dozen people with sticks and nets came running, led by a bald, bloodied, furious man who panted as he ran. "Throw the net! I don't believe a little brat can break free. This time, if we catch her, beat her to death. If she dies, we'll just report it as an accident. Damn burden, how many resources has she wasted? I'm sick of it." Jing Shu frowned. In a flash of lightning, she grabbed the black shadow, dodged the net, and calmly stood aside. The thing in her hand struggled fiercely, but couldn't break free. When it turned to glare at Jing Shu, she was stunned. It was a malnourished girl, but she'd clearly lost her mind. Wasn't this one of the kids Yunzhou's team had tested on? And these people, were they from Yunzhou too? But judging by their clothes, they weren't pharmacists, just support staff. She caught her! She actually caught her. The bald, bloodied man approached, forcing a smile when he saw Jing Shu wasn't ordinary. "Thank you for catching her for us. You've really helped. We're Yunzhou's support staff, and this is a highly dangerous individual. See, she's the one who injured me. Could you give her back to us?" Jing Shu stepped back. "But I just heard you say you were going to kill her, and if that net had landed, she'd be dead or crippled." The bald man grinned. "Well, what else could we do? If she ran off, we'd be in trouble." "You're afraid she'll escape and someone will find out, so you'd rather kill her to cover it up, right? After all, you were told to take good care of her and there will be regular inspections." The thing in Jing Shu's hand suddenly stiffened. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. Was there still some awareness left? The bald man's face changed as he studied Jing Shu, realizing she was no ordinary woman. In all his years, he'd only seen this kind of aura once before. The people behind him also looked uneasy. Someone whispered, "Boss, what do we do?" "She knows too much. Should we—" The bald man glared at his men. "You idiots couldn't even catch a kid, and now she's caught her with one hand. What does that tell you? If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag me down." Suddenly, the bald man shivered. He realized what Jing Shu reminded him of. Last year, when someone tried to rob Yunzhou's association, there were two people who effortlessly wiped out a whole group. This woman was just like them. The bald man was conflicted. The capital was a place you couldn't afford to mess with, but now that someone had leverage over him, he couldn't just attack. Even if he tried, he probably couldn't win. Was today the day he'd meet his end? He could risk it, But the consequences would be more than he could bear. What if... At that moment, Jing Shu shook the frail bundle in her hand. Forget it. Judging by Yunzhou's medical ethics, you don't value human life anyway. I'll take this person. As for how you explain it later, that's your problem. With that, Jing Shu walked off, swinging the stiff little bundle in her hand. What do we do, boss? She just took her. The bald man was furious and shouted, Hey, lady, at least give us your name so we can report back. Not that he cared about the life, but he needed a story to tell. You're not worthy. Jing Shu turned, gesturing with her fist. If they pressed further, she'd really beat them up. Jing Shu disappeared into the darkness with the stiff bundle, leaving the group frozen for a long time. Finally, someone asked, Boss? Just like that? The bald man kicked the speaker hard. What else can we do? You go chase her if you want, damn it! After a few more kicks, he wiped the blood from his face, spat, and said, Let's go. We'll just report her dead. Jing Shu didn't know what would happen to Yunzhou's team. In a moment of impulse, she'd taken this bundle, maybe a regressed child, away, simply because she knew the kid would meet a bad end if left with Yunzhou. Jing Shu had seen plenty of death, even collected bodies herself, and was numb to most things. But the one thing she couldn't ignore was children. What should I do with you? What's your name? Jing Shu shook the now quiet bundle, who had fallen asleep, no longer baring her teeth. The little thing was covered in mud, looking especially pitiful. Let's call you Maru, Meatball. All right, I'll take you back to Wucheng for now. Jing Shu decided to bring the child back and figure things out later. A thought flashed through her mind. Maybe she needed this child to test a theory. Maybe you can try being with Hao Yunlai? You both used red energy. Maybe you'll have something in common. Jing Shu muttered to herself. Maybe, as the old saying goes, only by defeating something can you make it submit. So Maru obediently followed Jing Shu everywhere, but if anyone else came near, she'd bare her teeth and act aggressively. There was no helping it. Jing Shu had to deal with the trouble she'd brought home. She gave Maru a bath, put her in a clean, warm coat, and the child looked much better. Maru still couldn't speak, and her intelligence was about that of a 5-year-old. Her behavior was a bit like an ape, but not entirely. She was very strong, stronger than most adults, and quick, which was how she'd escaped from a dozen grown men. Her appetite was like a cat's, not even as big as fat chickens, and she was picky. She wouldn't eat just anything. Jing Shu tried giving her homemade egg burgers, but Maru refused. Instead, she fought fat chicken for raw eggs. Maybe this was some kind of animal instinct after regression? But even in ancient times, apes ate cooked food, right? Or did they only eat bananas? Where was she supposed to get bananas? She had some in her space, but couldn't risk exposing that. Even with Maru's low intelligence, Jing Shu couldn't risk revealing her secret. Jing Shu tried a few more foods, but Maru refused them all. Only in Jing Shu's place could a child be so picky. In the end, to Jing Shu's surprise, Maru liked sausages. She ate them like a kitten, smacking her lips contentedly. After 2, she was full. Jing Shu felt a pang. Sausages were a rare treat in the apocalypse, only for instant noodles or hot pot. Everyone eaten was one less. Oh well. Jing Shu didn't worry too much about Maru. What surprised her was that the solitary humaniverse Maru got along well with Fat Chicken. Maybe, in Maru's eyes, Fat Chicken was her own kind. Bok. Fat Chicken acted like a mother hen, shielding Maru behind her. Fat Chicken was even bigger than Maru, who walked on all 4s, and always made Maru follow behind, as if saying, if there's danger, I'll go first. So Jing Shu left Maru in Fat Chicken's care. Letting a chicken look after a human child, what an unbelievable thing. But it really happened. Jing Shu left almost everything else to Danai, while she got busy again. The competition rewards, the price of Bodhi, the new factory in the capital. She pushed it all aside for now, planning to deal with it later. The competition had gone so smoothly that Wucheng would leave the capital in 3 days. Jing Shu had only 3 days to finish her plans. First, as agreed with Junbao, Jing Shu and Songbin went to sign the contract at Junbao's biotech lab. She was shocked by the place. She'd imagined a research lab would be high-tech, like Qian Duoduo's private lab, full of equipment and futuristic. But the biotech lab was actually in a renovated cave outside the capital, and not just any cave. In front of the cave was a stinking biogas pit blocking the way. Who knew why there was a biogas pit there? "Careful, Miss Jing, the road is rough," Songbin said with a wry smile. The young Master Jun always sent him on these crazy errands. The road wasn't just rough, it was impassable. He hated coming to this death trap, especially crossing the pit of what was basically manure. Everyone inside was a madman. But he had no choice. He could only face life with a smile. Go, go, you can do it. They used a special vehicle to cross the stinking pit. The cave glowed faintly. Jing Shu, fully armed, stood at the high point inside, frowning as she looked down. What the heck was this? Was this really a research lab? Songbin, half laughing and half crying, began to explain. That's right. What looked like the top of the cave was actually the entrance to the biotech lab. There was nothing high-tech about it. In fact, it felt downright primitive. Yet this was the very lab Junbao had mentioned, and in the future, it would become one of the giants that changed the food landscape of the apocalypse. Who would have thought it could be so shabby? Looking down from the entrance, you saw a deep pit with no end in sight, surrounded by layer after layer of recessed platforms. "Miss Jing, look, there are 14 levels down there. It's not very big, but each level is an independent space for different experiments, and the equipment is complete. Its biggest feature is a relatively complete ecological chain, so resources are recycled and it's self-sufficient in energy. That's what makes it different from other labs, which burn through money, funding, and energy," Songbin explained, wiping his sweat. To put it bluntly, it was just poor. Without strong backing, they had to solve survival first before doing any research. The Jun family could easily build a real lab, but this one was Jun Shao's personal project, or rather, a partnership. As for the partner, Songbin felt a bit uneasy. He'd heard the two had fought over shares before, and now Jun Shao was giving away so much. "The biogas from manure powers the lab and fertilizes the crops. The first level is a vegetable garden. Let's go take a look." Songbin sounded like a real estate agent showing off his property. But soon, this lab would have Jing Shu as a shareholder. It was her own business now, so she had to inspect it carefully. The old-fashioned, creaky, hand-cranked lift dropped them to the first level. It worked like an elevator, but was manual. No energy wasted, just leverage. Songbin was terrified, worried the lift would drop and he'd be doomed. Why couldn't they spend a little more for safety? A vegetable garden? Jing Shu stepped off the creaky lift and looked around. The walls were covered in all sorts of terrifying fungi, and the fenced plots grew strange, sunless vegetables. Black, spiky leaves, long purple fruits, and clusters of black, bumpy produce, each bump with a long hair. Most shocking was a patch of blinding white, giant cell-like spores clinging to a wall, wriggling like living worms. When muddy water dripped on them, they surged over and all stood up at once. Jing Shu had no doubt that if you bit into one, it would squirt white juice. She grabbed one of the white spores. It struggled desperately, dragging a long black root from the wall. Jing Shu tugged at it, finding it amusing, but Songbin quickly stopped her. Wasn't Miss Jing afraid of anything? "These are vegetables?" Jing Shu was amazed. She'd never seen such creepy crops. Songbin forced a smile, then shook his head, covering his mouth and pulling Jing Shu to the next level. "The second level is livestock. All the manure is sent to the biogas pit." There were only a few animals, and they were odd. On one side of the square platform, 5 or 6 chickens foraged, but each chicken looked different. Some had 6 wings, some had 4 legs, some had 2 bodies, and one was even hermaphroditic, with 2 chickens snuggling together so closely you couldn't tell how many there were. "I should have brought Fat Chicken to see this new world. There's always someone wilder than us." There was also a sow and a boar, both skin and bones but otherwise normal. As Jing Shu and Songbin descended, A group of people were gathered around the pigs, sighing. Another failure. Damn it, what went wrong? The gene sequence and chromosomes are fine, the embryo's fine too. I still say the problem's with the sow. Forget it, just try something new. If the chromosomes are messed up, who knows what'll happen? Maybe we'll get a 3-headed, 6-armed pig like those chickens? If we use that stuff, it'll be irreversible. They seemed to be arguing. Songbin was nearly in tears. What bad luck, running into a bunch of lunatics. Hey, Songbin, any news? Someone finally noticed the newcomers. Security was so lax, Jing Shu wondered if this would count as her property in the future. In the apocalypse, you couldn't be too careful. Songbin forced a polite smile. Brother Juzi, I brought Miss Jing, who's here to sign the contract. Jun Xiao should have told you. She's providing energy for the lab. He quickly added, This is Jun Xiao's partner, Ji Juju, who's in charge of all research here and is the lab director. He's one of the youngest scientists in China, very accomplished. What kind of scientist? Songbin didn't dare say. But Ji Juju didn't bother with pleasantries. He was squatting by the sow, gently checking her and calming her down. When he heard the commotion, he just waved impatiently. No time, no time. Come back in a few days. I'm not doing anything else until I solve this problem. Even if the emperor comes, it's the same. Ji Juju was that stubborn. Songbin's face froze. Miss Jing only had 3 days before returning to Wucheng. Jing Shu raised her eyebrows. What kind of mess had she gotten into? She was busy enough as it was. She strode over, and Songbin shivered. Was Miss Jing going to use force? That wouldn't do. Jing Shu squeezed through the crowd and squatted down. Songbin helplessly covered his face. Oh my God, what is Miss Jing up to this time? Why does she always do such out-of-the-ordinary things? But then Songbin thought, actually, it's understandable. Miss Jing is just that kind of magical existence. He hadn't understood her actions at the crematorium before either, but she ended up accomplishing something big. So don't doubt her. Whatever Miss Jing does, she has her reasons. This time she must have a deep plan and strategy in mind. This is the style of a true boss. That's right. By now Jing Shu had already risen to boss status in Songbin's heart. He admired her blindly. Little did he know, our Jing Shu didn't have any plan at all. She squatted down, and although she was busy, she was still interested in these livestock that could produce in the apocalypse. What on earth were these people doing to the sows and boars that was so outrageous it made the sows this irritable? But she couldn't just ask directly. Psychology says that if you want to break through someone's defenses, you can't confront them head-on. You have to take a roundabout approach. In plain terms, you have to go along with what the other person wants to do. So Jing Shu asked, "What's wrong with the pig?" "What's wrong with the pig? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand," someone muttered quietly. Ji Juju might not care about other things, but when it came to the current headache, she sighed as if she finally had a chance to vent. After the apocalypse, natural reproduction is no longer possible. We can only do artificial reproduction. All the transplanted fertilized embryos have taken, and we've injected a lot of hormones. But in the end, it still keeps failing. All the data is normal, and we've ruled out every possible issue. Statistically, it shouldn't be happening, so there must be a problem somewhere in the process. Also, this pig still hasn't gone into heat, so it won't secrete a certain lactogen, which means the pregnancy rate is even lower. "Should we check everything again?" asked a bespectacled person nearby. "Are you stupid? Rechecking everything would waste months, and we can't afford to wait." Jing Shu propped her chin and asked, "So all the data is normal, but you still haven't succeeded after transplanting the embryos? Why not try with a different pig?" Ji Juju fiddled with the agitated sow and nodded. "This is the last pair of pigs with anti-melanin properties and normal health. Before injecting them with the new mutagen, I want to keep at least some stock for the next experiment. Otherwise, this rare, naturally anti-melanin breed will go extinct. Our experiment would hit a dead end. Mutagen? Jing Shu looked at the pig in shock and uncertainty, then turned to look at the abnormal chickens. Was it what she thought? Then Juju muttered to herself, "Now that the apocalypse has come, ordinary livestock must have their genes altered to adapt and reproduce. If they don't change and evolve, they'll be eliminated by nature. These are the best candidates for mutation. Ordinary pigs can't handle so many hormones." Jing Shu's mouth slowly dropped open. Even after surviving in the apocalypse for so long, seeing these mutations up close was still shocking. Evolve or be eliminated, only the fittest survive in the apocalypse. Just then, Juju must have touched something because the sow suddenly went berserk, squealing miserably. The sow struggled in pain, kicking her legs wildly, and sent Juju flying with a kick. The people nearby scattered in panic, but not before dragging Juju out of harm's way. With a black eye, Juju didn't care about the pain. As people helped her up, she still tried to get back to check on the situation, frowning in frustration. "It's a rejection reaction. The body's rejecting it." Everyone knew what that meant. "There's no saving it. We'll have to inject it directly and prepare for the mutation surgery," Juju said, unwilling to give up. This was a crucial step in creating giant livestock, and she didn't want to abandon it. Biological gigantism and how to mass-produce food have become the biggest research goals, but they still need a lot of experimental verification. This meant there was no turning back. But Jing Shu didn't understand any of this. She didn't have any professional knowledge from start to finish. She was relying entirely on her cheat, her spiritual spring. Plus, she'd killed hundreds of black pigs before, so she considered herself an expert on pigs. There wasn't a pig she couldn't handle. So, as the sow squealed, Jing Shu calmly grabbed its hoof. With both hands, she pressed the sow to the ground. "Whoa! Impressive! What kind of move is that?" Amidst the exclamations, Jing Shu quickly subdued the struggling sow. Even though it kept resisting fiercely, her hands were like iron clamps, holding it firmly in place. From what she'd just heard, Jing Shu understood that this pig was a rare, naturally anti-melanin sow. Before mutating it, it would be best to breed a batch of purebreds. In short, they needed it to reproduce. Wasn't that simple? Back when she needed the animals in her space to breed, she'd done plenty of research, though the details were too embarrassing to mention. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was this pig would soon be part of her own industry. Seeing the sow, Jing Shu took out a homemade herbal pill, specially designed to induce estrus in livestock. It contained medicinal dregs from her space and a little diluted spiritual spring water. She'd made it for her own animals to boost early breeding. She thought the pill was average, but with the spiritual spring, its effects were much stronger. As soon as the black pill went down, everyone exclaimed, "What did you feed it? What are you doing?" Then, the next second, the sow that had been squealing started grunting contentedly. Jing Shu let go and the sow went over to the boar. In front of everyone's shocked faces, the two pigs began their shameless business. What did you feed it? What did you just do?" Although it was the same question, the tone was completely different this time. What a dramatic shift. Jing Shu waved it off nonchalantly. "I've raised a lot of pigs before. It's just a little trick. Sometimes data isn't everything." Juju nodded excitedly. "Even though the embryo transplant failed, if we can get natural breeding, that's even better. This pig hasn't gone into heat for 2 years. No matter what, this is a good sign. By the way, you're Jing Shu, the one Xiaojun mentioned, right? You just said you wanted to sign a contract? Come on, let's sign it quickly. I have more questions for you." Jing Shu. "Isn't this a bit too casual? Weren't we just talking about pigs? This topic shift is a bit much." Juju was already impatiently dragging Jing Shu off to sign the contract. At the end, she even urged the dumbfounded and incredulous Songbin, "Hurry up! Didn't you say we needed to get this done quickly? I've got a ton of things to do after this. Where's the stuff? Bring it over." Songbin, "How can someone change faces this fast?" And she just agreed, just like that. What exactly did Miss Jing do? She's always so unpredictable. What had been a huge problem was solved in just a few minutes. Oh. Songbin hurriedly opened the big data app on his phone, which contained the electronic contract. After the apocalypse, paper wasn't used anymore, so electronic versions were better. Plus, it made it easier for the authorities to monitor things. Songbin originally wanted to read out the contract, so both parties would know how much stock each person in the lab held, how much the new partner would get, what responsibilities each side had, how future dividends would be distributed, and what the current assets were. This was just like a divorce. You have to negotiate the division of assets, right? You have to lay out each other's property and responsibilities, right? And then there's the matter of future custody. Every detail is important. But Juju, like a scumbag, didn't care at all. She didn't even want to look at it, just scanned her fingerprint and then looked at Jing Shu, meaning, hurry up. If it weren't for the fact that changes in shareholding had to be approved by the two largest shareholders, she wouldn't even bother with this and would just leave it all to Junbao. She didn't even care about the profits, so what was the point of running a lab? Songbin had thought that since Major General Jun's government had taken a share, Juju would be difficult to deal with, but it turned out she didn't care at all. Since Juju didn't care, Jing Shu, who was the type to count every penny, couldn't just ignore it, especially with something as big as signing a contract. She hadn't had a chance to get in on the Shishanchan Duo shares, but this time, when she looked up, she saw Juju looking at her expectantly. All right then. Jing Shu also scanned her fingerprint, wrapping things up quickly. She felt like she hadn't made the most of this big moment. After all, in the 5th year, this up-and-coming biotech lab would be a major player. It felt a bit like when Jack Ma started his company with just 13 people. If you could go back in time and become the 14th, holding 5% of the shares, wouldn't you be excited? At this point, Songbin saw that everyone's shareholdings in the lab had changed. This should have been a solemn moment, but it happened while everyone was focused on the sow. Actually, no one was even paying attention. Whatever. At least it wasn't as hard as I thought. Mission accomplished. Songbin quietly let out a sigh of relief. Today, it felt like Jing Shu hadn't come to sign a contract, but had been invited as a pig farmer to the pig breeding site to share her experience. When it came to pig farming, Jing Shu didn't hold back. Not just raising pigs, but slaughtering them, eating them, and how to cook every part. These were all her specialties. Songbin's head was buzzing. He could barely follow what Miss Jing was saying, but he could clearly see her talking animatedly, and every time she gestured, everyone nodded in agreement, especially Juju, who usually only cared about data. Now she looked at Miss Jing with eyes full of admiration. The sow wasn't just left alone after mating. Jing Shu provided a full suite of services, almost making Juju want to applaud. In short, the sow that was supposed to be a lost cause, destined for mutation experiments, was transformed in Jing Shu's hands. For the first time, these data-obsessed researchers began to doubt their numbers, because the sow's data started changing at an unbelievable rate. When the irreversible became reversible, anyone would start to question things. Was it the world that had changed, or themselves? Songbin didn't know what to say anymore. Wherever Miss Jing went, she was welcomed and awesome. He didn't need to do anything, just clap and shout 666 from the back. Breeding pigs isn't a one-time thing. When Juju learned that Jing Shu would be leaving the capital for Wucheng in a few days, she was disappointed for a long time. In the end, she just added Jing Shu on WeChat, and they agreed to have remote meetings if any issues came up. Next, it was time to inspect her territory. That's right, Jing Shu already considered this godforsaken barren lab as one of her own assets. Why call it a biotech lab? Because everything here was based on biological research. In this lab, Jing Shu saw some unbelievable creatures that completely overturned her world view, or rather, her apocalypse view. The 3rd floor of the lab was the microscopic world. Of course, that was the fancy name, which Juju introduced with pride. She beamed as she explained, "The organisms here are our main research subjects at this stage." Jing Shu frowned. As soon as she reached the 3rd floor, her scalp started to tingle. Thanks to her night vision, she could clearly see the whole third floor, which looked a bit like a science museum. The third floor was sunken in on all sides. When the crane lowered them down, there was only a narrow walkway left, so they pressed close to the glass. It was a sealed glass enclosure, surrounded by transparent tempered glass. On the glass, all sorts of strange-shaped creatures crawled densely. Jing Shu was only a few centimeters away from them. These weren't insects. In her 10 years of surviving the apocalypse, Jing Shu had seen countless new species, but never anything like these creatures crawling on glass. "What are these?" Jing Shu frowned, pointing at a dense patch above her head. It looked like a single mass, but each individual was squirming, as if they could break apart or merge at any moment. Juju said proudly, "These are bacteria magnified 1,000 times, their grown-up form. Isn't this bacterial culture dish amazing? It may look like just a small patch, but there are tens of billions of bacteria in there. They have incredible reproductive abilities and can replicate each other. They're one of the most worry-free materials in the microscopic world." "Ugh!" Songbin almost threw up. He looked at Jing Shu and whispered, "Miss Jing, these are food." "Ugh!" Just looking at these things was disgusting, let alone eating them. Juju nodded as if he'd said nothing wrong. "That's right. If food becomes scarce later on, we'll consider releasing a batch of bacterial food to solve the hunger problem. After all, the human body is made up of bacteria anyway." "But can you really eat bacteria?" Even Jing Shu showed a look of distaste. "Bugs, at least, are a source of collagen, but what do bacteria have? Are they even nutritious?" If Jing Shu guessed right, all food is generally classified as carbohydrates. If bacteria don't fit that category, never mind whether they taste good or not. Can the body even digest them? If they're not carbohydrates, how do they solve hunger? So here's the question. Do bacteria count as carbohydrates? Juju pointed to the next enclosure, where densely packed, spiraling bacteria were entwined together. "These are spiral bacteria, a type of true bacteria. Don't be fooled by their appearance. They're actually very useful. They fix nitrogen, converting it into a form living things can use. Ordinary spiral bacteria are only 50 microns long, but these little cuties in front of you have been magnified many times." Jing Shu: "So?" Maybe all this technical talk is confusing, so I'll just tell you directly. These bacteria are very useful. For example, we divide the lab's bacteria into 2 main categories. One is for human consumption. Can you believe that just a fingernail-sized amount of these bacteria can make a person feel full? Look, like this. As she spoke, Juju took a knife and sliced off a small piece, as if cutting off a tentacle from an octopus. The tentacle squirmed violently, but Juju popped it into her mouth and swallowed it whole without chewing. "Oh, I forgot to mention, when eating these bacteria, it's best not to chew. The more you chew, the more the bacteria divide, and the less effective it is." Juju patted herself and continued. "These bacteria can complete the carbon cycle. Once swallowed, they're attacked by the body's own bacterial colonies, which then synthesize other organic compounds. Through the food chain, they become part of both humans and bacteria. Some of the carbohydrates in the human body are metabolized for energy, oxidized into carbon dioxide and water through respiration, releasing stored energy to meet the body's needs." Jing Shu and Songbin nodded, half understanding. Basically, as long as these bacteria can be converted into energy the body needs, eating them means you won't starve. Look at the bacteria we just cut. See how they self-replicate to fill the gap? However much you use, they'll replenish themselves, and with a little stimulation, they'll multiply even more. If we can make them inexhaustible, the problem of feeding humanity is solved. Juju was full of pride. This was the result of 4 years of research by her team. She made it sound easy, but who knows how many experiments and calculations it took. Want to try some? The taste is a bit strong, the texture is so-so, and once it's in your stomach, it'll churn around like popping candy. Very novel, very stimulating. Only a madman would want to eat that. Songbin's face turned pale as he shook his head vigorously. Jing Shu was a little tempted. After 10 years in the apocalypse, she'd eaten corpse maggots to survive. What hadn't she endured? But seeing the dirty, inky excrement and smelling the pungent stench, she gave up. Maybe it'd be better as sashimi someday. By the way, what do these spiral bacteria eat? Just like raising chickens or ducks, even if you feed them bugs, you still need to provide food. What about the energy consumption in the process? Juju pointed to another glass enclosure. See, this is another type of bacteria. It will be the food for all kinds of giant animals and bacteria in the future, and it's also one of the agents for gigantism. We've been researching how to make food grow huge without consuming extra energy, and this bacteria is one of the triggers. With some special drugs, they can replicate like crazy, and then stimulate animal bodies to start wildly altering their DNA and chromosomes, causing all sorts of mutations. Jing Shu frowned, still feeling lost in all the technical jargon. To put it simply, it's about gene modification, making genes mutate on a massive scale. We can't do precise edits, so we just force these creatures to mutate however they will. Like those chickens you saw, they're just chicks now. Later, we'll try to catalyze them to grow as big as elephants. That's why I say you're all a bunch of lunatics, Songbin muttered. He hadn't mentioned that the lab's first experiment was to gigantify maggots, hoping to raise them as feed and food. Just imagine, a maggot as big as a person crawling in front of you. How disgusting is that? Of course, one slice and it's full of juice. The ideal is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Juju's experiments always ran into problems, but that's life. You're either discovering problems or solving them. Why haven't you tried gigantifying fish? Jing Shu was curious. In her previous life, the first giant food to appear was fish. Juju shook her head. Aquatic creatures do have simpler DNA and chromosomes, but their conversion rate is too low, and their deformity rate is also low. The simpler they are, the more stable they are, so the cost is much higher and the results aren't as good. The failure rate is much higher than with other species. Is there some trick to it? Jing Shu thought for a moment and decided to give a hint, since she had prophetic knowledge. I think you should keep researching fish. Maybe the difficulty is only temporary. If you hit a bottleneck, try a different approach. All right, once we get past this theory, we'll look into fish again. Whether she was being sincere or just humoring Jing Shu, it didn't matter. Jing Shu wasn't in a hurry. She'd only just joined this big project, and while she had some prophetic information and knowledge of history, it wasn't much use yet. She didn't understand the details of the research, but she could learn over time. The lab had 11 floors. By the time they reached the 5th, Jing Shu said she didn't want to go any further. The deeper they went, the darker it got. The 1st and 2nd floors still represented hope and light, but the lower they went, the more oppressive it became. They were researching the human body, how to maximize the use of corpses, even using human nutrients to cultivate new species. Even though there were consent forms, today Jing Shu saw the most secret, least known side of the apocalypse. You might think that clinging to the government's leg is enough to survive the apocalypse, but in reality, it's just that someone else is carrying the burden for you. In order to survive, humanity has tried every possible method. If you're living easily, it's because someone else is holding up the sky for you. Thinking back, Jing Shu had survived until the 10th year of the apocalypse in her previous life. Without the government, the survival rate in China wouldn't have been nearly as high. That's it then. No need to see us out. We have other things to do. I'll leave the lab in your hands. If there's any news, feel free to contact me anytime. Polite words were still necessary, but Jing Shu had no interest in touring a lab that probably held even more secrets below. She also understood a bit better why Songbin had looked so pale when he arrived. People here really weren't normal. Jing Shu saw fanaticism in their eyes. Not a fanaticism for life or material things, but a passion for the unknown. In this state, their material needs were almost zero, to the point that they even used themselves as test subjects. Jing Shu rarely felt awe, but for some reason the capital's biological research lab was one of the few things she respected. These were truly different people. All right, let's head to the next stop. Jing Shu's steps wouldn't be stopped by the lab. In fact, she was only staying in the capital for a few days, so her schedule was tight. After finishing the contract, she immediately had Songbin take her to the next destination. On the way, Jing Shu didn't waste any time. She started harvesting a batch of mature spices from her space, and the durian she'd been longing for had finally ripened. She quickly stored it away, planning to enjoy it privately later. A thought lingered in her mind. Some things that couldn't be brought out openly before. Maybe this time she could finally do so. The apocalypse had only lasted a few years, but the hundreds of pounds of spices she'd bought back then were almost gone. That's why she'd started planting more before coming to the capital. Now, whenever she had time, Jing Shu would fuss over the things in her space. Since she wanted to stock up before migrating again, she'd planted a lot of spices, especially Sichuan peppercorns. She was running low on medicated oils and floral water, and Sichuan peppercorns were also a good insect repellent. Using them in rice and flour was very effective, and in traditional medicine, peppercorns can warm the middle, relieve pain, kill parasites, and stop itching. They're used for abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, parasitic infections, and even eczema and itching when applied externally. Most importantly, when the time came to migrate and corpse-eating bugs were rampant, she'd have to use medicated oil sparingly. Until she figured out how to make more, she could at least scatter peppercorns all over the RV. Jing Shu remembered the look the sales clerk gave her when she bought 2 boxes of medicated oil. She was too young back then. If only she'd bought more. And since she needed to braise a lot of things, her stock of braising spices was running low too. To prepare for migration, she planned to braise more food, so she couldn't skip planting star anise and cinnamon. "Miss Jing, we've arrived," Songbin said respectfully. Other than Jun Xiao, there was no one else he treated this way. It was because everything Jing Shu had done these past few days was truly awe-inspiring. Jing Shu nodded and followed Songbin to the legendary black market of the capital. Of course, each of them carried a large suitcase. Since she was in the capital, how could she not visit some exciting, adventurous places? In the apocalypse, resources were everything. There wasn't much left in Wucheng that caught her eye, but in the capital, there were bound to be treasures. It wasn't just about broadening her horizons. Jing Shu wanted to see if she could find anything she still needed. For some reason, whenever she heard about rare or unique apocalypse items, she got excited. But getting into the black market wasn't easy. Since the market often dealt in things that couldn't be traded openly, and for other reasons, it had a strict membership system. Only members themselves or those vouched for by a member could enter and trade. And there were different membership levels. Ahem, Miss Jing, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Fan Jianqiang, a silver member of the black market. He can vouch for 2 people to enter and trade, so he'll take us in for a look around, Songbin explained. He smiled at the somewhat arrogant-looking young man and said, "We're here on Jun Xiao's recommendation." Fan Jianqiang lifted his chin and said proudly, Got it. Just stick close to me, don't ask prices or trade randomly, and don't exchange for anything too cheap. If my points drop too low, I'll be demoted to bronze. Seriously, if you don't meet the minimum spend, you get points deducted. Do you know how much I had to buy to get to silver? If it weren't for Jun Xiao, Fan Jianqiang wrapped his thick coat tighter, muttering for a while. He pulled his scarf up, yawned, and kept glancing back to remind them, "Stay close, okay? Don't get lost." Honestly, didn't they know he was face-blind? If they got separated, he'd never find them. Ugh, what a hassle. It's not like they could just hold hands. Black coat, black coat. Both of them were wearing black coats, one man and one woman. Fan Jianqiang memorized their features. What a pain. Songbin smiled awkwardly. That's just how things were in the capital. Jing Shu shrugged, signaling to hurry up. It just seems like the black market has too many rules. Is it really this strict? And this membership system? Are they just trying to get people to spend more? Also, it feels like everyone here is an insider. Songbin quietly gave her a thumbs up and whispered, "Miss Jing, you're exactly right. These days, with food shortages, Only people in the circle have the luxury to trade for other goods. So calling it a black market isn't quite right. It's more like an officially sanctioned elite circle, and the rules really are there to stimulate spending and speed up circulation. Jing Shu just grunted, frowning in thought. Songbin didn't say anything else. The two of them followed Fan Jianqiang, and after their identities were verified, they entered the capital's black market. It would be more accurate to call it an underground night market. It looked more like a tomb, with the underground space built from solid stone. Fan Jianqiang hunched over with a flashlight, leading the way down a sloping tunnel that went several stories deep. They had to stoop and step over stairs, and the archways above the steps were carved with clear patterns. It was a tomb. It was definitely the tomb of some important figure. Jing Shu was sure of it. Using a tomb as a black market. What a bunch of geniuses. But the wisdom of ancient Chinese people really was impressive. The tombs of important figures had great feng shui and were built in excellent locations. Now, in the 4th year of the apocalypse, this place had avoided earthquakes and floods because of its elevation, and there was little mud or water inside. It truly was a treasure trove. When the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat wafted over and they turned a corner to see bright lights, warm campfires, and the low hum of conversation, Jing Shu knew they had arrived. The space suddenly opened up. A few people squatted at the entrance, fanning grills as they roasted skewers and ate compressed synthetic meat. Just from the smell, it was pretty good. Even more impressive, after 4 years of the apocalypse, there was still the scent of chili powder. Clearly, the capital still had plenty of good things. This made Jing Shu look forward to tonight's black market even more. Changzi, you're here. Want some? 30 virtual coins a skewer. At least meet the minimum spend. A middle-aged man immediately stood up, grabbed 3 skewers of multicolored meat, and handed them over. Fan Jianqiang shook his head in disgust. Honestly, Uncle Lu, who knows what kind of mixed meat you use to make those blocks? Sure, it tastes good, but last time I bit into a knuckle and nearly puked. That was a mistake, just a mix-up. You know we don't eat that kind of meat. I guarantee it's all proper certified meat. Oh, you brought guests? Have a skewer, everyone. Just smell how good it is. Uncle Lu smiled awkwardly, bringing the skewers closer. This was his usual trick. Most people who could come to the black market weren't short on food, but being able to eat meat, especially such fragrant grilled meat, was still rare. Fan Jianqiang swallowed hard. The smell was tempting, but after last time he hesitated. Still, for the sake of appearances, he turned to Jing Shu and Songbin. Want me to treat you? Jing Shu's tastes had long since become picky, and Songbin was already horrified at the mention of knuckles. Both shook their heads. No thanks, we already ate. All right then, let's go, it's about to start. Fan Jianqiang shrugged. At least he saved some money. Jing Shu paused and asked Uncle Lu, No cumin? It'd be even better with some. Uncle Lu gave a wry smile. Spices are too hard to find. The meat itself isn't expensive, but the salt and chili powder for marinating are the real cost, let alone other seasonings. Jing Shu nodded thoughtfully. It seemed the spices she'd brought today were truly valuable. In this black market circle, basic food and supplies weren't lacking. You could tell from people's clothes and weight. They didn't look like the skinny, starving people on the streets. They were more like normal folks from before the apocalypse. Jing Shu and Songbin followed Fan Jianqiang to the core area of the tomb. The main hall was ringed with campfires, with fenced-off sections and a central platform displaying all sorts of goods, even carts being wheeled in. An impressive array of everything imaginable. After greeting a dozen people, Fan Jianqiang naturally made his way to the silver member area. In fact, the tomb, now the black market, had 5 entrances, a sign of the class system. Silver members like them had to stoop through a back entrance, while people came in through the wide, red-carpeted main entrance at the front. Only gold members and above can use the main entrance. They get round tables, snacks, tea, and a place to rest. We'll just stand over here, Fan Jianqiang said, a bit envious of the big shots coming and going from the main entrance. Are there restrictions on what you can trade? Like, can silver members not trade for valuable items? Jing Shu suddenly asked. Although Junbao had said the black market was safe and protected and she wasn't from the capital, just passing through, she worried she might not be able to get what she wanted if she saw something good. Fan Jianqiang snorted. Valuable items? As long as they want what you have, it's not a problem. Of course, the more precious the item, the higher the tax. And that tax, well, it's a lot more than a few skewers. He sounded a bit smug. It was partly Junbao's fault for not explaining things clearly. He'd just casually told him to show these people around the black market. Since it was just a tour, it was about broadening horizons. He'd heard one of them was from the countryside in Wucheng. Maybe an old flame of Junbao's. Fan Jianqiang glanced at Jing Shu, trying to figure out if she was pretty or ugly, but with his face blindness, all women looked the same to him, as did all men. Long ago, he and Junbao had been the butt of jokes for their disabilities. Oh well, at least she was Junbao's guest, so he'd show some respect. He said to Jing Shu, "Silver members have a minimum spend of 200 virtual coins or equivalent goods per visit. If you see anything you like, let me know. Within that price, it's on me." He acted like a big shot, head held high as if to say, "Tonight, everything's on young Master Zhao." He really had that air about him. "Are all people in the capital this dramatic?" Jing Shu whispered. Songbin replied quietly, "They love to show off. Big peacocks." Jing Shu managed not to laugh and nodded seriously. "Well, thank you in advance." It was starting, finally starting. The Gold member VIP area and the Diamond member screen area were already filling up. "Hello, everyone. I'm Gong Huwei, president of the Elegant Pavilion Trading Club. Ladies, just call me Old Gong. Gentlemen, call me President Gong. I'll be your host for tonight's trading event. As always, we accept barter, virtual coins, and other forms of trade. Just state your needs, whether buying or selling, and our club will handle the rest." Old Gong spoke with a touch of humor, a middle-aged bald man with a cheerful air. "So annoying, always taking advantage." "I think you just want to take advantage." Old Gong, holding a megaphone, first showed everyone the goods on display so they'd have an idea of what was available. Just as Jing Shu expected an auction or bidding, President Gong surprised everyone by inviting the Diamond members in the screen area to go first. "We can't keep our distinguished guests waiting. Let's start with the Diamond Zone's requests." Jing Shu had thought they'd start with the Bronze members. Isn't the main event always at the end? But in this black market, they started with a bang. Well, of course, they couldn't keep the big shots waiting. Starting off with the big deals, huh? Jing Shu was getting a little excited. Next to her, Fan Jianqiang yawned and muttered, "Just wait. We'll be waiting a while." These things were out of his league. There really were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the capital. Old Gong first invited a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and felt hat to the stage. "Let's have Mr. Liu go first." Mr. Liu pointed to the display shelves and said, "Here are 3,000 rolls of well-preserved pure wood pulp toilet paper. I don't want virtual coins, only food in exchange. The usual rules. The quality and rarity of the food determine the price. If you're interested, bring your goods to the exchange staff for appraisal." Mr. Liu used to be in the paper business. What a big move. Those mountains of paper were truly impressive. Fan Jianqiang was a bit disappointed. If only he'd take virtual coins, but it's not a necessity. Just use water and a cloth, or worst case, a stone. Who needs paper? Still, it'd be nice to have. I envy those who can use it. Jing Shu was tempted. I wonder how the exchange works. Is it expensive? She still had a decent stock at home, but with a big family and those extra days each month, the supply was dwindling. The further into the apocalypse, the more precious these things became. Maybe she should stock up more? Songbin looked troubled. He didn't know either. Fan Jianqiang snorted, a little disdainful. People of his status wouldn't waste food on paper. Originally, you'd think that in a time of food shortages, few would trade for non-essentials like paper. But in just a short while, quite a few people brought all kinds of food to trade. Even the guy selling kebabs earlier traded a long, thin sausage for a single roll. After about a third of the toilet paper was gone, Demand dropped off. The market was saturated. Jing Shu now had a sense of the local barter rates. Mr. Lu looked a bit disappointed. Food was indeed getting scarcer. Jing Shu's mind raced. Even if her family rationed a roll for 3 days, that was 121 rolls a year, not counting special days. She'd bought a lot back then, but now only half was left, and it was only the 4th year of the apocalypse. Who knew how long it would last? Just then, a woman in a black uniform and glasses from the diamond section stepped up, bowed, and politely said, "Our boss wants to buy out the rest of the paper, offering non-expired canned fruit at a rate of 1 can for 8 rolls. What do you think?" Her company used to make canned fruit. Mr. Lu hesitated. Canned fruit was nice, but only a treat. He couldn't use that much. If it were canned meat, he'd take it all without hesitation. He took the megaphone and called out, "Anyone else need paper? If not, I'll trade the rest to her." Jing Shu quickly shouted from afar, "Over here! I want some paper!" She waved for Songbin to bring over the 2 black suitcases as they hurried up. What are you doing? Trading food for paper? Don't get me docked points." Fan Jianqiang clung tightly to Songbin, terrified of losing track of them. He'd said not to make a scene. Silver member area? Doesn't look like they brought anything valuable. Mr. Lu was a bit disappointed, probably just a small customer. After calling out a few more times and getting no response, he turned to Jing Shu with a smile. "What do you want to trade for paper? Show me so I can evaluate." He didn't look down on her at all. The woman in black adjusted her slipping stockings and sized up the girl bundled in a thick coat, looking plain and unremarkable, carrying a suitcase. Truly unremarkable. What could she possibly have in that suitcase? How much food could it hold? Yes, Jing Shu hadn't attracted any attention at first. Even Mr. Lu regretted that the paper would just go for canned fruit. Until, bang! A loud crash echoed through the hall, especially dramatic in the tomb with its natural acoustics. Everyone's attention snapped over. What the heck is in that suitcase? Why is it so heavy? No one thought much of the suitcase until Jing Shu slammed it down. Even Songbin's jaw dropped, and Fan Jianqiang was stunned. Jing Shu opened the suitcase, revealing the middle layer. Inside were 2 enormous, mouth-watering smoked hams, black pork, the perfect curves and dense, massive meat. Those nearby could even smell the faint, salty aroma. Everyone around swallowed hard. The place erupted. Everyone was deeply shocked. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, frozen meat still existed, but fresh pork was a luxury, and even cured meat was nearly extinct. There were goods out there, but so few. Only a handful controlled the best stuff. But this kind of top-quality ham? Honestly, no one had seen it before, or at least almost no one would bring it out to trade. Mr. Lu lost his composure, crowding around to inspect the ham, joined by President Gong and even the diamond section bosses. President Gong swallowed. "I'll have to tax a few slices off that later." Mr. Lu, no longer calm, asked eagerly, "How do you want to trade this ham?" He was desperate for more canned meat, but this ham was worth hundreds of cans. Jing Shu casually took out 1 ham and said, "A 30 Jin premium ham, perfectly preserved, good for years to come. How many rolls of paper can I get for it?" "I'll take both hams and give you all the remaining paper, deal?" Mr. Lu bargained. "Snap!" Jing Shu closed the suitcase. In that moment, she was no longer just an ordinary girl. Her aura was sharp and commanding, making Mr. Lu feel suffocated. "Looks like you don't want to do business, Mr. Lu. With so many people here, I'm sure I can get what I want." "Yeah, don't be so greedy, old Lu. You can't eat 2 hams yourself. Let us have a share." "We've got plenty to trade, too." Mr. Lu gritted his teeth. "I'll trade 1,500 rolls for 1 ham. That's dozens of times more than for other foods. The rest of the paper goes for canned fruit." 1 Jin of meat for 50 rolls of paper. Jing Shu hesitated. Her family and her space were overflowing with black pigs. She slaughtered several every year, and the house was packed with cured meat and hams, almost with no place to store them. Getting so much paper in the capital was actually a great deal. Mr. Lu was nervous. Seeing Jing Shu hesitate, he started to regret not offering more. Ham, Such a rare treat, you could make it last a whole year if you rationed it. All right. Jing Shu pulled out a ham and tossed it to Mr. Liu, who caught it with a thud and sat down, grinning from ear to ear. President Gong immediately grabbed a knife and shouted, "Tax! Tax!" Everyone looked on with envy. How did this lucky guy manage to trade a ham for just some toilet paper? There was still one huge ham left in the suitcase, looking incredibly tempting. "Look, miss, we have plenty of other things. Miss, I have lots of canned fruit. Want some? Need shampoo or body wash? How about some winter coats? It's getting colder." In an instant, a crowd surrounded Jing Shu, pitching their goods. Meanwhile, Fan Jianqiang was dumbfounded, his mind stuck on repeat. Is this really some country girl here to see the world? She's way too rich. These days, tossing out 2 hams was like throwing out a mountain of gold in the old world. This was hard currency, no doubt. Don't rush, everyone. Let her rack up some points first. Young lady, what's your name? You're not a member yet, right? Want to sign up? There are lots of perks, President Gong said with a kindly smile, holding the tax slice he'd just cut. My surname is Jing. I won't sign up for membership, Jing Shu replied, shaking her head. Who knew when she'd be back in the capital? Then, Miss Jing, who brought you here? Jing Shu pointed at the still-stunned Fan Jianqiang. And so, congratulations, young man, you're now a gold member. Keep bringing high-quality clients to the black market and you'll be well rewarded. Fan Jianqiang felt like he was dreaming. He'd struggled for years just to reach silver, and now, on his first visit, he'd been upgraded. Afterward, President Gong smiled kindly. Now, miss, if you have any requests, just let us know. We'll do our best to meet your needs. Jing Shu thought for a moment. There were still many things she needed, and in the future, anything she couldn't produce in her space would only become more precious. But she couldn't just say, I want everything, could she? So she replied tactfully, Why don't you all go first? I'll see what's available, and if I need anything, I'll speak up. Is that all right? No problem at all. Zhao Lu, bring Miss Jing a table and some chairs. Let her sit up front and keep an eye on things so she doesn't miss anything she wants, President Gong said, not taking no for an answer. Isn't that a bit much? Jing Shu was surprised. Sitting on the main stage, surrounded by everyone? That was a bit too special. It's perfect. Come, have a seat and rest a bit, President Gong said with a smile that brooked no refusal, seating her even closer to the front than the diamond VIPs. Fan Jianqiang was trembling, while Songbin calmly started packing up the toilet paper. At this point, Songbin was numb to it all. What a conspicuous spot, especially with that ham. The trading continued as usual. The canned fruit boss and his secretary stated their needs. They wanted to trade canned fruit for food, quilts, and winter clothes. In no time, over 1,000 cans were gone. Under the boss's pleading gaze, Jing Shu reluctantly traded a small piece of meat for dozens of cans of peach and lychee, thinking her family could try something new, and it wouldn't look odd if she brought out some fresh fruit from her space later. There was also a big shot who needed a lot of cotton and was willing to trade rice. Jing Shu had plenty of cotton stockpiled, but since she'd be growing rice in her space later, she decided not to show off this time. The capital really did have a lot of good stuff. And sure enough, Jing Shu wasn't disappointed. A wealthy second generation with a stash of medical supplies took the stage. He was one of the few diamond VIPs who hadn't crowded around when Jing Shu revealed her ham, calmly sitting behind the screen. Clearly, he wasn't short on food. Otherwise, even he would have come to ask about the ham. He was refined, average-looking, but spoke with humility, which changed Jing Shu's impression of rich kids. Let's have Joker state his needs, President Gong invited. Joker waved his hand, and 2 people carried his goods onto the stage. Everyone knows what my family does. Everything here is top quality, no need to say more. Ah, 9th young master, we all know your family isn't short on food or anything else, and your stuff is always good. But your requests are always a bit odd. Exactly, President Gong grinned. So, little 9, thinking of taking that last ham? Jing Shu would definitely want your stuff. These are all life-saving goods in the apocalypse, and no one ever has enough. Joker frowned slightly, then smiled. I'd like to trade for some, but I doubt the exchange rate would satisfy either of us. This time I'm mainly looking for spices. Top quality, natural ones. Nothing expired, musty, or damp. High standards, as expected. The crowd groaned. Some still had a few spices, but after 4 years of the apocalypse, top-quality dry spices were almost impossible to find. President Gong called out several times, showing off Joker's goods. Everyone, take a good look, don't hold back. He's from a medical family, and these are all life-saving supplies. It wasn't that no one had spices, but those who didn't want to trade, and those who wanted to trade didn't meet the requirements. Jing Shu's eyes lit up when she saw boxes of iodine, saline, and, most importantly, a box of concentrated 84 disinfectant tablets, each one able to make a large batch of disinfectant. She'd bought a lot before the apocalypse, but who knew she'd use them up so quickly, and she'd forgotten to buy more 84. Disinfection and pest control were only becoming more important in the apocalypse. These were truly precious supplies. How do you want to trade for these? Jing Shu asked. The young man looked up and smiled politely. Looks like I won't be able to get any spices. If you want to trade ham, that's fine too. No, I mean spices. What kind do you want? Oyster sauce? Soy sauce? Vinegar? Or, Jing Shu asked. Joker shook his head, laughing. None of those. I want natural plant spices, star anise, Sichuan peppercorn, cinnamon, dried tangerine peel, black pepper, 5-spice, cumin, that sort of thing. Soy sauce and vinegar were still fairly common, but spices like those had become extremely rare due to loss, weather, and time. Done. Jing Shu snapped her fingers and opened the bottom layer of her suitcase, revealing compartment after compartment, each packed with vacuum-sealed bags of every spice he'd just named. Damn! Incredible, this person is definitely not simple. She even has these kinds of spices. You can smell the aroma from so far away. It's amazing. The scene grew restless. Even President Gong's throat trembled as he squinted, already plotting to snag a bit of cumin and chili powder for himself. Jing Shu had timed it perfectly. She'd just harvested a batch of star anise, Sichuan peppercorn, dried tangerine peel, and more from her space, thinking there would surely be big shots at the black market looking for rare spices. And she was right. Even the usually calm young man was surprised. He crouched down, professionally fanning the air to catch the fragrance of the spices. Step 2 of appraisal. Check the color and appearance. The young man carefully examined all the spices in the suitcase, his expression growing extremely serious. Then he stood up and said, "I'll take them all. Name your price." To be able to pursue the highest quality of life in the apocalypse and understand the value of these spices. Jing Shu's eyes lit up, as if she'd found a kindred spirit. She didn't hold back. "I want all the iodine, alcohol, saline, 84 disinfectant tablets, and gauze." Not just a little, she meant the whole boxes. The 2 assistants helping the young man had never seen anyone ask so boldly. They couldn't help but smirk sarcastically. Spices were rare, sure, but just a little bit. How could that be worth so many life-saving supplies? After all, these medical supplies were even scarcer than food. As the saying goes, you might not need them often, but when you do and don't have them, you're in trouble. The young man clearly wasn't short on food, and it was common for the rich to trade top-quality food for supplies. The 2 bodyguards knew exactly how valuable medical goods were now, but to their shock, the young man thought for a moment, then nodded. "The goods are excellent, better than before the apocalypse. You can have everything you want, and I'll throw in some military-grade insecticide and a box of mugwort. But if I need more in the future, how do I find you?" The 2 bodyguards were stunned. He was even giving extra. For just a bit of spice? President Gong clapped his hands, delighted. Another big deal done. And there was a bonus surprise. The young man's words reminded Jing Shu. Mugwort was a great thing, a medicinal herb used for fumigation and treatment. It was incredibly hardy, surviving even after the apocalypse, and was the most cost-effective herb around. Especially when mosquitoes, snakes, and ants were everywhere. Burning it could drive them away. Jing Shu nodded at Fan Jianqiang. "Find him." Since you know how rare these spices are, use them sparingly. My stock isn't endless." She had plenty, but there was no need to say so. If there was another deal in the future, she could always bring out more. Keep them wanting more. Who doesn't know that trick? If you give everything at once, there's no reason for them to come back. The young man was a little disappointed, but didn't say more. He personally transferred the spices, then had his assistants bring over the boxes of medical supplies, completing a major trade. President Gong patted the still-stunned Fan Jianqiang on the shoulder. "Congratulations. You're now a platinum member. Sometimes making the right choice is everything." Fan Jianqiang nodded, then shook his head, his mind still buzzing. Jing Shu remained calm, sitting on her chair, with a small mountain of goods behind her on the display table, making her look even more formidable, especially with that tempting ham still there. The trading continued. It was like a giant second-hand flea market. People traded all sorts of things, and only those with some means could offer brand-new, unopened items. But at this point, it didn't matter if things were new or 90% new. As long as it was practical, you could get a good deal here. But Jing Shu had her quirks. Maybe it was because her previous life had been so hard, but in this life she refused to use second-hand clothes, personal items, or anything already opened, especially since she'd be heading back to Wucheng soon, and opened items weren't reliable. It was a bit of a shame to miss out on some things, but even so, Jing Shu still traded for a lot of miscellaneous new goods, including many rare snacks. The giant ham shrank before everyone's eyes, while the pile of goods behind Jing Shu grew into a real mountain. Soon the trading moved on to the gold members' requests, and the quality dropped a bit. There was basically nothing left that caught Jing Shu's eye, and everyone understood that her bartering standards were extremely high. "Sigh, it's just a pity about the last bit of ham. I wonder if it'll trade," President Gong mused, his eyes darting. But in the end, it didn't disappoint. When brand new radio transmitters and drones appeared before Jing Shu, her eyes lit up. Even though she had her space and usually used snakes as scouts, or bees as flying eyes, these drones would be even better for open reconnaissance and could work with her animals to explore. After all, she couldn't exactly say, "Hey, I'll send a snake to check things out," could she? And radio transmitters would be crucial during the upcoming migration. With just over a year left before the deadly mass migration began, Jing Shu was already preparing in every way possible, listing everything she'd need to face the challenges she remembered from her previous life. This time, she was determined to make it through safely, not just barely survive. The young man trading the equipment looked disappointed and was about to leave after calling out a few times, but Jing Shu stopped him. "I'll take all your equipment. Want to trade for ham?" He was a straightforward guy and hesitated. "But I was hoping for more food." "Everyone." The guy who'd just traded rice immediately stepped up. "Here, take a bag of rice." Then he said to Jing Shu, "Give me a piece of meat?" Of course, President Gong took another little slice of ham as tax, and the deal was done. The black market continued, but the diamond VIPs were already leaving. There was less and less of real value as things went on. What could the silver members offer anyway? Jing Shu didn't leave, though. Even as the trades dwindled to small odds and ends, she wanted to keep looking. And she wasn't disappointed. A batch of worthless modification materials appeared, and no one wanted them. After all, few people in the capital were still tinkering with modifications, and ordinary folks had no use for them. So, no one wanted them at all. As the saying goes, the poor can't afford it, and the rich don't care for it. Which was just perfect for Jing Shu to pick up a bargain. To her surprise, not only were there modification materials, but also many other things she happened to need. For example, all kinds of engine oil, antifreeze, snow tires, ramming bars, and other materials. Once the factories shut down, you could only rely on stockpiles. These things are consumables, not one-and-done items. Back at the start of the apocalypse, Jing Shu had collected quite a lot, but with consumables, the more the better. With a wave of her hand, Jing Shu swept all these miscellaneous supplies into her growing pile. By now, the display table was basically filled with Jing Shu's goods. To think she'd only brought ham and spices to trade, yet ended up with so much in return. In the end, it wasn't that food was too scarce, but that good things, whether before or after the apocalypse, were always rare, always in the hands of a few. Their values were different from ordinary people's. They were willing to trade precious items for things they truly valued. That's why Jing Shu's ham and spices could be exchanged for so many supplies. After touring the capital's black market, Jing Shu's haul was immense. She'd added another layer of security for the coming apocalypse. Fan Jianqiang also gained a lot, earning thousands of points and a direct upgrade to platinum status, which would be very useful. Songbin did well too, using the small piece of ham Jing Shu gave him as payment to trade for many daily necessities. On Jing Shu's advice, he focused on quilts, winter clothes, and even some coal. Jing Shu didn't have much time left. Back at her lodging, she sorted and packed all the supplies. Since these were acquired openly, she couldn't stash them in her space, so she'd have to bring them back to Wucheng as they were. Early the next morning, Jing Shu disguised herself and set out alone, this time not even bringing Songbin. Of course, she didn't bring Fat Chicken either. Fat Chicken was left in the tank's storage room, partly to watch over Maru, partly to guard the supplies. As for danger, with the tank there, she wasn't too worried. Still, Jing Shu made preparations, setting up special traps and giving Fat Chicken some life-saving tricks. If anything happened, she'd get an alert, so she wasn't worried and could head to her next destination in the capital with peace of mind. It was so hard to come to the capital. Who knew when she'd be back? So how could she not make the most of it? She'd already toured most of the city for business, but with time running out, she decided to squeeze in one last special task before leaving. Otherwise, it would feel like something was missing. Jing Shu went alone for a reason. She didn't want to reveal certain secrets or her whereabouts. A plain, battered truck covered in all sorts of black-green stains chugged up and picked her up. A cargo truck, with only 2 seats in the cab, definitely overkill for just one passenger. If Jing Shu hadn't been wearing a mask and a gas mask, the smell alone would have knocked her out. Was this a manure truck? The driver was a friendly uncle, wearing rubber boots and a mud-stained apron, munching on a mysterious wrap with one hand and expertly steering with the other. Fortunately, they arrived quickly. "Hey, little sister, we're here." The driver grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Just for picking someone up, the boss gave him a bonus. This girl was odd, bundled up tight and carrying 2 big suitcases. What was inside? Not his business, though, as long as he delivered her. He kindly pointed, "Just up ahead." Jing Shu nodded, hefted her suitcases, and walked up to a high wall, knocking hard on the heavy iron gate. As the gate opened, the smell of disinfectant hit her, and the big characters above the entrance became clear. This is a pre-apocalypse prison. No wonder the walls are so high and it's so remote. Jing Shu stepped through the iron gate and was led inside, eventually entering what looked like an ordinary door. But once inside, it was a different world. Violent banging, the roars of all kinds of monsters, darkness, stench. It felt like stepping into hell. Jing Shu paused. "Are you all right? Are you sure you want to go in? If you want to back out," a staff member said. This place was officially a forbidden zone, and indeed very dangerous. But there were always reasons for its existence. If it exists, it has its purpose and research value. "I'm fine, really. This place isn't so bad. Let's go. Show me the target I'm here to take over." Jing Shu smiled. No matter how scary, it couldn't compare to the despair of her previous life. "All right?" The staffer assumed she was just scared but putting on a brave face, so he tried to ease her nerves. This place was a prison before the apocalypse, which makes our work easier. What you see here are all new species that evolved after the apocalypse, either failed experiments or too vicious, or some that evolved from zoo animals. Now, aside from research value, they have no other use. Anything that could breed or be eaten was treated like royalty, not locked up here. In the cold, dark prison, 2 rows of cells held all sorts of unknown creatures. Jing Shu had never realized so many new species had evolved in the apocalypse. Rather than new species, it was more like animals rapidly adapting to survive, Most of them failed, and so failures appeared. Jing Shu even saw some that looked like a cross between hippos and pigs, constantly ramming into each other. The dead were eaten by the others. Weren't hippos supposed to be herbivores? Oh, those are a batch of failed experimental pigs. Ordinary domestic pigs just don't cut it. After being injected with massive amounts of hormones and toxins, they can't breed or be eaten, so we just leave them here to die and write a report. The staffer was unconcerned. These are pigs? Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. If he hadn't said so, she'd have thought they were hippos. The changes were just too much. It seemed that not just one biological research group was working on new species. Many places were, especially the government itself, which was accelerating research. Everyone wanted to develop new post-apocalyptic species, or rather, new livestock. That's why there were so many strange creatures here. Whether they were natural evolutionary failures or failures after drug injections, they still had the right to survive. Even now, they might provide valuable data. After passing the group of self-cannibalizing giant pigs, Jing Shu saw a cluster of disgusting, soft-bodied creatures, like a bunch of shell-less snails. Thanks to her night vision, Jing Shu could clearly see these ugly, oversized mollusks, their tentacles constantly poking into each other's bodies. Her vision was so good that she could see the tentacles secreting white foam, which was being transferred into the bodies of their companions. The key was that their entire bodies were covered in soft, tube-like tentacles, almost like needles, wriggling as they injected saliva. After the white foam was transferred, thick white, yellow, and black fluids followed, until these mollusks, once full of protein, shriveled up. Are they eating their own kind? Jing Shu couldn't help but ask. In the darkness, these mollusks only made a faint clicking sound and were easy to overlook. Even the staff hadn't expected this girl to notice such disgusting things. After all, it was so dark you couldn't see a thing. The staff replied, "Sort of." "Oh." Jing Shu nodded. So they were eating each other. Then the staff added, "Actually, it's also mating." "Huh?" Jing Shu's expression became odd. She'd never eaten pork, but she'd seen pigs run. She'd arranged plenty of animal pairings in her space, from fat chicken and the dino chicken to all sorts of others. So, the frequency of those tentacle movements, the foaming mouths, the undulating bodies, it all looked very much like, well, she hadn't guessed wrong. Jing Shu pointed at one of the mollusks, now shriveled to just a skin, and asked, "So that's what you'd call drained dry?" The staff shook his head. It just transferred itself to a newly born companion. This new species, we call the blood-sucking biao, and it's classified as a level 3 dangerous species. Blood-sucking biao? Looks more like a shell-less snail. Doesn't seem to suck blood or look dangerous. Jing Shu said this, but still kept her distance. Her instincts told her this species might be connected to her fate. And she was right. They continued on, passing more failed specimens, none particularly dangerous, until they reached the end of the prison, where there was another large door. Inside, there was little stench compared to the previous animal-packed areas. Here, every 10 meters or so was a completely sealed room. Jing Shu couldn't see inside, nor did she know what was in there. Occasionally there were loud bangs, but who knew what kind of creature was making them? So the second sealed level was quickly finished, and Jing Shu was a bit disappointed not to see more of the creatures inside. The third level of the prison was even larger and more open. When the sealed door opened, it revealed a huge zoo-like space. Visitors stood on a high platform, looking down, with strict security and the entire area sealed with reinforced glass. Click. The lights came on, though Jing Shu could see perfectly well without them. Were those two the same giant pigs from before? Jing Shu glanced at her 2 suitcases. Damn, hadn't they said she could just bring any old container? These pigs were so big, how was she supposed to carry them? Wait, something was off. The 2 pigs didn't look right. Jing Shu frowned, watching the 2 pigs below. Their movements were slow and stiff. So, the staff nodded. Those 2 pigs are just food for your target this time. So, where's my target? Jing Shu's eyesight was excellent. She scanned up and down, and if there were even an ant moving, she'd have seen it. But there was nothing. Yet on the phone, they'd described the target as terrifying, unbeatable, a huge problem, and had warned Jing Shu repeatedly about its extreme danger and brutality, only agreeing to let her take it after much confirmation. They're failures too, the staff said emotionlessly. Just missed the mark. Such a pity. Jing Shu was itching with curiosity. What the hell was it? Now, these are classified as Level 1 dangerous creatures. I don't know why the higher-ups agreed to let you take them, but I have to warn you. Be very careful. Otherwise, you could end up badly. During experiments, it killed several of our colleagues. It's the mutant blood-sucking biao. A new species evolved and mutated from countless blood-sucking biao. The original blood-sucking biao was already a failed product, created by injecting too much red energy. The mutant blood-sucking biao is even more aggressive. It survives by burrowing into living creatures and feeding on their flesh and blood. At critical moments, it can control the host's primal urges, even take over their central nervous system to control them. Like now, it's controlling the two pigs so they don't fight, even making them coexist peacefully. Mutant blood-sucking biao, like the original, is basically unkillable, with a perpetual motion body. That was the original design, to create a species that could endlessly reproduce as a food source for humans. See, in the apocalypse, no creature escapes the fate of becoming food. If it's possible, humans will study it. Unfortunately, most attempts fail. Still, it was interesting. The staff opened the gate and shook his head. Getting it up here is a bit tricky. Let's wait a moment. Jing Shu nodded. She watched as the space below began to shrink, and red lasers appeared all around. Byew. Sss. Both pigs were sliced in half, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Strangely, the pigs didn't even squeal. Damn, Jing Shu muttered to herself. The staff nodded. This girl was tougher than he'd thought. Then the lasers started slicing the pigs into pieces. Such a huge pig was sliced into countless pieces by the lasers in the blink of an eye. The scene was nothing but blood and gore. Wait, are you sure the mutant blood-sucking biao won't get killed by the lasers too? Jing Shu asked, a bit worried. They won't. They're immortal. At most, their bodies will be cut into pieces, but soon after they'll recover by infusing themselves through their tentacles, just like you saw earlier. This trait is both their strength and their weakness. You can think of it like a cicada shedding its shell. After mating, they transfer all their nutrients and fluids into a new body, constantly producing new forms suited to themselves. No matter how many pieces they're cut into, they can keep living without harm. But their flaw is that they can't reproduce the next generation. The staff member sighed and shook his head. Jing Shu, meanwhile, was reminded of many things, like the immortal species she'd encountered during competitions in America, some even more grotesque, which Fat Chicken had managed to eat clean bit by bit. But those creatures were just piles of rotting flesh made up of billions of bacteria, with no hope of domestication. So, Jing Shu's curiosity about the mutant, blood-sucking biao only grew. All right, once the space shrinks, we can take it out? The staff was very cautious, reminding her, never let these blood-sucking biao get close to you or even near you. Always keep them in a completely sealed space. The once large space was now being compressed from all sides, like 4 bulldozers pushing in, quickly herding the pig pieces into a small area. At this point, the mutant blood-sucking biao seemed to sense danger and began frantically absorbing the remaining meat chunks. The meat shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The staff then removed the completely dried-up meat husks, leaving behind 2 much smaller soft-bodied creatures than before. Their bodies were covered in tentacles, no longer resembling shell-less snails. Even after being cut into pieces, they quickly plumped up again through fluid transfer. It was amazing. Now, looking at them, they didn't seem so terrifying. In fact, Jing Shu thought they looked much better than the previous giant blood-sucking biao. Maybe it was because they didn't have weird lumps, or maybe their pure black skin actually looked kind of sleek and high-end. The 2 mutant blood-sucking biao were soon brought up by the staff, sealed in a special glass container. The staff handed them to Jing Shu with a very serious warning. This glass vessel is a special device. Normally, you just open this mechanism to feed them, but never, ever open it out of curiosity or for any other reason. If they attach to you or burrow into your body, you'll never get them out. Not even with surgery. The only thing waiting for you is death. He'd seen it himself. Several colleagues had been sucked dry by the blood-sucking biao. Because of their nature, even with full anesthesia and emergency surgery, even cutting off whole chunks of flesh or amputating a limb was useless. Once they start feeding, or even just inject their fluids into a host, billions of tiny tadpoles will spread throughout the body, ready to act at any time. They'll sacrifice themselves to nourish the blood-sucking biao's new body. If you try to force them out, the mutant blood-sucking biao will go berserk, absorbing all energy until the host is a dried corpse. But a well-fed blood-sucking biao can go a long time without eating, we've tested, and they can survive 3 months without food. Recalling the worst memories, the staff's eyes finally showed a trace of fear. These things were demons. Jing Shu just raised an eyebrow. That powerful, huh? Remember? If you don't listen, you'll die, and it'll be a miserable death. Jing Shu nodded like a pecking chick. Thank you, I'll be very careful. She accepted the 2 ugly black creatures. They looked harmless, but were the most dangerous beings the staff had ever seen. Jing Shu's eyes were already spinning with ideas. Clearly, this trip to the capital had been worth it. As for the true value of these creatures, Jing Shu squinted, shaking the 2 in her hand. That would depend on how well she could use them. The staff, startled, quickly steadied the glass container. He hadn't expected this woman to be so bold, and reminded her again, "Be careful." Okay. Jing Shu put the container in her suitcase, and as soon as she closed it, she stored it in her space. The staff was right. Dangerous creatures like these were safest in her space, where she was in control. Now she could study the mutant blood-sucking biao properly. After that, Jing Shu's mind drifted. She focused almost entirely on her space, while outside she absent-mindedly signed all the confidentiality and liability agreements with the staff. When she finally left the heavy prison, the driver uncle greeted her with a smile. All done? Jing Shu smiled back and nodded. Let's go then. The driver climbed into the cab, then looked back curiously. You changed gloves while you were in there, huh? They look nice and thick. I should get my daughter a pair. She always gets frostbite. Right? They do feel thick. I probably won't have to worry about frostbite anymore. Jing Shu looked down, smiling at the blood-sucking biao wriggling in her palm. Even Jing Shu hadn't expected that, on this trip to the capital, she'd not only gain so many supplies and rewards, even secure pharmaceutical rights and more, but also end up with a so-called top-level dangerous creature that could disguise itself as self-heating gloves. Of course, self-heating gloves were just one of the mutant blood-sucking biao's many functions, a trick Jing Shu had just discovered. Wearing these mutant blood-sucking biao gloves was like giving herself an extra layer of protection. Jing Shu had been thinking hard about how to use them to make up for her current gaps in combat and daily life. So, let's talk about what just happened in her space. Such a huge pig was sliced into countless pieces by the lasers in the blink of an eye. The scene was nothing but blood and gore. Wait, are you sure the mutant blood-sucking biao won't get killed by the lasers too? Jing Shu asked, a bit worried. They won't. They're immortal. At most, their bodies will be cut into pieces, but soon after they'll recover by infusing themselves through their tentacles, just like you saw earlier. This trait is both their strength and their weakness. You can think of it like a cicada shedding its shell. After mating, they transfer all their nutrients and fluids into a new body, constantly producing new forms suited to themselves. No matter how many pieces they're cut into, they can keep living without harm. But their flaw is that they can't reproduce the next generation. The staff member sighed and shook his head. Jing Shu, meanwhile, was reminded of many things. Like the immortal species she'd encountered during competitions in America, some even more grotesque, which Fat Chicken had managed to eat clean, bit by bit. But those creatures were just piles of rotting flesh made up of billions of bacteria, with no hope of domestication. So, Jing Shu's curiosity about the mutant blood-sucking Biao only grew. All right, once the space shrinks, we can take it out. The staff was very cautious, reminding her, never let these blood-sucking Biao get close to you or even near you. Always keep them in a completely sealed space. The once large space was now being compressed from all sides, like 4 bulldozers pushing in, quickly herding the pig pieces into a small area. At this point, the mutant blood-sucking Biao seemed to sense danger and began frantically absorbing the remaining meat chunks. The meat shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The staff then removed the completely dried-up meat husks, leaving behind 2 much smaller, soft-bodied creatures than before. Their bodies were covered in tentacles, no longer resembling shell-less snails. Even after being cut into pieces, they quickly plumped up again through fluid transfer. It was amazing. Now, looking at them, they didn't seem so terrifying. In fact, Jing Shu thought they looked much better than the previous giant blood-sucking Biao. Maybe it was because they didn't have weird lumps, or maybe their pure black skin actually looked kind of sleek and high-end. The 2 mutant blood-sucking Biao were soon brought up by the staff, sealed in a special glass container. The staff handed them to Jing Shu with a very serious warning. This glass vessel is a special device. Normally, you just open this mechanism to feed them, but never ever open it out of curiosity or for any other reason. If they attach to you or burrow into your body, you'll never get them out, not even with surgery. The only thing waiting for you is death. He'd seen it himself. Several colleagues had been sucked dry by the blood-sucking Biao. Because of their nature, even with full anesthesia and emergency surgery, even cutting off whole chunks of flesh or amputating a limb was useless. Once they start feeding, or even just inject their fluids into a host, billions of tiny tadpoles will spread throughout the body, ready to act at any time. They'll sacrifice themselves to nourish the blood-sucking Biao's new body. If you try to force them out, the mutant blood-sucking Biao will go berserk, absorbing all energy until the host is a dried corpse. But a well-fed blood-sucking Biao can go a long time without eating. We've tested, and they can survive 3 months without food. Recalling the worst memories, the staff's eyes finally showed a trace of fear. These things were demons. Jing Shu just raised an eyebrow. That powerful, huh? Remember? If you don't listen, you'll die, and it'll be a miserable death. Jing Shu nodded like a pecking chick. Thank you, I'll be very careful. She accepted the 2 ugly black creatures. They looked harmless, but were the most dangerous beings the staff had ever seen. Jing Shu's eyes were already spinning with ideas. Clearly, this trip to the capital had been worth it. As for the true value of these creatures, Jing Shu squinted, shaking the 2 in her hand. That would depend on how well she could use them. The staff, startled, quickly steadied the glass container. He hadn't expected this woman to be so bold, and reminded her again, "Be careful." Okay. Jing Shu put the container in her suitcase, and as soon as she closed it, she stored it in her space. The staff was right. Dangerous creatures like these were safest in her space, where she was in control. Now she could study the mutant blood-sucking Biao properly. After that, Jing Shu's mind drifted. She focused almost entirely on her space, while outside, she absent-mindedly signed all the confidentiality and liability agreements with the staff. When she finally left the heavy prison, the driver uncle greeted her with a smile. All done? Jing Shu smiled back and nodded. Let's go then. The driver climbed into the cab, then looked back curiously. You changed gloves while you were in there, huh? They look nice and thick. I should get my daughter a pair. She always gets frostbite. Right? They do feel thick. I probably won't have to worry about frostbite anymore. Jing Shu looked down, smiling at the blood-sucking Biao wriggling in her palm. Even Jing Shu hadn't expected that. On this trip to the capital, she'd not only gain so many supplies and rewards, even secure pharmaceutical rights and more, but also end up with a so-called top-level dangerous creature that could disguise itself as self-heating gloves. Of course, self-heating gloves were just one of the mutant blood-sucking Biao's many functions, a trick Jing Shu had just discovered. Wearing these mutant, blood-sucking Biao gloves was like giving herself an extra layer of protection. Jing Shu had been thinking hard about how to use them to make up for her current gaps in combat and daily life. So let's talk about what just happened in her space. These were two very special creatures. As soon as Jing Shu brought them into her space, they immediately reacted. They stretched out comfortably, almost melting into a puddle in the small space. They seemed to love this environment. That's the magic of the Rubik's Cube space. It can mimic the optimal living conditions for any creature. So, the mutant blood-sucking Biao immediately began showing their comfort and sense of security. They started constantly exchanging fluids, shedding skins, and creating new versions of themselves. In Jing Shu's understanding, this was a kind of purification. By continuously exchanging fluids, each time they became a bit stronger, refining out the impurities and keeping only the essence. Their genes grew stronger, and so did they, becoming more and more powerful. What set these two apart was that they had self-awareness. Of all the pets Jing Shu owned, only a few had true self-awareness. If you had to explain it, you could say they were almost human in their understanding. Jing Shu classified all creatures without self-awareness as lower beings. Those with self-awareness, like Fat Chicken, Dino Chicken, her latest pet number 3, and the 40-year-old Ant Queen, were considered mid-level beings. As for high-level beings, that would be humans, but humans can't enter the space. So, having self-awareness was a precious trait. From the space's feedback, these two weren't actually vicious. They only ever sent back messages like eat, 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 and mate, 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 mate. They had no other desires. They would simply eat anything edible, devouring anything that threatened their survival. Interestingly, Jing Shu discovered in her experiments that their body fluids could be sprayed up to 10 meters away, a terrifying number. This meant that if the mutant blood-sucking Biao wanted, they could spray their fluids and instantly transfer themselves to a target. Jing Shu tested this with pieces of meat. They were precise. Within seconds, they could lock onto a target and within less than a minute, completely transfer themselves, invade the meat with their fluids, and consume all the flesh. Now Jing Shu understood why the staff had warned her to be careful. If you got splashed by their fluids, they could burrow into your flesh and wouldn't come out until you were sucked dry. They were like rabid dogs. Once they bit, they never let go. Even cutting away the flesh wouldn't help. Truly, these were the ultimate tools for assassination and silencing in the apocalypse. The key was they worked silently and invisibly, perfect for a world where big data made everything traceable. Of course, snakes and venomous bees could do the job too, but Jing Shu felt that nothing was as undetectable or as satisfying as turning someone into a dried corpse with these things. And of course, you didn't have to kill. There were plenty of ways to make a death look natural. Next, Jing Shu began detailed experiments. After all, these two little cuties were hers now. She had to fully understand their abilities. In Jing Shu's philosophy, nothing in the apocalypse should be kept as a freeloader. Every pet had to have a byproduct. Fat Chicken laid eggs. The Ant Queen expanded the colony and produced sulfuric acid. Snakes could be soaked in wine, geese laid eggs, and so on. So what byproducts could the mutant blood-sucking Biao offer? So far, it seemed like none. But these two could also liquefy themselves, and when used as gloves, they provided excellent defense, helping Jing Shu avoid many dangers and catch enemies off guard, especially useful in public. Compared to snakes and bees, they were even more discreet. Don't be fooled by how they were sliced up with the pigs or how they could flatten out like water. Their skin was extremely tough, with a function similar to platelets. For example, if one spot was injured, all their defensive power would instantly concentrate there to reinforce it. As long as Jing Shu had a moment to react, she'd be fine. Her current defensive power was strong, but she still feared being KO'd in an instant. The odds were low, but she couldn't be too careful. Besides, an extra layer of protection, and a little hand warmer in the cold apocalypse, was always welcome. It's just a shame they don't have any byproducts, Jing Shu thought, a little disappointed. But in the apocalypse, every creature had its value. Even corpses could be rendered for oil, let alone two living mutant creatures. She just hadn't discovered their full potential yet. Whether they could be used as medicine, to spawn new things, or for other byproducts, time would tell. At first, Jing Shu worried about how to quickly and completely subdue these dangerous creatures. Leaving them outside was out of the question. But she hadn't expected that, like fat chicken, these self-aware creatures were very smart. With just a little spiritual spring water and the absolute authority of her space, she gained full control. By the time she left the prison, she could already control the two little things completely. Wearing them felt like slipping on gloves into hot water, warm and soft, a little damp, but not actually wet. It had taken her a long time to bond with Dino Chicken and the Ant Queen, but this time it was surprisingly fast. Jing Shu figured it was because her space had leveled up. Back when her space was only level 5, it took half a year to bond with the bees. As her space advanced, the bonding time shortened and the connection grew stronger, so strong that she could command them to die at any time. The staff would never have guessed that, as soon as Jing Shu left, she was already wearing gloves made from what he called a top-level dangerous creature. The driver uncle had no idea either that the black gloves were actually extremely dangerous beings. "Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye, little sister." They parted ways, and Jing Shu returned to her place, full of anticipation. She almost wished a few thugs would jump out so she could test her new blood-sucking biao. But reality wasn't so dramatic. Everything was calm. No one knew where Jing Shu had gone that day, or that she'd gained a new pair of gloves. Maybe only when the day came that the gloves were needed, would the blood-sucking biao show their true value. No matter what, having another card up her sleeve made Jing Shu feel much more secure. As she accumulated more and more cards, she carefully assigned each one a role so they could be used to their fullest when needed most. Back at her residence, the tank girl was happily chasing Fat Chicken, with Maru giggling and running after Fat Chicken as well. The three of them dashed around playing and laughing. Tank, wearing an apron, was making dinner. He occasionally blew on the fire under the stove, watching the soup bubble in the pot, and called out for the girls to slow down, his face full of smiles. Life had been truly happy lately. This kind of simple, warm happiness was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Maybe the general public hadn't noticed much change yet, since as long as you had a job, or even if not, the government would find ways to distribute food, no matter if it was insect cakes or some other strange thing. Ordinary people might worry, but deep down they relied on the government, trusting that it would always find something to eat. But Tank was different. His department was directly related to food supplies. Even after tightening their belts for years, the stores of grain were slowly dwindling, and no one knew how much longer the darkness would last. They weren't at the end of their rope yet, but when even full-time workers couldn't get rice, it meant that unless humanity developed new, large-scale food sources, famine was coming. How many would starve? How much panic and unrest would follow? When would this catastrophe for humanity finally end? Add these to the pot and cook some noodles. Let's keep it simple tonight, just a big stew. Jing Shu pulled out her above-board haul from the warehouse, taking out all sorts of ingredients: dried vegetables, canned luncheon meat, smoked sausage, ham sausage, and a big bag of dragon beard noodles. She looked at the bland soup and tossed in a packet of hot pot base. Might as well make it tasty. There's no way all those noodles will fit in one pot. Tank scratched his head. Just add as much as you can. You know I eat a lot. Oh. Tank's nose tingled. Even slow as he was, he realized what Jing Shu was doing. She was always so thoughtful. She'd never say she was helping you, but would ask for your help instead, making it seem like she was the one in need. Of course, if she didn't want to do something, she never would. She was a woman with her own ideas, courage, and most importantly, incredible fighting power. Tank silently thanked her. In the future, if she ever needed help, he'd never hesitate. But in the end, they didn't have stew. They accidentally made a spicy dry pot since there was so much stuff that the soup boiled away. They sprinkled scallions and cilantro on top, dipped it in garlic and sesame sauce, and it turned out surprisingly delicious. The noodles became stir-fried noodles, which were also great. Jing Shu felt like she'd discovered a new world of food. For some reason, She suddenly missed the spicy duck feet from before the apocalypse. Too bad she didn't have dozens or hundreds of duck feet to throw in. At best, she could make a big hodgepodge. After dinner, Jing Shu went to check on Wang Danai's work. Wang Danai was busy, but everything was running smoothly. Now that the handover was done, Jing Shu didn't need to sign off on anything anymore. Seeing that, she didn't want to interfere, so she just gave Wang Danai some food and quietly left. Patrolling was still necessary, not just outside, but also in her space. Jing Shu checked on the growth of her plants and animals every day. After more than 4 years of farming, she knew exactly when to harvest for the best taste, though some things were better the older they got. Farming was a real skill. On the third day, Jing Shu made the most of her time and set out with Tank. This was her last chance to stock up in the capital. But before shopping, she had to fulfill a request from Jun Bao. She needed to visit the Biological Research Institute to deliver some documents and her reward, a mysterious red liquid. She'd had a lot of this stuff before, originally in crystal form, but after her Rubik's Cube space upgraded, it absorbed all the crystals, which she'd regretted for a long time. This stuff is a little different from the liquid I got in the American mountains, Jing Shu mused on the way to the institute. They were probably the same in nature, but there were subtle differences. In terms of quality, the crystals were best, but the liquid she had and the government's version seemed about the same. Although the reward had a set amount and she'd signed a contract, Jing Shu still quietly swapped some of the official reward liquid with her own from her space. She planned to study the differences when she got back, since she'd already used up all the crystal energy from the American mountains last year. The government's red liquid must have come from somewhere else. 2 different sources of 4-dimensional space material? Interesting. She thought this trip was just for delivery, but unexpectedly she got a bonus. The Research Institute was studying everything lately, and Jing Shu suddenly remembered that after every mating, her 2 mutant blood-sucking biao always left a big puddle of liquid. It was gross, but those shiny drops, could they be useful? If so, maybe the mutant blood-sucking biao would have a byproduct, just like fat chicken lays eggs and snakes make medicinal wine. Not wanting to waste anything, Jing Shu handed some of the liquid to the institute for analysis. Please help check out these fluids too. The researchers happily accepted the samples and promised results in a few days. Only then did Jing Shu hurry off with Tank to stock up. Since she was already in the capital, she might as well bring back more supplies. She wasn't satisfied with her previous haul from the black market. This time, though, it wasn't the black market. It was the official, above-board, high-end market of the capital, a place very different from the black market. The reason the black market is called the black market is because it's a place where things that can't be shown in public can be traded. It has its advantages and disadvantages. Most of the goods are second-hand, and the old-fashioned barter system or clearance sales are the norm. Overall, the black market has a lot of good stuff, with a wide variety. Almost anything you want you can find. But the high-end market is different. Its advantage is that it has things the black market doesn't. Everything here has a traceability code, meaning every item is officially recognized, tracked by big data, and approved for trade by the state, with after-sales guarantees. The biggest difference is that most of the products here are newly produced after the apocalypse. That means the costs are high, and so are the prices. Of course, as the saying goes, the only problem with expensive things is that they're expensive. Hopefully today's trip will satisfy Jing Shu. Why didn't you bring your little sister along to see the world? Jing Shu asked Tank. Tank grinned. I promised my sister I'd bring her some good food back so she wouldn't get in the way. If she came, she'd just be drooling over everything. Besides, we're here to help you. Tank puffed out his chest, looking every bit the bodyguard. Today his mission was clear, to be Jing Shu's bodyguard and porter, even though her strength far surpassed his. The full name of the high-end market was the 8th Floor Trading Club. It was a far cry from the black market's remote, desolate location. First of all, it stood in a bustling part of the capital, with a bus stop named after it. From afar, you could see a grand, antique-style building standing tall. Impressive, Jing Shu said. Of course. Before the apocalypse, the 8th floor was lit up from top to bottom. Now they don't even dare turn on the lights, but it used to be beautiful. Tank said proudly. At the entrance, Jing Shu and Tank were led to a side building. Jing Shu whispered, "What's going on? Aren't we supposed to go into the 8th floor trading club?" It was her first time, so she didn't dare speak loudly. Tank whispered back, "You can't just walk into the trading club. Whether you're new or not, you have to register your assets and exchange them for trading tokens next door. For new customers like us, you need to be evaluated as having assets worth over 10 million virtual coins and bring at least a 1,000,000 coin item to get in." Jing Shu nodded in understanding. She didn't know her net worth, but honestly, anything she took out would be worth at least 1,000,000, right? "Just line up here and follow the instructions. I'll go ahead," said the down-to-earth staff member in a thick cotton coat, before guiding the next group. Tank explained that before the apocalypse, these staffers all wore black suits, very cool and stylish. But now, with the cold and no new clothes being made, they'd switched to more practical outfits. There were quite a few people at the trading club today. There were 3 windows, each in a private booth, high-end and private. Whether new or returning customers, everyone had to exchange for trading tokens here. It was just like exchanging chips at a casino. If you didn't spend any, you could return them when you left. As soon as she entered the hall, Jing Shu could see the price board on the screen. Tank whispered that the prices were set by the state and adjusted daily according to the market. It determined roughly how much trading currency your goods could fetch. The hall was orderly, everyone dressed normally, speaking quietly, some sitting alone, some in small groups. Jing Shu didn't stand out. Soon it was her turn. Following the instructions, Jing Shu handed over her ID QR code at the window. The lady at the window yawned as she checked the info and filled out the electronic form. With big data, everyone's info and assets were no longer secret. Jing Shu, permanent address, Wucheng, occupation confidential, assets, confidential, trading system, confidential, confidential, confidential. The lady stopped yawning, rubbed her eyes, and called out, "Director, I've got a high-level confidential here. I don't have permission to access this info. Can you check?" Jing Shu frowned, suddenly remembering that her info was set to a high confidentiality level. It had always been convenient, but now. The director soon arrived, calmly entered his credentials, and started checking. In the capital, even a random brick could hit a 4th-rank official. This was normal. But soon, even the director was flustered and called out, "Supervisor, we've got a high-level confidential here." Jing Shu. Tank. Tank looked at Jing Shu in confusion and whispered, "Mirror, what level are you? He can check almost everyone in the capital." Jing Shu was speechless. Her confidentiality level had been secretly raised by Jin Tianqi after the seed incident. She'd only recently found out. She understood his good intentions. He didn't want anyone to know about her factory, since it was a golden goose that needed protection. The supervisor soon arrived, a short, chubby man in a black suit, looking quite sharp and friendly. He jogged over and said, "No problem, no problem. I'm the club supervisor, just call me Xiao Wang." He wasn't surprised and even reassured her. "Don't worry, we only check your credit and transaction history. We won't look at anything we shouldn't, and there's a record of every check. Your info won't be leaked, I guarantee it." If he had to come out, the person in front of him must be very special. Jing Shu felt a bit awkward. Her level was high, but she had no real power, just an empty title. The supervisor was all business, typing away on the computer. After 2 minutes, he wiped his brow and hurried out. While Jing Shu was wondering what was going on, she heard, "Would those in line please go to Windows 1 and 2? Window 3 will take a bit longer." This had never happened before. "What kind of business is this, old Wang? Even you can't handle it," someone joked nearby. Supervisor Wang pointed to the private booth. "The person inside is too high level. Even I don't have access. Everyone, be polite if you meet them." "Is it that 2-meter-tall giant? Isn't he from the Grain and Oil Bureau?" "No, it's that young girl, right? She doesn't look special at all." "Pfft. If she wasn't special, would even old Wang not have access? I say let's be polite when she comes out." "Who knows? Maybe she's some big spender here to stock up. Jing Shu's hearing was sharp. She couldn't help but find it both funny and awkward. It was her first time realizing just how special her status was. Even the supervisor couldn't access her file. How was the club supposed to handle her today? Would she even be allowed in? Supervisor Wang cleared the line at the window, then jogged over with a smile. Miss Jing, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a bit longer. Because of the regulations, we'll need to call our general manager. Don't worry, he has the highest clearance. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes slightly. With her information so well protected, maybe it was better not to draw more attention. If anyone remembered she ran the red threadworm factory, it could be a hassle. Will the general manager be here soon? Supervisor Wang smiled apologetically. He's handling business elsewhere, but he'll be here in about 20 minutes. Jing Shu quietly exhaled and asked, Is there any other work around? Supervisor Wang thought for a moment. Well, there is one. If you have goods worth 10 million virtual coins with you, we can skip the rest. Even as he said it, he felt a bit awkward. Who brings that much valuable stuff to the club? Usually big deals are arranged in advance, with appraisals and negotiations.